이번 협곡의 새로운 테마가 뭔지 알고 계신가요?
녹서스요. 녹서스. 녹서스 테마로 알고 있어요.
이쪽에 보시면은 녹서스 출신 챔피언 6명이 있어요. 출시 순서대로 배열하는 문제입니다.
출시 순서.
사이온은 저 그림 기준인가요?
네, 맞습니다.
아, 이때 사이온 굉장히 제가 좋아하던 챔프여서.
이 모습이 되게 옛날 모습이거든요. 요즘 분들은 잘 모를 텐데 이때 사이온이 정말 사기였습니다.
사실 지금 사이온도 아쉽죠.
대파 미드 사이온이라고 웬만한 애들을 다 원콤을 냈었는데
저는 안 가고 브란링 한 5개인가 6개 가가지고 그래서 AP 사이온이 정말 좋았습니다.
헷갈리는 챔피언들이 3개 있는데 사이온이랑 드레이븐, 다리우스가 좀 헷갈리는데 이미지를 이렇게 해놓은 거 보니까 당연히 약간 옛날 일러스트면 맨 앞에 둘 거라 이렇게 생각 당연히 할 테니까 일단 꼬아서 3번째 놨던 것 같아요.
초상화가 얘가 첫 번째인 것 같거든요. 근데 지금 애매한 게 드레이븐 다리우스가 기억이 안 나가지고.
다리우스 아니면 드레이븐인데 잠깐만요. 아 이거 좀 헷갈리는데?
어떤 부분이 좀 헷갈리세요?
또 최근 챔피언들은 또 언제 나온지 좀 가물가물해가지고
드레이븐부터는 좀 최근 챔피언인 건가요?
네.
이제 이 다리우스와 드레이븐인데 이 둘 중에 누가 먼저 나왔냐 같은 그런 것 같은데
혹시 다리우스랑 드레이븐이 무슨 관계인지 알고 계세요?
형제인가? 생긴 게 좀 비슷한데요? 다리우스는 첫째여서 좀 철이 든 것 같은데 이제 둘째 드레이브는 이제 다리우스한테 좀 맞으면서 자라서 그런가 맞으면서 자라면 극과 극으로 나뉘는데 좀 안 좋은 쪽으로 된 것 같은.
약간 목소리부터도 뭔가 드레이븐이 약간 깐족되는 이미지가 있었어요. 뭔가 그럼이면 막 이런 목소리가 있어가지고 근데 다리우스가 그래도 좀 먼저 나온 것 같아요. 형이니까. 근데 이게 뭔가 스토리상 드레이븐이 먼저 이 정의의 전장에 참여를 해서 사이온 같은 애랑 전투하다가 사이온이 이렇게 막 치고 들어왔어요. 그런 거를 약간 다리우스가 뒤에서 약간 위로 끌고 그 그림이 좀 더 이쁜 것 같아요.
다리우스가 1,350원이고 드레이븐이 3,150원이었나? 그랬을 거예요. 그래서 저는 첫 번째 사이온, 두 번째 다리우스, 세 번째 드레이븐, 네 번째 클레드, 다섯 번째 사미라, 여섯 번째 이런 식으로 안배사.
첫 번째 문제 오더비 틀렸습니다. 정답을 맞추셨습니다. 정답입니다.
정답!
진짜 다행이네요. 이게 너무 헷갈려서 다리우스 드레이븐이.
느낌 따왔어요 이거.
그냥 뭐 딱 봐도 그냥 압니다.
와 이렇게 정답을 맞추시면 노트북을 주신다고.
챔피언마다 이명이 있다는 사실을 알고 계신가요?
이명이요?
이명? 이명?
귀가 안 들린다고요?
아 뭐 약간 별명 이런.
아 맞습니다. 예를 들어서 슬픈 미라,
아무무.
마법 고양이.
유미겠죠?
네 맞습니다. 약간 그런 식으로 추론을 해주시면 되는데요. 이번에 테마가 녹서스다 보니까 녹서스 챔피언 10명의 이명을 이제 시험지로 준비를 했거든요.
좋습니다.
어이구.
이름이랑 인적사항 먼저 적어주십시오.
근데 좀 어려운데요? 생각보다?
녹서스에 사람이 이렇게 많았나?
기농픽 사신? 아 벌써 모르겠.
사신이라 카서스?
사신이니까 카소스. 진홍빛 사신. 이건 쉽네요. 블라디미르.
녹서스 대장군. 워낙 유명한 스웨인이 아닌가 싶은데요.
대장군이 안배사잖아.
녹서스의 대장군 딱 봐도 이제 다리우스죠.
실력자, 드레이븐 다리우스 중에 하나일 것 같은데
둘 중에 누가 더 실력이 좋아 보여요?
다리우스가 조금 더 실력이 출중하지 않을까.
녹서스 대장군은 스웨인일 것 같거든요. 대장군 하면 또 스웨인이니까.
스웨인이 좀 장군의 느낌이 있나요?
네.
어떤 부분이 좀 그렇게 느껴지세요?
대사가 그런 거에 관련된 뭔가 그런 느낌이 있었던 것 같아요.
이게 스웨인 플레이하다 보면 맨날 뭐 녹서스는 뭐 어쩌고저쩌고 우린 전쟁 중이다. 뭐 이런단 말이에요.
방금 스웨인이 왔다 간 것 같아요.
그쵸. 까마귀 저거 보이시죠?
추방자. 이거는 제가 아케인을 봤는데 그 안배사가 필트 오브였나? 거기 있었거든요. 그래서 이거는 일단 안배사로 할게요.
추방자, 멜도 포함인가요? 멜 저격경이.
무조건 리븐. 얘가 되게 불쌍한 친구더라고요. 그래서 맨날 뭐 어디 추방당해서 검도 맨날 부러져 있고 도망가는 스킬만 있잖아요. 그게 다 연결된 거거든요. 이게 맨날 도망다니까 Q랑 E랑 벽을 다 넘을 수 있잖아요. 그러니까 얼마나 슬픕니까?
강철의 망령. 망령이라고 하니까 헤카림 떠오르는데 근데 헤카림이 녹서스가 아니라 막 그림자분도 이런 거일 텐데.
강철의 망령은 모데카이저인가요? 그림자군도 출신이잖아요.
모데카이도 원래 그림자 군도 아니었어요?
이민을 갔을 수도 있어요.
그러네, 이민을 갔네. 중간에 바뀌었네요, 얘.
그러니까 강철하면은 떠오르는 이미지. 옛날 모데카이저가 진짜 강철 그 자체였는데 거의 강철의 연금술사였는데 좀 옛날 모데카이저는 이제 Q도 이제 3타로 막 이렇게 뭐 큰 거 휘두르고
사악한 칼날. 이게 모르가나였던 것 같은데 모르가나는 아무리 생각해도 녹서스가 아닌데.
그 무슨 칼날 어쩌고 모르가나 스킨 있습니다. 모르가나로 가겠습니다.
파악한 칼날. 카타리나로 하겠습니다.
카타리나 칼날이 좀 사악해요. 좀 약해서 그렇지.
망나니 기사는 헤카림일 것 같고요.
거침 없으세요?
근데 사실 어디 소속인지 몰라요, 헤카림을. 그냥 찍는 겁니다.
망나니 기사 렐. 미쳤다, 이거 크랙이다.
이제 망나니 기사가 다리우스.
다리우스가 좀 망나니 같네.
제 친구가 다리우스 하는데 좀 망나니처럼 게임하더라고요.
뭔가 클레드인 느낌이 나네요.
연습해 오신 건 아니죠?
평소에 뭐 자주 하다 보니까. 그럼이면 우린 전쟁 중이다.
환술사는 일단 르블랑 같은데요?
환술사는 르블랑.
환술사는 르블랑.
저 로토체스를 하는데 검은 장미단이라는 그런 시너지가 있거든요. 근데 그거를 활성화시키면 사이온이 나와요. 그래서 이 검은 장미단은 녹서스일 것이다. 그래서 환술사는 르블랑으로 하겠습니다. 억눌린 허기씨는 누구죠?
배고픈 녹서스 챔피언이
브라이어 녹서스 맞나요, 근데?
브라이어일 것 같다. 원래 녹서스는 강한 자들이 살아남는다라는 주의를 가지고 있는 대륙이거든요. 거기 가면은 그냥 어깨만 한번 부딪혀도 바로 그냥 시비 털리는 그런 곳인데 그런 곳에서 사실 살아남기 브라이어 같은 이런 외형과 그런 눈동자를 이렇게 가지고 있으면 이렇게 보기만 해도 그냥 쟤 진짜 건들면 안 되겠다 이 생각 드는. 그래서 브라이어가 녹서스에 잘 어울릴 것 같고요.
녹서스 다녀와 보신 적 있는 것 같아요.
자주 들립니다.
검의 그림자? 검의 그림자가 뭐가 있지?
검의 그림자 하면 제드밖에 없는데?
힌트 없나요?
검의 그림자의 힌트를 좀 드리자면 근본 미드였는데 갑자기 정글로 쓰였고 그리고 훈 선수의 시그니처 챔프 중에 하나였습니다.
제가 그 친구를 몰랐었네요.
팔론이 녹서스였어요?
훈 선수.
잘 모르겠습니다. 검 그림자? 넌 쉔해 그냥. 와! 근데 기분이 너무 나쁘네요. 이거 옛날 그거 같아가지고. 진짜 그 선생님처럼 써주셨네요.
60점 뭐야?
본인에게 좀 실망하신 건 아니죠?
실망했습니다. 녹서스의 실력자씨 누구지?
사실 녹서스의 실력자가 바로 다리우스입니다.
그래요? 진짜요?
너무 아쉽습니다.
더 열심히 해야겠네요.
그럼 다 맞춰주신 분들.
네, 만점가 있습니다.
진짜요?
얍.
어떻게 이렇게 녹서스에 대해서 잘 아실 수가 있으세요?
사실 뭐 제가 카타리나나 신드라 같은 챔프를 좋아해서 그쪽 지역은 제가 다 빼고 있습니다.
라이프 선수는 몇 점 정도 받았을 것 같아요?
형은 100점이요. 제가 생각하기에 그 형은 약간 정모위키라고 표현을 할 수 있는데 저희가 뭘 말하면은 바로 그 대답이 나와서 그래서 아마 이것도 다 알고 있지 않을까라고 생각하고 있습니다.
다 맞았어요? 사실 힌트를 많이 주셔서 그래도 만점 받았네요. 힌트 주셨지만. 감사합니다.
이거 제가 미래의 검은 장비단 언어로서 앨리스와 르블랑과 이제 꼭 셀카 올리도록 하겠습니다.
0점 받은 선수가 있다면 믿으시겠어요?
0점이요? 그거는 약간 고의가 좀 들어가 있지 않나. 아무래도 프로그램이 더 흥했으면 좋겠다는 마음에 그런 식이 아닌가.
점 받은 선수가 있거든요.
진짜 0점이 있어요? 얘는 뭐야?
사실 이런 거는 이제 게임이랑 많이 연관 없으니까 게임만 잘하면 되지 않을까 그렇게 생각합니다.
박제되면 인기 얻으니까 좋은 거 아니에요? 오히려 좋은데?
DRX 파이팅.
BFX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup 2025. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf as we get ready for today's matches. There is a looming Telecom War. We do have to talk about that. But first, we need to get into our initial matchup. And this one is a little bit different. BNK are going to be taking on DRX in our opening match. And yeah, somehow BNK are the only team without a victory. We thought that was going to be Bro as well until yesterday happened and they 2-0'd Gen G out of nowhere.
Yeah, we did see Bro take the upset win yesterday. We'll see if today BFX or BNK, that is to say, can actually take that win. It's so important for them because when we look at the standings, you'll see, as you mentioned, winless. And right now, it's looking like Group Baron is going to be the losing group. So if that's the case, the 5th place team is eliminated, doesn't get that opportunity for play-ins. For DRX, a win here would put them at 3-1, which is amazing for their standings in the winning group as well. So this is a huge game for both teams right now, and for BNK, you really need to win this one. The opposition that you're up against here at DRX, it's definitely a winnable game. You brought Gen G to the brink in Game 1. You were narrowly defeated by D+. It's definitely a winnable series. This one is so important. If you lose this one, you're all but guaranteed to get knocked out.
Yeah, and it's starting to make me think that perhaps T1 choosing BNK as their option when it was their turn in like the sort of drafting that was happening, maybe it was sinister, because if BNK do prove to be the weakest team that we have here thus far, then maybe it was to make sure that they had a scapegoat if their group was to lose.
Smart play, potentially.
I mean, it's smart, but there is some sinister linings there, and I guarantee it's not actually what they were thinking going into it, but it is fun to sort of ruminate on it.
I think Ryu has definitely pinpointed the issue we've all seen, is that this team has had a lack of a clear voice when we're seeing team fights break out, we're setting up for objectives. The loss to Gen G is a real big stain on their 2025 so far, because they had that game completely won. I mean, it was basically an unlosable game, but they just couldn't make the right calls at the right time, and a team like Gen G will punish you. And even though Teddy still isn't ready to play yet, he's still, unfortunately, a little bit under the weather, LazyFeel has been able to make some big plays, and that's often despite losing lane, being down on CS. So very impressive start to the Vietnamese player's career.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that he's a breath of fresh air as well with his playstyle, right? Because like you're saying, it's not about like immaculate laning phase, getting all of the money and playing that kind of game. It's about winning the fights and the skirmishes, understanding your capabilities, what you can get done in these early to mid-game fights that he has been excelling in. So it's really, really fun stuff. Vikla versus UCal here as well, which is kind of interesting because they're both returning to the LCK, but definitely after very different careers, right?
Yeah. UCal being called Korea's greatest sword because the kar in his name in Korean is basically knife or like a blade, so that's where that comes from. It's not the word for sword necessarily, but
it's not a reference. Idea. It's not a reference to the 2018 summer final as well, where it beat Sword in a best-of-5 series that went to 5 games, one of the most epic series of all time, where Skull won his first LCK title. It wasn't a reference to that. It's a bit sad that it wasn't, because it's kind of cool, but also Sword isn't here and hasn't been here for a while, so maybe not relevant. Let's welcome the players to Lone Park.
I like the BNK jerseys, by the way, the new ones. They're pretty minimalist, but I think they're pretty clear. You know, sometimes I think jerseys try too hard. They go a little bit too off the rails, and it's very clean. The new DRX jackets as well, looking pretty nice here. Yeah, it feels like we're really kind of getting into 2025, you know? We're starting to get used to these teams. We know these rosters now. I'm not saying we're experts by any means halfway through week 2 here, not even halfway, but it feels like, you know, now it's no longer a mystery. Now we know what teams' clear strengths and weaknesses are.
Yeah, I would agree. And I do think that, like, because these jerseys look a little bit like the old Kwandong Freaks jerseys used to, so I feel like the Kwandong vibes are being kept alive, even though it's the DN Freaks now over there. So kind of cool, and definitely suits. Like, I'm into it. I'm definitely into it. DRX, let's see what they're going to be able to put down, because somehow this team is like 50% win rate here in the LCK Cup, and I think a lot of us really had them pretty low as far as our standings were concerned. They haven't been winning a whole lot of games. I think there's definitely some issues that we can see forming. This guy on screen has had some great performances and some really, really not, like, opposite of great.
I feel like, to me, for DRX, the main thing is they know how to be clutch. You know, when it comes to really important team fights, they will punish you. They will find the angle, even down on gold oftentimes, even in those scrappy types of games. But when their drafts fall flat on their face, they just don't have the tools to be clutch. And I think that, for me, has been the biggest up or down for DRX. They've had games where they've had a standard draft. We've seen Lazy Feel down on gold, clutch it out. We've seen Rich with some nice engages. Sponge has looked good on those Baron fights. But it's when the draft just puts you at such a deficit, picking Corki first B1 and going into Guma's Caitlyn, where you're playing the game with your hands tied behind your back. This roster just can't get it done. So for me, one of the biggest things for DRX to focus on is that drafting. I think some of it has been because Lazy Feel's champion pool is a little bit smaller here at the LCK compared to some of our greats, that they've given him that opportunity to play Corki, for example. But there are still ways to blend his champion pool into a good draft, and I think they're starting to figure that out. On the other side, I mean, Lazy Feel versus Diablo, two incredibly aggressive players, just like Hype. You know, all three of these newer challenger players coming into the LCK are high risk, high reward. So I imagine we'll have some really fun team fights in this one.
Yeah, and definitely a lot of that youthful exuberance with just how young both of these players on the bottom side are. Thankfully, Diablo does have Kellen there to give him a bit of that veteran voice. But as Ryu said, like, we're going back to more of the same problems that every Kellen team has. And that is, where is our unifying voice in these team fights to get us doing the right thing? I think Andal, I mean, he definitely was out of the fry pan into the fire when it came to learning to shot call and things like that. I think a lot of us saw what CV Max was trying to instill into the man last year, and we're glad that he doesn't have to deal with that anymore. So, like, I think that Andal's there. I just don't think Kellen ever will be, right? Because people have been trying for so many years. He's just not that guy. And so who is it going to be? Is it going to be Raptor? Is it going to be Clear? A top lane is not going to do it because they're basically in a different game the entirety of the time. Like, it has to be on Raptor, I think, if there is going to be a shot caller that forms on this team.
I agree. Raptor, Vikla, the mid-jungle synergy needs to be strong.
Yep.
And so far, it's looked like one of the stronger points of this team. They've had some really strong early games. Obviously, that game against Genji comes to mind. Let's see what they draft for here on red side, as DRX does have side selection. They will pick blue. And
interesting Zyra ban.
Yeah.
First.
That's really interesting to see. The Callista is no surprise. The
Kelly
Aurora
on red? Callista on red side is, on blue side is kind of crazy.
It is pretty crazy because it gives them a free Cassante ban here, which has been one of the most common B1s in game one of a series. And now they could still ban the Aurora if that's a concern they have here.
So Rumble going to be leaving. And I think that, like, first pick Jace is feeling like an option here. Rich has definitely been gravitating to that pick recently.
He has. The Vi and the Aurora, I think, are the two big ones in this final spot here that you really have to consider. You got the Cassante ban. You didn't have to ban Callista, to opt for the Vi. We'll see if UCal wants to pick up that Aurora first here. Now, Corki is up. I suggest they do not take it.
Yeah, I mean, so both Lazy Feel and Diablo have played Corki twice. I mean, actually, no, it's Vikla. Vikla has played Corki twice. The teams have played Corki twice. We're just hoping that they've learned from those two mistakes, and they're just not going to do it. Ambessa being hovered here is a fun one for Rich. Still going to be a bit of a flex as well. UCal could be piloting that in the mid lane, although we haven't seen as much success for Ambessa mid as we have seen elsewhere.
That's true.
It was Fisher that was playing it. He did actually have some pretty amazing team fights. Some of those moments were pretty nice, but outside of that, it was not so good. But that's going to be the first lock-in, and Diablo going straight to Ezreal. That's a lot of comfort for him. He does like this pick, but doesn't feel like the highest priority AD carry.
Well, the Callista is gone, but there are still really strong picks available into this. Now, lane swap does allow you to avoid some of that, but eventually you will have to pay the piper. You will have to show up to those team fights. You will have to face a Varus or an Ashe later on, and you are going to be fairly weak at level 1 trying to set up that lane swap with this. But it is a strong duo. I mean, scholastically, when you look at just those two champions in isolation, okay, cool, you got a strong bot duo. Very safe as well. The question is, how is this going to be punished? I think it's great that the Ambessa as well. It's fairly easy to position yourself to avoid getting hit by that. Kai'Sa, another option of a champion that does well into the Ezreal individually.
Yeah, so Kai'Sa and Rel just going to be the choices here. So we've got bottom lanes being locked in. It feels like a bit of an agreement here, like a pivot that they've gone with on the side of DRX. Like, seeing this immediate lock-in of the bottom lane, they just say, all right, I guess we'll lock in ours. And we're feeling pretty good about it.
Thought we might see a Varus there because Lazy feels super good at that pick. It's one of his best. But
he's very good at Kai'Sa as well, though. And with the matchup being kind of okay, then I'm feeling pretty good about this, especially paired with the Rel.
He also doesn't play that much Misfortune, so now they've taken the Rel away, so that combo is something that they don't necessarily have to worry about later on as much.
Yep.
Jack's going to get locked in here for clear pretty early into the Ambessa. So now we kind of have bot top locked up. It's the mid jungle that becomes a little bit more interesting moving into the second ban phase. And the Vi is taken away, the Zyra is taken away, Skarner is taken away every game, so it hardly needs mentioning. But I wonder where we go here. I mean, if you're worried about Rich playing the Ambessa mid, AP junglers are kind of what you're thinking about here. The Lilia is taken away. We could see an Italy ban as well if they really think that flex is going to come through.
Yep. Sponge as well has played a bit of Brand and stuff like this. I think that he does have pretty deep pockets when it comes to the AP choices. Does mean that UCal can then play something like a Yone, which is kind of what they're worried about, I would imagine. Sejuani, the obvious one, just with that Permafrost synergy alongside the Jack's going to be a very scary thing to deal with on the top side of the map for that 2v2.
Yeah, Xin Zhao is another top tier pick that definitely needs a look. Victor will be taken away from UCal. It's one of his iconic picks. He's already played it this season, and that is taken away. Really works well with the rest of their composition too, because they have a really good front line with the Ambessa and the Rel together. It's not a dive-oriented champion that Kai'Sa often likes to play with, but I do think the ban makes sense.
Yeah.
And, I mean, if you want to just ban Xin Zhao here, it's fairly safe.
I think the Zin's a really good option. I think just get rid of it. It's been so powerful, but instead it's going to be the Pigeon. So Vicla's Bird not going to be on the Rift this time around. Would give them, like, a pretty absurd team fight.
Yeah, it's crazy with the Leona setup with Jax and then the damage output to break through those tanks and the side lane power.
Wukong's fun.
Does feel like a very Raptor pick as well.
Oh, yeah.
The Nidalee I mentioned that they didn't ban is hovered here, and Rich can just opt into playing the Ambessa mid.
I mean, yeah, so UCal could play Ambessa, and then we could put, like, we could have the Nidalee Renekton combo. But I don't know whether Sponge has his license yet. We'll just have to see how it goes. Has he played? He hovered it once before. Yeah, he has played it.
Rich gets to play his Jace, so I guess that's where we're going.
Hang on, wait. So Sponge is like, he hasn't died on Nidalee. He had a phenomenal game last time around. So I guess maybe we would just give it to him.
I think it's going to be a pretty tricky game to play out, though, unless, you know, they end up winning lanes early. And we'll see what happens with the swap. Because I assume that Diablo's not going to be opting into laning into the Kai'Sa Rel early on. It's not an unplayable matchup by any means, but it is tougher. So Nidalee thrives when you have a lot of lane control.
Yeah.
And it looks like UCal may, in fact, actually be playing the Jace mid, because even though Rich has liked to play it, and you mentioned how that could have been a first pick angle for them, it makes sense in mid, especially with the Talia lock-in. So you hold that flexibility here as DRX. Jace goes mid, play the Ambessa into the Jack's top side. You feel pretty safe because you banned the Sejuani away, right? Wukong isn't going to be that powerful at ganking pre-6. He can make an impact, but you don't feel like if you are going to go for a lane swap here that you're going to get totally boomed by this situation. And I think it'll likely be instead BNK that opts into that with the Ezreal. We'll have to wait and see. This draft here, I think, for both sides feels pretty solid, and that's relieving to me because we've had so many series here at LCK Cup where you're like, you walk into the game going, I think I already know the result, and this is not that.
No, but then I think there are like very clear archetypal differences, which I really like, right? You've got like the Unga Bunga of the BNK FearX composition, and then you got more of a thinking man's pokey side lane type draft that DRX have put together, and we'll just have to see whether they can actually make that one work, right? Because they do have the wild card who has a suicide button, right? Like, we saw yesterday that if you put Kai'Sa in the hands of a young player, things can go wrong, but then they can go ever so right, as Hype proved on Brion yesterday. I hope that LazyField does have some fun things to show us on this Kai'Sa, and I hope that BNK have a much better performance here up against DRX. Let's jump into the Rift for Game 1.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift. And I do want to clarify something again that I think we're probably going to have to do like every single day. We are saying BNK.
Yes.
BFX is the tricode that's used in the game, and it stands for BNK FearX. But we just don't say that tricode when we're talking about the team. And I know that
And I do it
confuses-
by accident sometimes.
Yeah, we all do it by accident sometimes because it's right there on the screen. I have a habit of reading stuff, which is a big problem when we're not supposed to say the thing that is on the screen. So you have to bear with us. I know it's a bit confusing, but that's just how it is.
Yeah. Now, we could talk more about that later, but I do want to mention Lazy Feel and Andil predict the lane swap, but actually BFX, or see, I did it again.
Yeah,
that's
there you
two.
go.
That's 2 out of the 3. I told myself I get 3. I'm fired. So here we go.
Wow, we're right on the edge.
But yeah, right in the beginning of game 1. But they are actually going to be able to see clear here. Ezreal goes bottom lane. They don't know where Rich is right now because he's under turret, but going to get the reveal here as Clear finds out. But this is smart from B&K. They played the level 1 well, and they're still able to avoid the Kai'Sa. Lazyfield really wanted to match that lane swap and will be unsuccessful.
Yep. And of course, like, I think that DRX is kind of okay with this as well. Because, like, the early levels, the Kai'Sa isn't quite as powerful as she can be as far as, like, just being able to execute an Ezreal composition in the later stages. And so Rich, he's going to be struggling. And Clear as well is just going to try and get as much experience as he can as Andil takes a turret shot. Worth 100%. Wanting to get rid of some of the experience opportunities here from Clear. Of course, a little bit more difficult to do this year than it was last time around, but still.
So for Nidalee Atlas, there's 2 things. You know, we talked about how Sponge had a pretty good... Oh, hold up.
Speaking of Sponge, he is going to make his way in. Misses an almost point-blank spear, but it does not matter. That is still first blood. And all right, I reckon, like, if he didn't have his license after the last game, I'm giving it to him now. This man's Nidalee knows what to do. Get stuff done as quickly as you can.
I think there were some wards very near the path that Sponge took, but he was able to avoid them. So I think that's why Vikla was looking a little bit confused there on the player cam and a little bit frustrated with how that all played out. And I was going to say the 2 things about Nidalee for me are, do you have winning lanes and do you have setup CC? They don't really have great CC for the Nidalee.
Yeah, the setup is really not there outside of Rel.
But if you're overextended in your lane, and I mean, Jace technically has CC, but if you're overextended, you are going to get punished.
Well.
And oopsie daisy there.
Speaking of punish, let's see how many dashes Rich has. And it turns out with a flash included, it's kind of 3. And he is well and truly out of there, but still, Plate's going to go over, and that is a summoner spell lost here for the DRX bottom laner, or top laner, or wherever he is now.
Yeah.
What do we want to call it? I mean, I guess we're calling it a bottom laner, because he is a bottom laner.
He is in the bottom lane at the moment.
Yeah. Is it location-based, or is it role-based, you know?
I kind of like to think it's role-based, but I'll let you do top or bottom lane this time for our top laner.
I mean, we say bot now instead of marksman. If it was marksman, it would make way more sense, but we say bot instead. As Diablo really wants to go home, and Andil really doesn't want him to go home. He's going to be successful thus far, but I think that Diablo will eventually be allowed to leave.
They got Rich's flash, and that's decent value as... take a look at this one again. So he has that ward in the banana brush.
There's that CC you were talking about.
Yeah. So it's not really like the setup that Nidalee's really looking for. She kind of wants people to be locked in place.
Yeah,
but, hey,
it's the stopping them thing that is pretty important.
But in this case, pushing them further away from safety gives Nidalee the chance to do a little bit more damage. So it still works in the end. Rich flashing there on the bottom lane, I think was scared of a flash play by Kellen and didn't want to have to risk it, but probably could have held the flash there until the Zenith blade. But either way, just wants to make sure he's alive, and he likely wasn't alive if he got caught by anything, so ultimately would have had to flash either way probably, so I won't criticize him too much for that. Yeah, he is down now, that summoner. Otherwise, though, a great start here for DRX. You can see Nidalee naturally out-farming the Wukong. That's just how that matchup goes. Has that extra kill, too, so has an early burn earn, so that's going to help farm as well.
I really like, you know, picking up the very early ring as well, making sure that if those stacks do happen to start building up, it's going to be a good time here for DRX. The snowball effect could certainly be dangerous, as Yukao able to farm very comfortably on this Jace in the mid lane with that extra setup from that first blood going over. Very, very good stuff. So like you say, DRX sitting pretty right now.
And Rich handled the lane swap a little bit better as a significant advantage in terms of farm right now. So that's going well for them. Ultimately, Diablo now still laning into Lazy Field here in the top side as we do swap back. Doesn't look like Rich is going to miss too much from that wave that's crashing down in the bottom side. Doesn't have to use his teleport, so you can actually show up to the grub fight if he needs to. Clear is walking up now because he did have that push advantage. And this is a really important and pivotal moment here for B&K. See if they can link some CC together here.
Yeah, they are going to come on over. Sponge able to take the first one away. And even connects the spear there onto Raptor. Actually wasn't expecting that one to land because there were so many things in the way. Now, can Sponge get another little cheeky steal? Looks like the answer is going to be no because Raptor still has Smite, but now Kellen could be in trouble. Has to flash out of the way of the spear. Sponge can't make up his mind, but it looks like DRX do have this kill locked down for themselves, although Kellen just does the walk strategy and he's going to be fine. Sponge, on the other hand, not so much. About 300 health here as B&K do make their way out. That feels like a victory for B&K because they were able to get the 2 grubs.
Yeah.
But a few extra summoner spells, I guess, going down. Not really, actually.
Yeah, only Kellen having to use his.
Yeah.
And so
that's a Hex Flash. And
yeah.
So that's like, it's basically not a lot.
I actually really like how B&K set that fight up because what they were trying to do is collapse with Vikla's ult with Kellen having that flank engage angle. And if they're able to lock down a single target, not only do they get those 2 grubs, but they probably win the fight. They were unsuccessful, but they still were able to opt out and get out with the 2 grubs, only expending Leona's flash. So actually kind of a big win for them.
Yeah, now B&K looking to grab the first dragon as well, so most of the grubs and the first Drake. That feels pretty nice, especially when it is that Hex Tech. Cloud going to be next on the menu, so no Cloud Souls, but still some pretty spicy dragon options for some souls, and that could be a win condition here for B&K if they're able to continue this game going. And I do think that as far as longevity is concerned, like this composition works a whole lot better now that level 6s have been hit. Now that we've got Cyclones and Weaver's Walls and ways to really make these team fights work in their favor, because that's where they want to be winning. I think DRX want to be winning every other way, right?
Yes. Absolutely agree. Rich in trouble.
Rich not winning in this way. He's trying to dash his way out of there. As Clear's just going to flash forward and doesn't manage to kill him. He's going to need an extra couple of buttons, but they trade flashes, and that is Rich having to get out of the lane. Nicely done there by Clear.
Rich is going to be able to get this honey fruit though, so I don't think he's going to lose that XP or the gold from that wave that's coming through. So ultimately it just ends up being a trade of flash. Rich probably feels pretty okay with that, considering he was able to get out with his life there. See, the farm here is still significant of a lead for Rich, but it's not like game-ending or anything like that. As this has been one of LazyFeel's better laning phases. Obviously, he has the advantage in this and did play through a lane swap where he was hitting a Jack. So, you know, he is supposed to be coming out of this one feeling pretty good, but so far he has. And it's been a really quiet early game outside of that gank that we had early on. But I would give right now kind of the edge to B&K, like you said, because they got that Dragon Wind con stacking up, and they do end up having a composition that scales incredibly well later on. They got through the toughest part of their draft. Just have questions about where Clear goes from here, because he's not in the greatest spot on this Jack. He's not accelerated at all. Does have the 2 grubs, which will help him in the side lane later on, especially if they can get a few more of the second set in about 70 seconds time. Diablo is Ezreal, so the observers are concerned for him, but I'm really not.
Yeah, he's just going to be putting on some extra pressure. Knows that Kellen is making his way back, as Yucal takes a little bit of a ride here on a seismic shove, but in fact the trade is kind of fine with the assistance of the turret. Sponge looking to come on over and do the same thing again. I don't know whether that's going to be quite as successful, as it is just mid laners trading farm.
We had the gold come up for every lane, basically being, you know, DRX is winning everywhere, and that's true, especially in the jungle where First Blood stacks up half of that gold lead and then he out-farms the Wukong. But what Raptor can do in teamfights is often a lot more than what Sponge can do unless he lands some initial poke. So that's a factor that isn't going to show up in that 800 gold advantage. So we'll have to really see what happens in this first big team fight, which will likely be on these grubs here, because DRX do not want to give a Jax, you know, 4 or 5 grubs if they can help it. So they are going to commit to this fight, you have to imagine. Rich does not have teleport, so we'll have to walk up. Vikla does, so he can catch this wave and then join the fight. And I think we're going to see fireworks here. I love the position of Andil here, looking for a potential setup pick here before the fight breaks out. Also, we'll have access back to the pit because he is Rel.
Yep, so much vision as well available here. So I think that B&K is going to have to give this one up.
Looks like it.
Raptor is going to come in, clears out that control ward, as at least the first one of the grubs is going to be taken here by DRX. Andil getting some vision up and available for himself as Rich with his teleport up and available. Okay, Yucal is just getting a bit of the clear treatment as Primal Surge comes in to keep him alive. Teleport comes up towards that top side as well. That is 1 grub apiece out of these. As Vikla comes over, that should be the confirmation. As never mind, that is a max range spear to even out the grub take. And everyone is out of here. You got a Warrior Trickster to get Raptor out. Teleport's coming forward. We are committing to trying to do something. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough as Raptor and Kellen a little bit dangerous here towards this top side as that Shock Blast is a lot of value, just not a lot of value that's going to be utilized at this point in time. Lazyfield trying to grab himself a plate and ultimately Wolf, like, it's just an evening out of the grubs. Not really a whole lot else.
This game is not the most exciting in terms of kills, but in terms of some of the positional setups we're seeing for both of these teams, you can already see how much they've improved from week one, as well as I feel like how teams have started to realize that you don't have to all in on every fight no matter what if you don't actually have the setup or a proper win con for said fight. And good disengage there again from BNK. Should have walked away with 4, but good steal from Sponge there with the spear.
And he'll try to walk as confusingly as possible, and it's working here as that Mystic Shot does go wide. Getting a fair bit of information. Not going to be able to take this this crab, but maybe the Banana Brush Ward is going to be enough. I'll tell you what though, Clear has been pretty scary, and that could certainly be something that BNK can lean on later into the game. We were talking about DRX being able to utilize side lanes as a win condition with Jace and with Ambessa, but I mean, Jax is the guy. As Rich is going to throw his ultimate away, gives Clear the good old thumbs up. May have lured him into a false sense of security, or maybe it's just not false. Maybe you should have a sense of security because everything kind of just going all right.
Public execution is the new chains of corruption in this tournament, I swear,
yeah, man.
Yeah. Just can't hit that ability. Nobody can. Our top laners have been able to hit it, but you know some of the other ones have not been so lucky.
I love that. Oh, the Ignite Interruption. Beautiful. That's going to guarantee a dragon here for DRX. That's going to even out their feats of strength, I guess.
Yeah, let's see.
As far as that
Soul
objective is concerned.
Let's see what Soul we get here. Pretty curious about it because these compositions will.
What do you reckon it's going to be?
I'm kind of feeling Infernal. Off of its Ocean.
Okay. It's the opposite of Infernal, as now Clear is just going to take it easy here on this bottom side. Rich, without his first item completed just yet, of course, Eclipse feels really nice to put together.
Ocean, pretty good for both teams. You know, no big super tanky boys on either team. Obviously the Rel and the Ambessa are pretty tanky. The Leona, obviously, Jax can kind of be pseudo-tanky. It's like an evasion tank, but you know, these fights can go longer. Obviously, not ideally for DRX if that is going to be how a fight plays out, because they kind of want to burst somebody down, and if that person gets away with Ocean Soul and heals back up, that's a big problem for them.
Yep. I mean, ultimately, it feels like DRX want to not even really fight, right? It wants to be smoke and mirrors for this team. Because like you say, like there are circles, there's AoE CC, there's all sorts of things here for BNK. And Diablo is going to be really tough to lock down, so if they can just find people, catch them unawares, and then play this side lane game, that could work out here as Andal. He's learned that one, as the Shattering Strike is going to get a flash. We'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, Talia without flash is not going to be feeling good for a potential follow-up gank.
Man, Diablo really walked around that spear as it was coming out. We get the zoom in though, as, oh my goodness, Arcane Shift coming out. Making that one work for him as True Shot Barrage does a fair bit of damage here to Lazyfield.
That red buff onto Diablo almost spelled his demise, man.
From Ridge.
That was crazy, how narrowly he escaped there without having to use his flash.
Oh, this is sneaky. Andal has the intel, as Voidseeker is his own one, so he's still lying in wait.
It's funny to watch this fight happen when there's no objective up, but I think the real objective that DRX are looking for is this top turret. They already got Vickless flash, they want to follow up, so BNK here have to opt into like grouping up around top side, making sure he doesn't get dove. Now you can see he has to back, he's uncomfortable about the situation, does get out of there, and that's going to be a wave crashing through. He could TP back, but that's also risky. Kellen has to kind of escort him back to the top lane. They don't have a lot of vision. The vision game here for DRX has been phenomenal. Andal in particular has been doing a great job, especially on the top side of the map, really controlling vision. There just hasn't really been an answer for BNK just yet, and
there's that Eclipse Shield that we were talking about. Of course, Clear, if he does manage to land a few of these empowers, things are looking good. There he goes, denies a cannon there as well, as Andal's going to come through. That time, the public execution's going to land, and Clear, does he have enough of a counter-strike? That's the question. He's burning, but it's not going to be enough. I think he ate a cookie there to make sure he stayed alive, and it worked out beautifully. Solar Flare goes entirely wide as Sponge is turning up to protect his mid laner. Kellen is actually going to take a big ride as now Sponge able to help Lazyfield grab a kill before going down, as now Yukal coming on over to help with this one. That dive was a mistake, and DRX punish.
Now, that was a huge punish there from DRX, so the wave was cleared out early, and so much damage taken from Kellen. The collapse was super easy to play out there. Sponge does go down, but they trade it back beautifully. You know, Clear survives because they tried to give the kill over to the Ambessa, but over here things are just kind of gifted, as B&K were already so heavily indexed into playing around topside to kind of make sure that Vikla was safe, and then they decide to dive here after the Jax escapes, but yeah, just way too deep, unfortunately. Lazyfield has the shield from his ultimate, has cleanse as well. I mean, this is really UCal helping to set this up as well. The wave is super thinned out, and you can see he goes in, pushes the Ezreal away, and now he's like, all right, well, they're still fighting down here. They're still opted in. Shot Blast connects, and then he just goes to the skies and takes a second. Big win here. 2 kills to the base.
Really clean Jace playing. Diablo's dead. Diablo's dead.
That didn't look like it. We'll have to wait and see.
And Clear is now in a whole host of trouble because there is a Jace coming in. Rich might die before he gets here. His Grandmaster's Might helping him out, but Yukal's running real quick, and he's just getting thrown around there to the skies. As you said so eloquently before, I mean, he does that again, and that's another dead player on the side of B&K.
They will get the turret here, but DRX have already gotten the first one, so
maybe DRX are just a really good team, Wolf. I don't know. What is happening to our teams that have just been losing before?
Well,
I know this is against B&K, but DRX looking real fine in this game.
In this case, he didn't know, so he arcane shifted. He had his Leona nearby, so he felt pretty safe. This is just a deep ward. Again, incredible vision setup and warding by DRX this game. Their map plays have been just really good, and they're allowed to make these moves because of the ward setups they have, and Clear just doesn't have any idea. Gets punished here. And it feels like now DRX is running circles around a B&K that, Ryu mentioned, we've been talking about it, hasn't had a very consistent voice.
Yep. And the setups just aren't quite there as cleanly as what DRX have been doing. Of course, they haven't had a lot of pressure on them, right? So there's not a lot that's stopping Andil from just orchestrating, their vision layouts as he sees fit. And that's something I think B&K need to be looking out for as this year goes on, right? There is a lot of growth opportunity here for these players. A lot of them very, very young and also haven't been playing together for all that long. DRX also with a lot of information about Clear, as of course he was their star challenger player. Him and Sponge have played together in the past. There is information available all over the place. And in fact, there's a lot of challenger alumni that are now playing together on completely different teams, right? With Diablo here, Andil coming up as well. A little bit before Lazyfield's time, unfortunately for him, but certainly does feel like a bit of a return to some of our challenger games from maybe a year or two ago.
Earlier I was saying, we'd have to wait and see how the team fights play out, and that's still true because we haven't really had a standard team fight because B&K were able to, sneak those grub scenarios into their favor and then kind of opt out of fights, but see what they can do to UCal here.
Yeah, Seismic Shove is going to connect. Solar Flare this time is going to work out as UCal may take one with him as, Kellen's really dead. Decent Magnet Storm is going to help take that one down as Andil, he'll claim the kill. B&K will be able to make it work though by being able to pick up the turret, trading 1 for 1. It's not the end of the world, but they'll give away Shelly. And DRX are going to look to push even further on this top side. As Clear, he is Jax, pretty good at dealing with a dive, but as soon as that counter strikes down, it's going to be a tough time. And Lazyfield, man, he's really starting to do some damage with those 2 items he's already put together.
Yeah, now Vikla is going to get some damage done to this turret here, but you trade 1 for 1 on the bottom side, push the Jax out, get a turret here. It's not really a big enough win here for B&K, or really a win at all.
Yeah, no, because they lost the outer turret and the Rift Herald.
So it's 1 for 1, and I was going to say, I still think there's real strong team fighting here for B&K, and I was saying I thought they were ahead even though they were about 1,000 gold behind earlier because the team fighting power was there, but they've just been picked apart on the map so surgically that we just don't get to have that conversation about team fights until they can win one to get that gold back to where it should be, because right now 3,000 gold behind, it just feels unplayable.
Yeah, and some of the reasons why we were saying that team fight is so strong is because Cyclone exists, but I don't know whether it does. I haven't really seen one so far today. And so Raptor's really going to have to make his presence actually known in this game. The Wukong can be so powerful, but it has to be employed, in order to get that one to happen. So right now, camping out in this brush over here. And DRX haven't given them a lot of opportunities, to be fair, right? But this voracious Otacon could do it. As now Raptor comes in, he's going to be able to get a flash out from LazyFeel. And now Raptor taking some damage here from Rich as well. The Cyclone we will see, but it's used defensively. Not really what you want, especially when there's such a big buff up and available.
Weaver's Wall also tossed in.
Yeah.
And, you know, Rich missed his ult because Diablo flashed it, so now the Ezreal is down flashed. So everything here is a win for DRX. They have so much vision control again around this pit. Like, their warding has been so good.
Because LazyFeel's got that Rage Blade fully stacked up. It's below half health already. Kellen told to leave, given that bad news, is now Andal. He's gonna flash forward. The Killer Instinct is named correctly here for LazyFeel as Vikla. He flashes to get himself out of the way, and this Otacon has not released just yet. I don't know whether they're going to take the chance, especially with Raptor in the area.
Vikla does have teleport, and they're definitely aware of that. He's going to teleport back in with full health.
Yeah.
But Clear's in a dangerous position.
Yeah, and Sponge has a lot of mobility. Leap Strike used to get him back to his teammates. But they're now kind of fish in a barrel, right? They've got Shock Blast, they've got Spears, they've got Void Seekers. The poke from DRX is so dangerous. If they don't engage, they will just lose. As now Sponge is going to drive a Rift Herald for some reason. Crashes it straight into a wall, so that was obviously a bit of a mistake. It's fine. Thought it was kind of fun, sort of the idea, but now Shelly is just going to march past them. And old Diablo is going to get tagged there as Kellen taking so much damage. Yukao will just kill him. Sponge over the wall there as well. No safe place for this Leona to go, and Raptor took most of his health bar, incidentally, from what I kind of saw.
You know, B&K were able to kind of opt out of two risky fights on both Grubs here in this first game, but they weren't willing to do the same about this Otacon, but they were so low on health. Sure, they stopped the Otacon, they were able to get it in a reset, but they took so much damage in doing so, they were never going to the follow-up fight, and then Kellen going in there at the end of that one was a little bit puzzling. I suppose he just wanted to make sure Vikla could get out, I guess, but ultimately will just kind of sacrifice himself. They'll still end up losing the Otacon. So watch this again. Look at where Kellen is here and where the rest of his team is getting zoned. Vikla here could set up some chain CC with him, but it's a Jace that's super fed in this game, and Vikla just, if he collapses and commits in, he'll just get crushed by the rest of DRX who already have Cryo there, so he just has to walk out and Kellen's just left alone to die.
And he's not allowed to be up that far, right? The rest of his team, they couldn't walk through. There was just too much that they'd have to deal with. And with Rich standing in the way, Diablo cannot offer any follow-up damage, and they're completely outranged in those scenarios. DRX just really navigating what they need to do in these skirmishes so well. And they're making this more poke composition than anything else work very well.
Well, they played the early game and they were able to get so many picks so well, in the backfire of the play topside into Yukal, for example, just gave them such a gold lead that the poke composition is hitting harder than it's supposed to right now, and it just makes it so difficult for B&K.
Yeah,
and this game's all but over. I mean, now at this point, because now you've got Otacon buff, you can push out this inner turret super easily. You're already winning sides before, and win it even harder now. Baron spawns in 45 seconds. They're going to have so much vision for that. Rich may be in danger.
Rich may die as Public Execution is going to be put on cooldown for fun, as Yukal's going to be able to take an inner turret for it. Remember, that is just the Otacon buff removed. So Rich, not too worried about it. Completes
Atlas,
his second item. Yes.
I almost have tears of joy to watch DRX go. We have Otacon. Why don't we just 1-3-1, set up a side lane?
Yeah.
And then, oh, if somebody gets collapsed on, guess what? They reset and we get value in all three lanes. Finally, we're doing it. It's happening. We're not just diving mid. We don't have to just throw the wings away.
Were we expecting to learn it in this series, though? Well,
no,
I was not.
DRX is just so smart today.
This is actually just a really beautifully played, like, poke and side lane composition. You know, the smoke and mirrors is that's just engaged from Ondil. Kellen is going to be able to Zenith Blade, but it's a double kill for LazyFeel. And I feel like he's putting in the work. He's named incorrectly in this particular game because this guy is doing heavy lifting in these fights. And they know when to poke, when to like hold them at arm's length, and when to just go in.
Yeah.
And it's Andal making all of these decisions.
Andal, man, to me, you know, he's only half KP. Well, we may have to hold our thoughts on this for a moment because we are going to have a contest here by B&K.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage comes in as Andal. That was an interesting maneuver, but I liked it. I think it was just a Hex Slash, having a bit of fun there. As very low health bars here on DRX. There's the steal from Raptor. Oh no, he still has a smite button. That Cyclone also getting so much value. Remember, Otacon, I think, is still here. No, it's just worn off. As Clear not going to be able to survive, but Diablo playing that one out very well. Yukal there with an auto attack though. so he's going to be able to take him down. Baron on the rift, though, for BNK. And maybe this is where the house of cards starts to fall down.
I mean, you know, this is the power of what Wukong could do in a Baron pit. Get over the wall. Cyclone is going to be a really disruptive tool. He steals the Baron and allows his team to team fight afterwards. Coming back to this play here, though, this is the measured aggression you want to see. You don't have to force it, but when you have an opportunity to play around vision and Andil sees the angle, you go in. And Andil, to me, has been the clear MVP of this first game. I think everyone's going to be looking at UCal's kill score, his great defense at the top side, but his vision game, his control of this Baron pit all game long has been insane. He wants to keep Raptor out. They have traps set here as well. Raptor is just like, nah, I'm going to skirt my way around, clones in and steals, and then goes in for the follow-up Cyclone play here with a sliver of health. Hits a massive second one there, is actually able to help trade his team back to the win. Or
Rich
kills,
almost making that one work. Yeah. But Diablo outplays it.
Now, this is not a turnaround in this game, but that scenario could not have been any better for BNK. Like, it was likely just Baron goes over, they're going to be able to take out our inhibitors. They bought themselves some time and maybe a few more miracle team fights. They're still significantly down on gold, but again, you couldn't have asked for a better scenario, a better result of that Baron take than what they got.
Yeah. I do want to say that DRX should not let this bother them, though. I think actually, like, forcing that Baron, keeping the tempo up as much as possible is what this composition wants to do. Absolutely. You want to be on that front foot at all times when you are a composition like this, especially when you're running into, like I mentioned before, a bit more of an Unga-Bunga style teamfight composition that wants to set up circles and make you go up in the air and be stunned and stuff like that. So I think keeping it up, keeping your foot on the gas, that's going to work out. Soul Point has already been picked up here by DRX in 1 minute until that Ocean Soul does come in. And we haven't spoken about it in quite a while because poke composition sort of like went out of vogue. But Ocean Soul has always been good for those. Yeah. So it lets you win the elongated fight if you're able to, you know, just keep disengaging and landing the poke where you can.
And Bessa also loves having two just standard elemental oceans in her back pocket when she's side laning into a Jax. You know, that extra health she's going to be getting when she, you know, stops interacting with him, heals it back up, then goes in for some more trades. Yep. It's going to feel amazing for her. And Rich has already kind of been crushing this side lane all game long, so
outside of when they actually 1v1, which is where Clear has been finding some decent angles, it's just not showing up. Like you say, like Rich has been keeping up in farm just fine. Yeah, every time we see the matchup, it feels like Clear's winning, but he's just not.
Well, it's not fair for Clear because the team has no map control. So no one can shadow him.
It's a bit unfortunate. Diablo going to get tagged there by the Void Seeker. Got some upgraded shoes from Lazy Feel as well. BNK finally being able to walk their way out onto the map. They haven't lost any turrets or anything like that. They didn't get much out of this Baron at all. And there is the Dragon. Lazy Feel going to start this one up immediately.
I love this.
Solar Flare just gets a slow onto Sponge as the Weaver's Wall comes in. Kellen not really finding very many buttons as Andil keeps Vikla out of there. That is going to confirm the Ocean Soul as True Shot Barrage not getting a lot of value. And the Void Seek also not going to connect now. Rich going for a bit of an engage as Raptor cycloning just to try and save his skin. Kellen desperately engaging, but he's going to go down. These health bars are so low. They get away from Clear so comfortably. Does Lazy Feel, and Vikla is now running away. The Shock Blast tags the cheeky monkey trying to escape. And it is only Vikla left. I think DRX are going to say goodnight to this game right here.
I think so. And what a beautiful game for DRX it was.
Dear. Okay, teleport does come through because, of course, there is no CC on the Nidalee, so you don't need to be too worried. However, all this is going to provide Vikla is the ability to watch his Nexus turrets explode. And, oh, that's a nice little immune there, but it is not going to really do too much. Both Nexus turrets in the Nexus and DRX. I just want to say, gorgeous execution of this composition.
What a great game by them. I mean, start to finish. Andil's vision control absolutely out of this world. His positioning in that last fight too, where he just steps up into everybody and says, you have to come through me if you want to get this dragon. Our Kaisa is so fed in this game that she can solo it so quickly. You want to come over and contest, you're going to have to get through this front line. Your flanks are going to get broken. You're not going to be able to actually set up for that Talia engage that you want. We're just not going to let anybody in. And when they kind of do try to say, well, we have to stop this dragon, they just get pulled apart massively. And I don't think there were big glaring issues in the draft here for BNK. In fact, I think there were some bigger risks in the draft of DRX, especially like they didn't have setup for the Nidalee, but they played around the vision game so well that they always had wards to see where to poke with the Nidalee, where the Shock Blast could go. All the objective setups they had around the the Baron Pit, the wards that were constantly put there by Andil, there were never any unknowns. They followed Rich around the map. They made sure the Jax couldn't beat him in a side lane and start to become a threat later on. This was a team effort, a 5-man DRX that I want to see more of.
Yeah, I really want to see more of it as well. And let's have a look at this right now. This composition, if the names were not the DRX players and this was Gen G players instead, you'd be like, oh man, this composition is terrifying. Like, this is one of the best drafts I've ever seen, right? Because it needs to be piloted well to look good. And damn, DRX, they made it look good. And that's not what I was expecting here today in our first series. Beautiful stuff. Thankfully, it is a best of 3. So BNK, an opportunity to try and take one back, as they have against almost every other team that they've faced off against. See if they can do it after this short break in the space, breaking that first game down.
이러고 싸워. 야, 싸움. W 없어. W 없어. 천천히. 대충 싸워도 이거. 대충 싸워도 이겨. 인질 잡아. 아, 그냥 무조건 이겨. 박아. 뒤에 봐줄래? 뒤에 보는 중. 야, 이제 노플, 이제. 공 노플. 내 상태 안 좋아. 야, 내가 따라갈게. 미드 갈래? 미드 가면 끝날 것 같아. 이거야. 레지 피르. 야, 좀 편하게. 형님 따라갈게. 가자. 너 따라가라. 나 싸움만 잘해. 청주자 있으면 안 돼요. 싸움만 잘해, 이 자식아. 소리. 도망가 안 나가지. 영준이 그때 또 지네. 달려 호텔. 다음 판에 이겨줄게. 다음 판에. 나 잘했어. 잘했어. 우리 영준 오빠 최고. 영준 오빠 성장해. 굉장히 죽여. 야, 나 정글 목좀 먹자. 기다려봐. 안 돼. 꺼져. 막판 잘해보자.
skin.
Hello and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1. Hi everybody. We just had DRX up against BNK, and that one wasn't the most interesting game, but it did have some cool moments, which we will be breaking down here in just a moment. I'm Valdez. Today, Digon is, well, gone, and we do have Ox and Wadid joining me. How are you guys feeling today?
Pretty good. You know, I feel like we have some close matchups today, which, you know, yesterday was pretty one-sided. Bro obviously toppling Genji easily, as we expected. Yeah.
I mean, today's matchup is definitely one of the messy games, So I really having fun with some good insights, because maybe some of them will say this game is kind of boring, but I think they had some good details. So like, I really want to just break down the game.
Yeah, there were some cool details. Specifically, Wadid did want to look at something that happened very early on in the game at 1 minute in. Take us through what happened here.
So it's all about the gang setup from Yukol. Maybe I was thinking about Vigla shouldn't put that trinket ward at the brush, but it does make sense because Nidalee always can just jump through the pit and go to the blue side. So it's all about the Yukol trades at level 1. I think Vigla didn't misplay that much, but I think Yukol just outplayed here so much. You can speed up a little bit here, and then you can see his control with the hammer. He just deals tons of damage at level 1, and then force the first pot already, and then you can speed up once again after just until the next wave. And then you can see he's holding the wave with the ranged minions, so it gives a space for the Nidalee to come around. So he transformed to the hammer, so he actually forced out the Talia E, which is really important for him. And then after that, it was really easy setup for the DRX. So all about is that the Yukol was just like baiting him the skill shots and also like those kind of small details from the moves was really important, and that actually snowballs the game really hard.
Especially because, like Wolf was talking about with the draft, they didn't have the setup that we typically see with Nidalee compositions. Like, Nidalee Renekton is that tried and true combo because you have the point and click stun. So it does take your laners doing more work to set you up. But when a situation like this happens, it just makes the game so easy for Sponge.
And it was very easy. You know, the Nidalee got ahead, the Jace got ahead, DRX as a whole got ahead, they got the feats of strength, everything was going very well for them. And then BNK decided to try to turn things around with a dive of sorts.
This definitely feels a bit desperate, but it's like they don't have the information, they don't see that the Kai'Sa is coming up. They see there's two targets and they try and focus down the Nidalee, but they end up just factoring into a situation where with the turret there as well, it's a 4v3, you're already behind. I think that's one of the plays where you need a bit more information, and they would have made the decision to back off if they had that information.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like whenever I see BFX like plan to dive or like do something as a team, they never really like look like a plan for something, you know, because of the skill shots. You could see Leona missing his ulti, missing his flash, and also Wukong just flashing randomly. I mean, all these things you can actually pre-plan and talk about it, you know, like let's just flash on one target and then like just we can actually force really hard on the ward target. For example, like you can always like talk before the pre-show as we are doing for this right now.
I think it's super dangerous when you're playing into like a Nidalee and a Kai'Sa as well, because those champions, if you do mess up, it's very hard to like get a kill and get out because they will chase you down. They have a lot of mobility, a lot of chase potential. And I think just not factoring in these things when they're going for these plays.
They just need to pre-plan really well, and that will make like easier for them to actually execute the plays.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I mean, you know, you're coming into the beginning of 2025. You've got a new roster. You know, Vicla's back. Diablo's pulled up. So it feels like there's a lot of different people being combined now into this team, and maybe they don't quite have that, you know, that awareness, that coordination as a team just yet.
And I think, unfortunately, for their chances in the LCK Cup, they don't have time. They need wins. Because especially with Bro's defeat of Gen G yesterday, they are now at the bottom of the group, but if things don't change, especially if they don't beat DRX here, they probably will be that bottom team and they will be out. So they need things to turn around quickly, and they don't really have that time to develop the synergy they need.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see the development of all the teams we have here at the 2025 LCK Cup, because DRX looking very strong. UCal coming back, he's looking great. Things are looking good for them. We expected a close series in this first one, but so far, it is all DRX all the way. We're going to throw it back to our casters for game number 2. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Fidesz and the boys on the space. Great breakdown. Good to see that the full elongated trade makeup of UCal, they're really dissecting, you know, what made that first play work out so incredibly well. And I think that setup really put them in the right standing to make everything happen. So I think this mid lane matchup is going to have even more of a microscope as we head into game 2.
Yeah, and I do wonder what the draft is going to look like again. DRX's biggest weakness to me has been the drafting. And when they have a draft that, even the last draft we didn't think was an amazing draft, but it was definitely playable, can be quite challenging to play out, but they played it so well. So I do think that moving into game 2, things get a little trickier, right? It's fearless. A lot of champions are now removed. And as a result, you know, we will see what they plan on bringing out. Some of the other picks that we saw come through, and a lot of our other big series like the Yone were absent from this, so that one's still one to be considered. I think Vicla's a very strong Yone player.
Yep.
See what BNK have planned for us. You can see Rio is already chatting it out before we even get into that draft. They will pick blue side, obviously.
Yep. Usual. And yeah, I'm interested because you're right. There could just be a big fumble from DRX. They may not necessarily have as much of a clear game plan. And we've seen that blue side has been a lot stronger as far as formulating a draft that you really like the look of. And there was some weird stuff that happened last time around as well. Remember, it was like the Ezreal Leona were coming out immediately. And then we saw like the Leona was basically a liability throughout the game. They didn't get a lot of value out of the Ezreal blind pick, so
yeah, he was just so
something else is going to have to happen this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the Nidalee was accelerated, the Jace was accelerated, right? And so, you know, unfortunately for Diablo, that Ezreal 2-item spike just came a little too late to be impactful, and they never had those 5v5 fights they were looking for.
Yep.
So far, the first two bans here we've already seen, Rumble and Callista. Picks like the Aurora going up in priority, though, I think, in this draft with it being game 2.
Yeah,
Once
I
against
feel like
Zyra.
there's a different priority for game 2 than there is for game
always.
1. Like, I think it's actually really, really cool. You get a lot of picks out of the way, and then that opens the door for other things to come in, because now you're not going to see an Ambessa or Jace. Like this, the Kai'Sa Ezreal situation means that now Varus Ashe probably going to be coming up in priority as well.
The Cassante is still a big consideration. Rumble is banned as well, so see if that one does get banned again. The Skarner is a must ban. Like, you can't let that one through, you know, period. So you have to make a tough choice in that third spot, whether it's going to be Cassante, Aurora, or perhaps even something like Varus or Ashe.
All right, so final ban to come through now for B&K. This will decide whether we do see Varus Ashe this game, because if they ban one of them, the other one gets banned here by DRX.
Very likely.
Might be a good idea as well, to be honest, but instead it's going to be the Aurora. Like you were saying, the game 2 priority going up, and that is going to be taken away from UCal or Rich.
Yeah, maybe we just trade Ashe Varus and ban Cassante here, because if you ban one of the Ashe or the Varus, the other one goes through, like you said, so...
Clear is also an amazing Cassante player. I think, banning that makes a lot of sense. The Vi is the other thing that was banned away in the first game, so that could be snapped up here by Raptor.
That's true.
Things like Xayah are still up and available. Certainly going to be an opportunity here for LazyField to jump on that if he wants to. I don't know whether just anyone can play the Xayah, and I don't know whether they should be picking it immediately.
No.
You do have to see the rest of the draft to see whether the value is actually going to be there.
I think the Vi first pick here makes a lot of sense. But, you know, if you go for
Varus.
if you go for like Vi, then they get Varus, and then Varus outranges Ashe, and there's a lot of like factors that go into this. Ashe and Vi can work really well together, though.
Yeah, true.
And so, you know, that may be where we're going here. But I think as DRX, you don't even necessarily need to lock the Ashe in right here anyways. You could wait and get some more additional information and get a strong solo lane pick with this Vi. Vi Rumble has been the biggest combo here in the LCK so far, and the Rumble is banned, so there was some hesitation on that Vi lock-in, but I think it's just such an impressive pick.
Yeah, I don't know what the
can't
blind
give
pick is that either UCal or Rich are going to go for here.
Yeah, Cassante being banned, so one of the safer ones. Gnar has been historically fairly safe.
I mean, it is a bit of a Rich special there as well, but blind Gnar, I mean, Gnar hasn't found very much success so far in the LCK Cup, should I say. And now Clear gets to pick whatever he feels like into this champion, unless it's Ambessa and Jax, who you're not allowed to play.
Honestly, almost just preferred them taking the blind Azir that now we're going to see locked in here for Vikla, just because it's a little bit more flexible. There's not a ton of synergy between Vi and Gnar. Now, I trust DRX after watching that game 1 that they can play around this Gnar bar well, but for some of our lower level teams, it can be a very tricky thing to control around objective fights, and this is one more thing to think about. And so, not as big of a fan of the Gnar pick as I am this Azir. We'll see if Clear has a counter pick prepared here for this Gnar. It's like, not yet.
Yeah, not going to be coming out yet. Camille has done okay in the past. Like, there are a few things that can go toe-to-toe, but Jace is the biggest one, and that was used in the last game. So Fearless dictates you're not going to be playing that. So Xin Zhao going to be locked in for Raptor, like you say, holding on to Clear's pick for another round. And interesting. I think Sylas. For some reason, just Sylas sounds like a great idea.
It might be Sylas. You know, it's very strong into the Azir. Blocking the Rakan away would be quite interesting. Kind of weakening a potential Xayah pick, but they could have just banned that instead anyways. I'm not 100% on board with this priority. I can kind of see the idea, but very risky pick. Like, a lot of this draft for DRX for me doesn't really work well together. I'm not saying that Rakan and Vi can't have synergy, but it doesn't work well with the Gnar necessarily just yet. Putting this in face-up gives opportunities for B&K to have a great response. Poppy is instantly banned.
Yeah, I don't mind it when Taliyah was played last game and Poppy can be banned on this rotation.
Yeah.
They can do it for free, so the Rakan value is likely to just be there. Also
Leona's
means
also
that
gone.
an enemy Xayah is almost impossible.
Yeah.
So it is going to be banned here, right? B&K should probably ban away the Lovers Duo. But it does sort of take up a ban slot and means that UCal's picks are going to be pretty wide open unless they just decide to ban things like Ahri. Like, Vi Ahri is very, very strong, so going to remove that.
Yeah, UCal could also end up opting into a victory here for some of the scaling damage, but it just doesn't really fit this composition like the Ahri does, so I think it's wise that's banned. I don't think we're going to see like a Lissandra out of him or anything crazy like that, but there are some options. Renata's a smart choice here.
Yep.
And you know, that can be a pretty oppressive setup with the Varus and the Renata, even if it's just laning into a Gnar. So
Feels like a
taking that one away.
psychological thing as well, right? You know, you ban Kellen's comfortable champions so that he is going to have difficulty getting back on his feet because that first game was not his best. He's probably going to have to play Alistair now as a Kali, like you say. He's going to be banned away.
Common counter pick to the Azir. Not one I'd say UCal is as known as, or as known for as some of our other mid laners, but this gets really interesting here. Can lock the AD carry now and save that UCal final like mystery pick.
Yeah.
And the question becomes, what is going to be that AD carry? Misfortune is decent with the lockdown they have, especially if you can set up a really nice Gnar. Like that, there is some incredible combo potential with the Rakan ultimate as well. So I'm actually on board with this one. It's going to get outranged, you know, in the early laning phase and can be outpoked, but when the setup is there, it works really well. Now, will we see something crazy here for Clear, like a GP into the Gnar? Renekton, you know, can be a tough one to play into the Gnar, but one that can, if given resources from Raptor, can win out. It's like that's what they're going to opt to. It's one of Clear's all-time favorites.
Yep. And yeah, it doesn't really speak to me like, oh, this is going to counter the Gnar, because oftentimes people pick Gnar into it.
Yeah.
In the current iteration, I think it's going to work out just fine. And in the 2v2, I think it is going to be all right as well, given the early brawling power of the Xin Zhao. As Kellen thinking about the Elise support, that will be locked in. That is so much laning power against what isn't really there as much on the side of DRX. So I think it's going to be potentially just a lane swap.
Yeah, I think we will see the lane swap for sure, but Orianna is what UCal is considering here for this final pick. Does work well with the Vi, somewhat of a ball carrier with the ultimate there, and does have some great mobility. Xerath is more fun.
Xerath is definitely more fun. That's going to give them some range as well. I was about to say, like, oh, I'm a bit worried about the low range. Well, you then just put an artillery rock guy in the mid lane, and that'll do it. That being said, I mean, Xerath was originally, back when Azir first came out, Xerath was the counter pick. This was 2015, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll give you that Xerath outranges Azir in the lane, and he's great in the lane. He is one of the least mobile champions that you could play in the mid lane into a Xin Zhao, Azir, Varus, Elise, and Renekton.
Hey, but what if you're just never in shuffle range?
Sure, I guess maybe, you know, maybe this could work out. I think DRX have kind of a mishmash draft here that can work if it executed perfectly. I think this is one that was a lot tougher to pilot than the one we had in game one that we still had some question marks about, you know, no setup for the Nidalee, etc. They played it beautifully, so I don't want to fully doubt them. Whereas on the other side, I feel like you have a draft that's quite robust, is very proven and very basic. The one question mark I have is how well will Kellen pilot Elise, because he was definitely the weak link for them, I would say, in a lot of those fights in on the Leona in game one. And you cannot mess around with, especially into a Vi composition, playing too aggressively and misjudging the situation on Elise, because she's incredibly squishy. She will get popped. Repel is kind of a trap. You feel safe with it, but as Beryl has showcased many times, you're probably just going to die if you make an error of positioning.
Yeah, what Beryl has also proven, though, is that you can die 10 times and still very comfortably win the game. So maybe that's what they're trying to angle for. See whether it works. We jump into the rift for game 2. Wow, that is a very extravagant Misfortune skin. I like it. As B&K, we're going for a little bit of a gank rush there, as Rich is going to just walk away from it. Speaking of extravagant, look at UCal. My goodness, it looks like Draenei armor from the Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
Just real shiny. As, yeah, Lazyfield, there's just too much stuff going on there.
Well, UCal does have Comet. See what the rest of his runes are going to be here. That's going to be for laning prowess, obviously. And that is what he is looking to accomplish with this pick.
Yep.
You can snowball the game. He can follow up from so far away onto Sponge when he does go for the ultimate. Also onto Rich, if he can set up a nice Gnar.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, we scout this one out. So no lane swap. I mean, it's double lane swaps, but like ideally, you know, I think you wanted to avoid the Elise, but they're actually going to match and go up here topside and face off against the Varus. So confident that they can actually win this one out.
Yeah, and also possible vertical jungling to come in here as well, as I believe information will go over to DRX in time for Sponge to be able to react. But I don't know.
It's so hard for Xerath to actually do anything about this, you know, as a champion. He's like, oh, yeah, I can't hurt that Xin Zhao right now, so sorry about that.
That's all right, Kellen going aggressive, but actually good trade on DRX's side. LazyField picking up some of that Spiderling money. Love to see that. Can't do that on the other side, right? So that's just free.
There are pings here from DRX towards where Raptor is. Now, this is something that you could do to punish the Xin Zhao.
Yeah,
at least attempt.
As it turns out, they did know. Double up going to connect there onto Raptor, as we're not going to see Sponge over here to help out. Cocoon going to land, as that's an immediate cleanse from LazyField. There's no turret that's going to help them out as the Ignite goes down onto Endo. Wind becomes lightning, and I don't think they're going to die. But this is still real bad news for DRX.
I think this is really leaning into what we did was asking for, you know, is come into a game like this with a really good plan. And they certainly have set up the lane exactly the way they want. Raptor comes up here, and they force LazyField and Andil to respond, or else Raptor is just going to win out in the jungle, and they just can't win this 3v3. It's really not even a 3v3, as unfortunately for Sponge, he wasn't there in time. So ends up being a really nice early exchange here for BNK.
Yeah, working out really nicely. Sponge also is like well and truly behind enemy lines right now. Won't be able to take away this blue buff just yet. As let's see what he decides to do. Not full information, but I think knows that Raptor is in the vicinity. Oh, that was so cheeky. That was so cheeky.
It's really common to let your pet get the last hit there, and he punishes that. That was actually really well played by Sponge and gets away.
Yep.
Now he's got a gank opportunity.
Exactly. Kellen, 50% health, as we can see here, and wants to actually go on ward, as we could see. And will he be able to find the opportunity? It looks like they're just going to give a bit of a helping hand to the wave. That is what Sponge is after, as Raptor's going to move up. Grand Entrance going to knock up the Varus here as Raptor comes in, but the Battle Dance that Andil has is going to work out there. Repel gets Kellen out of trouble. But I think Raptor being the only one that's healthy is going to mean that this is going to go over to DRX. And they're kind of brute forcing, but it is giving them control back in this lane.
Yeah, it was really well played there by Sponge. And then they kind of turned this lane on its head. He cleared the wave super fast, put some damage through, and Kellen has to repel defensively. And now they're trying to take back control of the jungle.
Yep. Kellen moving on over, but Andil's going to be here as well. Gleaming Quill going to connect. Vikler is very low, as is Yukal, as they've been trading blows quite a lot. The Shuriman battle.
Yeah, Xerath doing what it says on the tin. Yeah, I always steal that phrase from you because it's one of the best caster terms I've ever heard.
I mean, it is very effective. Oh, that was not the teleport that you're looking out for. Interesting that he's taken teleport. Glad that we made a note of that, as Andil is probably dead. Yeah, he is. And so that doesn't quite work out. Diablo comes back with the items that he's looking for, and LazyField, standing in the brush here, is going to be okay. Gets the flash out, trades it for his. But man, Diablo is mad about what happened in game one. Yeah. That was some sick play.
I mean, he is willing to trade his life for first blood initially because he's like, okay, feats of strength, that's big for us, that's huge if we're able to successfully do that. I'm confident I can get that first kill. He plays that super confidently, and then LazyField kind of hesitates, and he's like, no, I think I win this too.
Ooh, Kellen going for a bit of a gank onto Yukal here as he's just going to walk it off.
Yeah, that's
going to be enough.
That's the kind of power you have over this low mobility Xerath to just make a roam like this happen. And that's what extra value they got while Diablo was 1v2ing the play topside, is that Kellen can come down here and potentially make a play. Still has his flash available. Neither of the DRX bot laners have summoners. LazyField's getting his cleanse back in just a moment.
Ooh, Andil thinking about trying to set something up there for Yukal. Doesn't quite work out there, as Sponge going to be going back home. Still hadn't actually recalled yet, so needs to purchase some items. But that's going to mean that he's not there for when these grubs do spawn. Andil has that control ward in the pit. They know exactly what's going on. Sponge trying to get over here as quickly as possible. And Kellen has been so incredibly sneaky on this spider. That's all right. Andil and LazyField feeling like they have an opportunity, but I don't know whether they really want to, as that flash cocoon was not it from Kellen. Going to be able to mitigate the turret damage, and Diablo actually offers back a whole lot anyway. I think that would have meant that that's a kill, or at least a cleanse, as Raptor moves in. Swoops out this ward, actually puts down a control ward. I don't know about that one, as Raptor does have to flash. There are a lot of DRX bad guys set up here. Now the rest of his team moves over. Can this 3v3 work out? It's Kellen! Oh no, he's gonna get knocked back by the Vault Breaker, and now it's a 2v3. Sponge gonna have to flash to get out of the way, but the double knock-up is there from Andil. And Diablo just grabs 2 kills. The minions get mad at him, but not mad enough. And Andil, I don't even know whether you win this 1v1, buddy. That's a level 6 Diablo. He did use his ultimate in that exchange.
My man Diablo.
Oh, this guy has got the whole team on his back, my guy.
Yeah, he has really locked into this one, and he salvaged what was looking like it was going to end up being a horrendous play for B&K with just massive damage. He missed a few Qs leading into this, as we'll watch him on the teleport 1v2 now. He's in the shop, shows up. Turret shot goes through.
Oh, really nicely done. Waits for it.
Yep. And then here, he doesn't have the reset on the auto, hits the cannon to try to do so, has to flash.
Had W as well, so that was definitely a dead MF.
That was really scary.
Really good flash.
And then here, I mean, Kellen used his flash earlier to try to make that heroic play, and he whiffed it, and then didn't have his flash to escape here. But Diablo just walks forward, knows he has a damage skill. Sponge forces Sponge to flash. LazyField gets killed, and then he control wards here to stop the minions from being able to chase him as well.
The value was absolutely obscene from like every button. He hit like 3 people with the hail of arrows, and stacked up Blight all over the place, and then hits like 3 with the piercing arrow as well. Like, man. And he's now 1,000 gold ahead, serrated Dirk in hand, and
Look
it's
at
only
this,
going to get worse.
I mean, there's no money for LazyField. He's just incredibly behind, even with 2 kills.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption comes down, and I don't know what Sponge is going to be able to do here as Andil gets on in, but Diablo, he's still at half health, and LazyField, he ain't doing anything about this. And yes, Andil gets out, but that is 2 very quick kills for B&K.
I mean, B&K are so ahead that they can make plays like this, but this is one of the issues I have in this composition with the Xerath, is that when the Azir comes into a skirmish like this, when you're running this Renekton and Xin Zhao, like you're going to skirmish a lot in the early game, and the Xerath is kind of like, well, I don't want any part of that, by the way. I think there's a little bit too many champions that can get on top of me over there, so good luck. I'm not going to join, and that is just the Dragon going over here to B&K, and now you're looking at 2 kills on an Azir. The Renekton is naturally ahead in the lane, and
yeah, this is it's all but the crying.
Would you say, Atlas, that my theory about sometimes DRX drafts get a little wonky, and then
yeah, I'm seeing that.
I'm not
picking up what you're putting down.
I'm not
Absolutely.
taking anything away from Diablo, who's had a phenomenal game individually, because this game could look very different if he didn't play all of those moments in the top side as incredibly well as he did. But you could see some of the pitfalls of this draft.
God.
Yeah, he's ahead.
He is. I mean, LazyField almost has as much money as Kellen, and Yukal as well. Very poor right now, even though he has actually got some farm. I think LazyField may have like a plate or 2 or something like. No, he doesn't. So just was involved in a little bit more, grabbed those couple of kills, which is why he does have some money. That could look way worse if it was, Sponge that grabbed the kills or something like that. There's now Rich just trying to trade where he can. Still very far away from any of the items that he's looking for, as Callan setting up for this next round of grubs. Could be 6 grubs as well as completed feats of strength.
It's not a horrible choice, the Rakan priority, but it's a bit puzzling and it's a bit risky. It's not as high prio as the Corki, where we're like, oh god, like that Corki game against T1 where you're like, ooh, this is just game losing before we even finish the draft. But it certainly feels very bizarre, and these are the kind of decisions we've seen DRX make sometimes that make you scratch your head a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think more egregious is just the blind Gnar out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, that's also weird.
Like, we don't need to make decisions like that. But Rich, of course, he does have like specific champion pools, and he wants to play certain things on certain days. And it's not his fault by any means. Things certainly went wrong elsewhere to make this game in the position that it is.
Vikla is going to make such quick work of this turret. By the way, 6 grubs for B&K, and he doesn't even have his Nashor's Tooth yet, but He just does so much. He will now have it, by the way.
Yeah, and they also they just completed feats of strength by getting first dragon as well as all of the grubs, and so we don't even see first turret blood come up on the screen as far as a feat of strength.
But they would have gotten it.
They would have got it,
as you were basically alluding to.
I kind of wish that they did do it retroactively, just because it would be nice to see all of the lights.
Yeah.
You know, underneath the kill score. So. Maybe we could think about doing that.
I can see it lit up yellow in my mind's eye.
Yeah, right. But I don't want to have to employ my mind's eye for that. As yeah, BNK just fully in control of absolutely everything around the map right now. They are at a over 3,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. It's heading towards shellacking territory already, as LazyFeel heading towards this brush would be a mistake. Currently out of vision, though, which is important.
Well,
get that ward over.
This is going to force Sponge to come down here. And you can see UCal is trying to make a roam. And let's see how well this goes, because he's not being matched by Vikla right now.
Yeah, Andal stands his ground as Win becomes lightning. Will allow Raptor to get in there.
But
Andal
this
does have ult.
This Azir with Nashers is going to get another plate all the while, you know, while you're kind of trying to come over here and make an impact. UCal is going to lose a plate here, doesn't actually commit to the play, and you know, they're staving the pressure off, technically speaking, like nobody's dying, but you're losing more money anyways. Like this plate's going down to mid, this plate's going down to bottom, and now Vikla faster on the rotation.
Yeah, you can see BNK, they are hungry for blood. The Cocoon going to miss once again, but LazyFeel just continuing to take poke damage. The Volatile Spiderling comes in, that's going to help out. And they get more plates. Chains of Corruption does get the cleanse out from LazyFeel. He'll take that trade any day of the week, though, because this turret continues to go lower and lower. And all right, let's see whether Sponge can make this happen. There's the Vault Breaker flash as they try and land all the buttons, and they will be able to successfully do so. UCal hits the ulti. That's going to work out. Andal taking a fair bit of damage as LazyFeel is dead to a Q. And he presses the ultimate button just to clear out the minion wave.
That was scary because, you know, as
he knew that it was on cooldown for now, I guess.
I was going to say, League of Legends enthusiasts know that you can't move when you're using the bullet time ability.
Oh no, yeah, we get the zoom in.
It's okay, you got a kill. The build of UCal in this game, too, of the first Archangels, does kind of tell some of the story of how scared he is into the enemy draft.
Yeah. Okay, Raptor flashing. Sponge is really dead, guys. Super duper dead. It's going to take a little bit of time, but eventually it is going to be the hail of arrows that locks him down.
I got a little bit excited about that kill earlier and just wanted to push some additional advantages potentially, but very much overstepped the mark.
Yeah. So 3,000 turning into about 4,000 as far as the lead is concerned. Level 11 for UCal, so it has upgraded that ultimate.
The Dragon here setup for BNK is pretty good when you consider Clear also has teleport. He doesn't have to worry about a Narbar or anything like that to come over here and manage this fight. This is a really nice setup from Sponge. He has control ward here, and he's able to flash buffer his Q in, sets up the ult. The follow-up here from UCal is phenomenal. That was just really easy, really well set up there. Vizareth burst damage is going to be really strong.
I think
Sponge actually on
didn't-
Krugs.
Yeah, he didn't have the information that Raptor was there, and so was unfortunately unable to make that one work.
Yeah, this was just a bit greedy, unfortunately. And that's another kill for Diablo. I didn't actually see initially that he was the one who picked it up.
4-0-2, my goodness. Building towards the next Dirk item, as well as stacking up that tier. And LazyFeel does have his Bloodthirster now complete, but this Misfortune is basically doing nothing. Decent wallop there from Rich. But you can see this gold lead is just moving up and to the right. It's beautifully done. That's what a coach wants to see.
Yeah, and not a DRX coach right now, probably.
No, not that coach. Yeah.
But yes, Ryu is probably
yeah
smiling.
Yeah. Ryu, and you know, as the meme dictates, he doesn't get to do that very often on the internet. So it's a good time, especially after his team hasn't found a victory. It's going to mean a whole lot. Winning game 2s, though, that's something that BNK have proven that they can do. It's winning the game 3s that's been the difficult part, or the game 2 after winning a game 1.
I'm looking at this game and I've been trying to rack my brain, like, how do DRX get back in it? And I feel like the only real angle is, like, Rich hits a crazy Gnar into the wall on, like, 3 people with a bullet time. Because I don't think that, you know, Sponge alone, he's on one of the best champs to set up a pick, is going to be able to get it done because they're significantly far behind, and some of the best pick targets you're going to have are going to be like the Elise, who may be able to repel away, rather. Vikla should be fine.
Well,
although
Sponge is just going to dive in. That is a max range bullet time to help lock that one down. Sponge almost dies. Calculated, baby. That is down to 10 health.
10 health, so I didn't think they were going to go for it, but he does ultimately just barely do it and kill while getting away. So I'll eat my words on that one. I thought Vikla was going to be fine. Had flash too, didn't use it.
Oh, Chains of Corruption going to land as the Mega Gnar is set up here for Rich. Doesn't get a wallop or anything like that, though. And look at Diablo. He's just standing his ground. Kellen able to land the cocoon. That's beautifully done. In goes Sponge, though. Looks for the opportunity now as Rich just smashes down Raptor. This could be the turn because somehow UCal lived. Yes, there is a Crocodile pushing on the top side, and now Kellen is going to die. But Diablo is back, and Rich was an auto attack away from dead. Clear is now going to teleport in. Can the Vault Breaker actually work out, though? That's the question, as Rich is going to be taken out. Decent knock up from Andil, but I don't know whether Sponge is making it out of this one. Does get a Vault Breaker. And he needs another one, but it's not going to work out. The Ruthless Predator. Oh, that was actually very, very cute.
It almost has flashback.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, really cute stuff, but Diablo just says no. Presses Q and he's dead.
His flash was like 1 second away. Might have been able to get out there with it. Would have felt terrible about using it, but either way, didn't get it in the nick of time and is taken out. The 5th kill goes over to Diablo. We had a little bit of yakety sax on that one, I'd say, but ultimately it's still a win for BNK there at the end, as UCal survived for so long. Go back to this play. I mentioned, by single target, blow up, lockdown, super important when you're behind like this. If you can find a single target, this is exactly the kind of play that DRX need to be looking for from behind. They were successful, and Diablo here putting a ton of damage in, but not quite able to finish off UCal here, even with Kellen coming over with this cocoon. The Ignite goes down as well. He's super low. He just narrowly survives here. Now you're just a bit too far forward, and this isn't going to be one of those moments where you're like, oh, there's no shot calling voice. Maybe the shot call was a little bit too firm on this one to go in, and they end up getting punished. However, with the teleport from Clear, this still ends up being a win here for BNK. I had to expend a lot of resources in order to get said win, but their gold lead affords them this play. If it was a more even game state, this probably would have felt really bad for BNK, but Clear is just like, I can TP in. We got this.
Yep.
And Sponge will ultimately go down. His flash is like 1 second away, but he still gets sniped.
Well, speaking of Clear, he is going to kill Rich. Diablo is going to die, though. That's going to be a big deal. Lots of money over to UCal. Honestly, that could be a turnaround, although it is still, close to a 5,000 gold lead at this point in time. But that is now a very, very scary Xerath.
Was it 11,000, though, that BNK was ahead against Genji on and didn't win the game?
Oh, should we be doing it? Should we be doing it?
I'm just saying anything's possible, Atlas.
It is true. Don't let your dreams be dreams or something. As Clear, he's relatively low.
Look, if you're going to get a shutdown, onto Diablo, I think it is good that it goes to UCal.
Yes,
He's got
I agree.
6 stacks of Dark Seal. He's got a needlessly large rod in his inventory. It's going to give him a needlessly large amount of AP, and maybe that will be what helps them get back into this game. Right now, though, looking at Soul Point going over, as we'll go back to what happened here. As Rich's Narbar expires, he uses his Crush and is now unable to escape because he doesn't have Flash. So that was pretty basic there.
Yeah.
Good play from Raptor to come and punish that one, as Diablo is engaged on here.
And yeah, they throw the kitchen sink at him. And UCal lands all of his ultimate buttons. And he is going to be okay. All right. We have Artican on the bottom side of the map. Andil trying to make his way in. Doesn't actually get there. They do have information, but do they have access?
Narbar here for Rich is pretty big, but doesn't have Flash.
Oh, actually, the Narbar control is really good. Not able to get the transformation as he makes his way in, but in goes Andil! They blow up the jungler! Sponge is in the pit! Can they kill him before he goes down? Oh my god! Artican is secured by Diablo, of all people! And now it is elementary. They'll take down Rich as well. It was so close to being good, and then it was a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, if this was an even game state again, I keep saying that, but I feel like DRX are fighting these fights out pretty well. The Narbar was optimal.
He smote it to 25 health.
Yeah.
That's not even game state. That's just, you missed a smite.
Yeah, well, I mean, old smite would have maybe matched what it was, but
oh yeah, he would have had an extra level or something. No,
but
it doesn't even work anymore.
But like, the situation here for DRX, I mean, the peel, for Lazy Feel as well.
100 damage.
And if he sacrifices himself and gets the smite, then maybe they actually just commit, further into this fight. Probably not, because I don't think you win it, but they can get out, they'll have their wings right, but fortunately for them, it's BNK who end up winning that fight, and that was with everything going right for DRX. Sponge being able to get in there to smite, with the nice engage from Monda, with Rich having his Narbar, and they still can't win it. And now it's looking pretty doomed.
Yep, they need the wave clear to get over here. Thankfully, good old Xerath does have a lot of that, as BNK don't care about it that much because they have 6 grubs, and so they can just stand there.
Vikla's really finding out, he's like, how strong is Borg right now?
Yeah. As it turns out, not quite as strong as maybe we once thought. There's Andal moving over. A possible little engage here on the side. Cease and desist coming on in, as Yukal going to be able to offer the damage, and there it is. Just rains down a bunch of arcane stuff on the Crocodile, and they'll sacrifice Inner Turret and Inhibitor Turret for it, and it's not worth. Vikla throws an ultimate to Narnia, but that's where it can go. It doesn't really matter too much. He's going to be sent home once again. LazyFeel almost dead, and every kill the BNK gets is a big deal. Diablo will go down. I don't think Raptor's getting too much more here, as there are 4 bad guys around him, and LazyFeel is just dead. My God, man. Because remember, it's 100 gold and some blood petals or something if they go down, but the kills onto DRX, they stick.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah, this looks initially like, oh man, looks like maybe Clear made a big error going back in here. Doesn't have his dominance just yet. You can see it's coming back, but he gets picked, but all the while they're pushing mid. And this is the same sort of thing we saw Rich do in the side last game, where we're starting to see teams actually use Otacon correctly,
Yeah.
Push super deep like that, get something extra valuable. Now, Vikla missing his shuffle here is actually pretty huge, because it's probably what's going to cost them getting this inhibitor, but like you said, trading some kills back here for the wings is absolutely fine. Raptor gets on top of LazyFeel here and is going to be able to take him out. Kellen is okay somehow.
Yeah, it's just walking up. There are some bounties live on the map, and DRX didn't lose their inhibitor, which is kind of a big deal. They did lose every turret in the mid lane.
I think Vikla did have his withdraw available, but didn't opt to teleport in, which I think was the right call. So he still has TP, he still has flash, and he's pushing hard.
It's corruption going wide as Yukal has to flash. Yep. Andal able to battle dance his way out, but it's looking dangerous. Every time anyone gets close to these DRX members, I'm just expecting them to die.
Yeah, I mean, they're on such a clock here too. They have to find some sort of pick, but there's just no control. There's no vision for them. It's all wiped away. Vikla gets another turret down here. It's just hard side laning. Didn't even use his TP to get here. So he's got both summoners. He's got a turret down. He's just really hitting so hard at this point in the game. And we've seen some of these games where, Yukal is playing well, but his team is losing, and he's playing Xerath into this draft, so it's really hard to have a KDA like what he has and also do the damage he has. It's been really set up well by Sponge, but it's just too little too late, I think, in some of these exchanges, unfortunately, for him to come back and win this one. There may be some miracle fight they can take, though. Again, we've seen some near miracles. We almost saw the Otacon steal from Sponge, was just a few health off. This Ocean Soul here is all but assured, though, for BNK. They have so much vision control here, and they're just not giving up the prio. Sponge going in.
Yep, look at Diablo. They will be able to get on top of him. Will they be able to get the kill? That's the question. Okay, Vault Breaker's going to do it. Kellen is extremely low. The bullet time says goodnight, and Kellen's just going to die. DRX doing it? My God, the Gnar did 2, the knock-up from Andal. They are selecting their targets, and they are executing. And there is only one that's dead. They sacrifice only LazyFeel, and they will kill Clear here as they all chase after him. Sponge diving forward, and BNK, what kind of a lead is enough for you to win a series?
I know, it's the question I think we're all going to be asking. Even if they bring us to 3 in this one, the coaching staff is not going to be happy with these last few exchanges.
Why are we going to Dragon? Just take Baron, guys.
It's okay to, aggressively go for, position for prio like this. For everyone
Raptor had no idea what to do.
But for everyone except Diablo, who is smote instantly, his Edge of Night is removed, he's ulted by a Vi, and he is just dead instantly. The follow-up here is super easy to play out as everyone is then split up and so much of the damage is gone. And yeah, like you said, Raptor kind of panicking in that moment as well. And the shot calling the shot call must have been like, keep prio, but there was no micro of where people should be standing, and Diablo makes a bit of a rookie mistake there and is punished, but isn't protected, as you point out, by his teammates either. And Sponge sees his opportunity, man. From behind, Sponge has had a fantastic game. So many of these picks are why DRX are still in this game.
Yeah, and somehow they are. Like, and you've also got UCal on like an 11 KDA in this game with a 10 stack Dark Seal. Like, what is going on? The Xerath does generally stand out of harm's way, that is true, but he really has been able to do what he needs to and get a whole lot of DPS down. How do they win a 5-for-1 trade when they're down this much? And
I mean,
like
now,
7K.
And I mean, now they're still down 5,000 gold. And, I mean, all it takes is the right setup, all it takes is the right target selection.
Well, Raptor going to get the knock-up onto Sponge here as he ceases and desists. That's clear, diving into the backline. Emperor's Divide is going to pick off Lazy Feel, and this time, B&K are actually going to find the team fight that they're looking for. Triple kill from Diablo, and that's what happens if you don't kill him in a second.
Nice attempt there.
The Arcana Pulses are really hurt.
They really do. Nice attempt from Andil to try to set up the bullet time there. Had a really nice angle for his ultimate, but they're just still so far behind. TP here from Vikla will seal the deal. It looks like we're going to 3.
Yeah, looks like it. As Clear is going to push UCal away. First Nexus turret will go down. And in pure B&K fashion, they are making sure they go the distance in the series as Kellen well and truly dead as that Arcana Pulse lands. But that is going to be them closing this one out, and thank goodness they were able to after a very scary team fight.
Yeah, some big hiccups, and I think that we really need to see this team work on its mid to late game shot calling, but the early game was really phenomenal, and the way they played around the vertical jungle, the topside plays, Diablo just in general having an incredible mechanical game on the Varus is what gave them the snowbally lead. You know, the draft from DRX was really risky. I'll be honest, I wasn't a big fan of it, but I thought after game 1, maybe we can trust. And UCal individually, again, I think a very impressive game considering the game state and his opponent's champions that he was playing against on this Xerath, but didn't make the impact he was looking for either. And despite some heroics, it's still going to 3. But DRX will have side selection for this final game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they can clean up the drafting a little bit.
Yeah, I want to see that one adjusted. Let's just say that. Thankfully, no more blind Nas and things like this. I think you need something to really create an archetype for your composition, really put your opponent into some difficult positions. Because this composition from B&K, we're looking at it right here, it looks stock standard, fantastic, works out in the early game and is able to create like a lot of advantages, and it's that bottom lane that was so powerful.
And Vikla's damage looks so meager, 10.9k, but his damage to turrets this game isn't shown in this graphic. He did a lot of split pushing, a lot of hitting the turrets, a lot
There
of
was
gold.
a lot of hitting those turrets. Those, his little staff with the zappy zap was getting a whole lot of work done. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting a whole lot of work done today as well, because it is 3 games for our first series. Let's go to a quick break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
이거 레네 크게 돌아봐. 상대 레드 갖고다.
걸렸어 일단.
자 들어. 근데 이거 쭉 들어가자 우리. 아 이쪽 천천히 바위 받을 수 있어. 아들이 내쪽 봐줄 수 있어.
아 받을 수 있어. 그냥 몸 밀어 몸 밀어. 짜고 그냥 몸 밀어.
이제 파워스 해놨고. 야야 바위 보자 바위 보자. 우리 딴에 베라스 아직 높을. 아 락한 봐줘.
아 더 볼게 더 볼게 더 볼게 더 볼게. 나
나 해볼게 나는. 나를 봐줘 나를 봐줘 나를 노플 한타 바로 갈래? 미장 끝나 미장 앞에서 막아줘 나 집 갔다 텔러 올게
Teleport to come in from Zeus as well.
Octum's gonna have to ult.
Yeah, they do get vision of Otacon, but look, here's the Magnet Storm from Delight into the backline is gorgeous. PDD tries to get out of there, but Zeus just goes all out and looks to destroy him. Peanut is going to be the first one to go down though, but now Zeka, oh god, he just targets Doctom every time. Perfect lying on the floor as well, and look at HLE. They are just mowing them down. Zeka on about 100 health is still going to survive.
And that's just going to be free. As meanwhile, a couple of 80 carries going head to head. The barrier though available, and he jumps over Ruler just to die.
Let's see whether he can find a way in here to try and get something stolen away. Seismic shove going wide. Humbug in position, like, this could be a difficult Baron. As Sponge decides to turn it, he is able to lock that one down. Humbug gets in there, but doesn't get away with it. And that is Rich locking down that kill. They do manage to take down the Wukong, but the knockups are just gigantic. They take down Ondil, but Hype is still in so much trouble. Lazy Feel wants to flash in, and he will do so.
In the LCK, and he's got the talent to do it. Now Canyon is going to get isolated here once again. The Vi ult does come in, but look at that huge redemption heal, and they just don't have the damage. They're finally going to get onto that backline, but then Giant Rocket is going to hit Zeka as well, but he is going in. So is Viper. That's a couple of kills now. The Ruler.
Oh, the Galio ult
coming in, and now you've got a front line for Ruler to just go absolutely insane in this fight. Zeus, oh, he's looking for Peanut actually. He's got it, maybe one rocket, no, not quite, but he will absolutely take at least a triple kill in this one.
As the big one does rain down. Are they going to be able to get in here? Showmaker just running forward. There's the face breaker. It is going to be Lucid that locks down the Dragon, but can they win the fight? That's the question. Flash out here from Showmaker. Superplex to get life out of the fight. Very, very low. There's the double sleep. Lucid gets the watch out heap, and they do need to watch out. Dudu trying to fight three, but he still has to flash away. And Berserker's under the turret, but I don't know whether that safety is. There it is. The Q comes through. Watch out heap yet again as Lucid gets the triple.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2 that BNK was able to take away from DRX and tie up the series 1-1. And that game, very chaotic, I would say. It was a bit all over the place. BNK did get the win. I think Diablo was playing his heart out. The rest of the team trying their best. They got across the line eventually. Anyway, guys, thoughts on that game?
Yeah, it felt like, they won, but there was definitely some sort of flow going in the other direction a little bit. I don't know how else to describe it. Definitely felt like there was some push in the other direction, maybe for themselves, maybe didn't believe in themselves, but they got there in the end.
I think in general they had really good game plan, but yeah, as you mentioned, it was kind of messy, like macros at the game, but I think it was still fine in the game, so we are having a game 3 now.
We did expect a close series. That first game from DRX was pretty strong, so we were thinking, hey, maybe DRX are just going to close it out, but that is not what happened because Diablo, he found a lot of moments to really pop off in this game.
Yeah, I feel like this one is just as simple as you're level 4 and the enemy carry is level 2, so a bit of a mistake, honestly, from DRX to go for this one, but Diablo just super confident and knows the limits of his champion, which it looks like the other side didn't in that moment.
Yeah, and also we could see some kind of not cleanest dive we ever seen in LCK, but I think as Valdez mentioned, that Diablo was the only one player who actually focused until the end. So that's why, even though the dive was not great at all, like they still picked up the 2 kills.
I mean, at the end of the day, you could see he was on like a sliver of health, but still he was able to get a couple of kills, and that could have just been them all diving, 2 people dying, and then he's just running away. That could have definitely gone a different way. So shout out to Diablo for holding on. And then we had this Otacon fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, ends are pretty scrappy. The Xerath is trying to get value with the ult from a distance, but unfortunately just not enough damage coming down, and the Otacon gets secured, and it's just running away at that point. It feels like they just didn't have a great scenario to land like a big MF ult or get a lot of value from the carries here.
Yeah, I really like their formation. Basically, they're just playing for front to back. So that's why Varus and Azir had really great potential in the game. And also, their team composition is all about just them having a great damage dealer in the backline. So I think that was really great game plan by BFX.
Yeah, it definitely was. It wasn't all clean, as we mentioned a couple of times, but specifically we did want to hone in on one moment that didn't go exactly right for BNK and maybe where they can clean something up for Game 3.
Yeah, you can zoom out here and see what's going on the map. Basically, it's actually a minute before the Drake. And also, your Elise is going for top lane to get the topside vision, and your AD carry just randomly just running to the bot lane without any vision control.
He got vision briefly off Andal there, but he was looking bot lane and just face checks completely on his own. His support's on the other side of the map, and it's disconnect like this that I think really plagues our teams so low in the standings. Not working as a unit, I think, is a lot of these teams' biggest issue, and that's a prime example that, although it didn't cost them the game, it did make it a lot harder.
Yeah, it can be really great tip for the solo queue players as well. Like whenever you have to get vision control, you have to think about the objectives. What objective you want to play around is you can just press a tab and see the timer. If the Drake is a minute before, then you have to go to the Drake side and then set up the vision control, and then you reset and get more wards when they are clearing the wards, and then you have new wards when they have lands on cooldown. So it's basically how the league works, and I think they really need to clean this up because it's gonna be really hard to get another win if they make these kind of mistakes over and over again.
Yes, a very simple breakdown there, absolutely, on how to clear out vision and make sure that the enemy doesn't have vision. But it's really important, I think that's a good point from Wadid to just say, even our pro teams struggle with it at times. Even our best players struggle with it at times. And DRX will be moving over to the blue side for Game 3. I think their draft, we didn't really talk about it too much, but I really wasn't a fan of the Xerath and the MF. Like, especially the MF we've seen a lot, really hasn't found a lot of success here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say D+ is one of our strongest teams at the moment, and they couldn't make the Xerath work. I don't really, I mean, I understand the value, I understand the pick. I know that the matchup into Azir is good, but I think it needs a lot to make it work. And also, I think you're too conditional, especially with like a Xerath and an MF, because a lot of MF's value comes from the ult, a lot of Xerath's value also comes from that ult. If you don't have the right setup for it, or even if you do, sometimes you might only get like one target, and that might not be enough.
you have to set up perfectly if you want to play MF. And I strongly believe that they still have a language barrier between their AD carry and the team. So I think they need to make it simpler.
Make it simple. We'll see if it works for them in Game 3 because they're going to have to play from the red side. We'll see if Diablo can do a bit more carrying. But guys, let's go back to the casters for that game number 3.
Thank you very much, guys. Great to see the breakdown. And yes, a little bit more tidying up is going to be required for BNK. But DRX, I want to echo the sentiment as far as a messy draft. I think that we do need to see better out of them as well, because we want to see teams on a little bit more of that even footing coming out of the gate. And I feel like they kind of shot themselves in the even footing in that second one.
Certainly. Having blue side is a huge boon going into Game 3 with already 20 champions removed before the first ban phase hits. So we'll see what flexibility DRX can show here. Such an important win for both teams. For DRX, it puts them in a really nice spot in the winning group, right? They'll go up to 3-1 and +1 if they win this game. For B&K, a loss puts them at 0-4, almost certainly eliminating them from play-in's contention at -5. The closest team to them in terms of game score is -2 for DNF. So you really need to close this series out if you're B&K. Otherwise, we'll see you in LCK.
Yeah, that's just the long and short of it, unfortunately. Let's do it. Let's jump into Game 3 here. Got the draft ready for you as DRX now have that, I guess, air quotes, advantage of the blue side. But when it is the third game, there is so much that's been removed. There is so much navigation required of this draft that it can go either way. I think that it is definitely a whole lot more chaotic, and I'm looking forward to it. Zyro once again going to be banned away, as well as the Skana, Callista, Cassante, things like this, big ones. As there goes the Galio as well. First time we've actually seen the Gargoyle, so that's going to be the adaptation moving into this game.
I think really fishing for an Aurora first pick here, potentially, with that Galio ban. One of the best answering champions to both the Rumble, actually, and the Aurora, and can be played either mid or top, just like the Aurora can be. So I think that's what they're kind of saying here. The Cassante gets banned with the Skarner, and I think likely we'll see that third ban be the Aurora instead of the Ashe here on red side for B&K, but we'll see. They leave it open. I think it's a huge opportunity here for DRX. Callista's taken away.
Yeah,
so now you got to choose between, Ashe or Aurora.
And either of those options seem pretty frightening to me, but I do believe that DRX probably want to get lazy feel on something a little bit more powerful this time around, because last game just wasn't it for the young man. And I think Diablo is going to have a big target on his back this time around. So what is it going to be? The Aurora or the Ashe? That is the question. Yone instead is going to be taken away here. Yeah, exactly.
I feel a lot more confident if I'm B&K with Diablo playing the Ashe if we give the Aurora and hoping to play through that win con. So maybe that's the idea here. And instead of you get a little bit neutered. They'll take the Rumble instead though with the Cassante ban.
Didn't notice that this big pick was still left up.
Yeah.
Oh no, B&K don't. Come on, guys.
Now they have a chance. I mean, the KR side, you can hear the groans as well.
Yeah. Vikla's laughing, so maybe Clear's laughing, and that's why they're hovering it?
But look, listen. Yeah. They have the chance to make history, and with the first Corki win in LCK Cup history, and also get their first win.
Stop it. Stop hovering it, Clear! You're a monster! Oh, no!
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, who's POM then for this series, Wolf? Because I don't think we play the game. I don't think it's a formality we don't need to deal with.
It's starting to look like you, Cal, but let's let's play it out a little bit. I think, look.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it sad? Well, Sejuani is powerful.
Yone is banned, and Jax is unavailable. We're still locking the Sejuani. Now, there's a lot of single target follow-up CC still available in this draft, but most of it is gone, to be honest. So it's kind of just with the jungle pools thinned out, Raptor feeling comfortable in this pick is what it's looking like here with why they locked that one in. Can work well with Rumble too. And not because his overheat and his autos and the permafrost there. I just mean if you lock somebody down with a Glacial Prison, he puts an equalizer on. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Slowing them all as well.
Ashe Shield is so no-brainer here.
God. So wait, Rumble, Ashe, Braum?
Yes.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, we kind of saw this one coming, didn't we?
No, but at least B&K got Corki. You're not trading it for nothing, Wolf. Don't be silly.
Now I hope that Corki is going in the mid lane. But that also really hurts Vikla's opportunity to be kind of the carry guy for this team because he has had some.
I mean, Vikla has had experience losing on Corki so far.
He has. He's one of the mid losers.
Yeah, he is.
Let's see. We're gonna.
That's
find
not
out.
to single him out. Everyone has lost on Corki, guys. This is going to everyone.
Okay, just going mid. I'm very happy to see Diablo on Zeri as well. It's been one of his better picks in challengers. So, you know, they can set up a lot of different cool bottom lanes with this that can help counteract the Braum. I think Lulu is a definite consideration here. Yumi, you know, Kellen's played in the past. That one's probably not my favorite option, but it is an option in this game.
It still exists. See where they do decide to go. Now with some bans coming through, BNK probably wanting to take away some mid lane options. That Aurora is still up and available.
Yeah, less of a big concern, I think, in this draft because they have the Rumble already, but it does work well with Rumble. It's a lot of magic damage, but we'll see. I think it's definitely one that they should consider. They'll ban the Nocturne first. If they had Nocturne and Aurora to close the draft out.
Nocturne, Aurora, Rumble, Ashe, Braum. Oh my god.
Lulu is banned, so that's wise. I thought that was probably the biggest thing Kellen was looking at in this draft.
Yeah, I think Lulu, Renata are probably good bans. Just the Renata because Kellen is so comfortable on it.
And the bailout is just so powerful in this group. So I do agree. That's likely where we'll go. We have seen, you know, sometimes Zeri goes with like a Leona, but that's banned in Fearless, so I don't think that's really something that you want to think about.
Paperman ban.
Yeah, that. I mean, it kind of makes sense with like the explosive
pick
potential.
A lot
yeah,
of pick, yeah,
exactly. Bard, I would have preferred. Yeah, no, I mean, Renata's still pretty good here, I think, since it's left open.
I mean, Zeri doesn't need your Magical Journey. She has a button that does that anyway.
I wonder if they'll be so bold. Okay.
Oh god, they're doing it?
I was alluding to.
Oh,
it is one of the best
God.
picks, to be honest, I think that's available for the Zeri next to the Renata, and they are going to opt into it. Now, Kellen is a great Renata player.
Okay,
Renata's
now.
not right into the draft of DRX.
I know what we need. We need Jungle Braum, Ashe mid, and then Lucian Nami to bring it back. The Lucian Nami, Zeri Yumi, it's going to be so good.
Now, I don't think this has a lot of synergy with the Rumble pick in particular.
I think Master Yi is definitely
I think the Lee Sin is probably the way. Yeah, that's probably the good one there.
Sponge. They were having some fun there with some of those hovers. That was definitely good. Oh,
okay.
Wait! Where is it going? Where is everything going?
I mean,
who am I?
Normally, Lee Sin would be going top in a situation like this, but where does the Rumble go then?
Is it
heel mid Rumble?
mid-Rumble?
Now, this feels like an angle for a Kennen, potentially, for me, for clear. The Aurora top, though, does make sense, too. And, you know, it helps zone this very squishy composition very well. And now, Ashe in the bottom lane, you know, you can't have, like, Braum go anywhere but support. Like, that's guaranteed.
Yeah, that one was confirmed. It's not funnel meta anymore.
Lee Sin into Corki makes Corki seem really strong here, actually. And now, if it's top Corki, and he ends up flexing Lee Sin at the top here instead, that could work out, but they're not going to opt for it. So it is just going to be Lee Sin into Aurora.
Well, I'm all about it.
Are you? I'm not really about it myself, actually.
I reckon it's a sign that UCal is feeling himself, you know, and you love to see it. I'm hoping
he was feeling himself on Xerath, you know, in the draft, and he played well. He did play well, but you know, it didn't work in the end, did it?
No, I think things went wrong around him a little bit in that game. However, I do want to say that I'm not trying to defend a Xerath pick. Otherwise, Valdez is going to get very upset with me.
I'm going to get upset with you, but not as upset as Valdez.
Yeah, he would get way more upset.
Look, in League of Legends and in Fearless, I'm all about, like, oh, we got the unusual thing. That's really awesome. I want to champion it. Like, that's what, like, the whole point of this is we're supposed to see more flexibility out of players. I don't think this one hits for me, though, to be honest. I'm gonna say I think this is high risk. Now, high reward. I mean, there's some really great setup here. The sleeps, you know, arrows into equalizers. The level 1 is incredibly powerful. This comp scales, though. This comp is real, and I feel like BNK have a great opportunity to get their first win.
I don't think so. They've got Corki. I don't think it's just going to... Sorry, Wolf. Let's jump onto the riff for Game 3. All right, I'm sorry for the dampener, but sometimes we need, like, oops, there goes gravity. Needs to happen sometimes, you know?
I want to see, does Vikla go first strike here? Like, how bold is he? What's he looking for?
Oh, he's gone for a slightly different variation on the Corgi, which I'm kind of into. I like that.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of comments on Reddit, you know, comparing the skin to the win rate and
yeah,
the Corgi's posterior and yeah, I've seen some comments about that. I've seen people. It's been kind of one of those recurring jokes every time Corgi loses. This will be the 12th game of Corgi. He is currently 0 wins, 11 losses in LCK Cup.
Oh God, what a! Oh God. Oh no. How early is it starting?
Well, I think
okay, there's vision. There's vision. So it is just going to be a topside start here for Sponge. On vision here for BNK. So I thought that Vikla was just going to die at a minute 30 and we're not even going to, like, we won't even give him a chance to play the game.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to pretend like, you know, oh, it's an unusual matchup. Maybe he won't be ready for the Lee Sin mid. Lee Sin is known by everyone so incredibly well, and he has been played mid before.
I remember when Froggen was playing it back in the day, when it was the cool new thing.
Yeah, I just, you know, it's not like Vikla's going to get tripped up here by the matchup or anything like that. You know, sometimes we do that little, like, caster point where, like, maybe he just won't be that familiar. No, it's Lee Sin.
Is Rascal also on the Korean broadcast today? I thought I saw. No, was he on yesterday?
I think it was yesterday. I don't think
it's a shame. He is the king of, you know, solo lane Lee Sin.
Yeah.
It's been a really good time to have him.
He was the, you know, KT top lane counter to Gnar Lee Sin player. Lee Sin less known to be the counter to Corki, but everything has so far technically been the counter to Corki. Every champion that's been played into Corki has a 100% win rate against Corki.
It's done pretty well. And I do think that the synergy between Lilia and Yukao is going to be strong, as Diablo taking a lot of damage will get snared up immediately, has to use the cleanse and the heal. As the early game prowess of this particular lane is not quite hitting the same way the Varus and Elise did.
Sure, and this is like why you drafted the Ashe Braum. You know you're going to have lane dominance basically in any matchup, and you know Yuumi just using her health to try to mitigate some of that power that there is there, and then, you know, attach and try to heal this area back up, try to sustain a little bit, and hope that you can get through those those first few levels where it's very difficult, but it's just an uphill battle. And Diablo is going to lose, as a result, a ton of farm here. And this is the first time, really, we've seen, like, LazyFeel have, like, the ultimate domination lane, where he's going to be the one who's up on CS. So we'll see how that role suits him here in the LCK Cup.
Yep, certainly looking real good so far. Sponge is going to be spotted on this ward, but is that going to be enough to actually save Diablo and Kellen here? Diablo with that burst fire does show Sponge that they know where he is. It's okay. Will the Qs land? What are we going to get as they immediately get rid of Kellen? That's a real comfortable one, and they actually drop the aggro so quickly. Oh no, now it is just Zeri by herself, but Raptor is coming up. Vikla is there as well. The Lee Sin's in mid, and Andal is most likely dead. LazyFeel going to give up the ghost. So it's a 1-for-1 in the end, as Sponge will find himself a bowling ball, but remember, Vikla is still here. So a dangerous maneuver. Still, you just walk so much faster than your opponent.
Yeah.
Your Lilia.
A lot of CS lost for Vikla under the turret here, but I don't think he minds too much with how this transpired with the kill being picked up for Diablo. It's not a Zeri moment. You know, I'm not going to certify it, but I will pull the pen out because I'm getting a little bit concerned. But
yeah,
we do show this.
Yeah.
We do discuss this. We have mentioned this.
This has been something that has occurred Vikla so far today.
He could be the most losing Corki player if he loses this game. He'll pull ahead at 3 losses.
And Kellen could be the most losing Yuumi player as well, as Diablo is going to skate his way out. But that is, you know, good utilization, honestly, of the Yuumi. You just soak a few of these buttons and then attack.
Kellen is a known Yuumi enjoyer. I think it was very sad when she was reworked and, you know, basically nerfed to the ground. You know, I think he's aware of the attach cooldown. He just wanted them to kill him instead of Diablo so that Diablo could then play with the rest of his team here, which is exactly what he does. He's able to secure the kill with one little extendo beam. It doesn't extend, but it extends long enough to secure the kill there. He needs that gold desperately because you can see the CS deficit into this Ashe Braum lane is pretty palpable, but you know, that kill gold means that he's
almost dead even in terms of gold. In fact, we'll take a slight lead here with the wave he's catching right now. The Lee Sin has a CS advantage in part due to the fact that he didn't match Vicla's roam. And we'll see how that pick continues to evolve in this game because I'm still not really sold on it, but it hasn't caused any big disasters yet.
Nope. This is not necessarily going the best, as Raptor is going to come down. Permanently frosts Rich a little bit, but otherwise not too much is going to go wrong. It's now Sponge moving on over. The Lilia, I think the biggest benefactor of this early game. Yes. She is able to just book it around the map and take whatever she wants. Just a bit stronger than the Sejuani right now. As LazyFeel and Andor just continuing to play it out here, as Andor will give him the door. And soaking a lot of these Winter's Bite procs. Really nicely done from Kellen, but still, I mean, they are going to be pressured away. It's just how it works. So that is going to be the grubs being taken here, all three of them for DRX. Yeah. As Sponge just walks up, avoids the Prowling Projectile, which hasn't really been hitting so much here as Raptor puts the Dragon at 1 health and then just swings his flail around. That is plates going over, though, as DRX almost able to get 2 of them. Yeah, they can.
If you
That's so much money.
Yeah, I mean, if you can lane swap with Zeri into this matchup, you want to do it every time, but they're, unfortunately not able to escape the Ashe in this case as they match the lane swap, and so he's just having a real rough time up here. Now, in defense of the Zeri pick for Diablo, it's a pick he's known for. May caster curse him or bless him.
Yeah, Kellen actually able to block that Winter's Bite really nicely, but the door is a great answer, that bowling ball. Sponge is level 6, only needs 1 auto, and holds it. Wow, that restraint. Yeah. Okay, Sponge is going to be able to steal away this camp. I don't know why we're running back, because this is still a scary dive opportunity.
And the longer they stay here, the more is lost, so I guess the idea is let's just keep, Diablo at bay here, try to take away as much farm as possible, but not going to end up committing any further as Raptor is coming.
Yeah, immediate cleanse. It's really, really nice. In comes clear, though, as Andil not going to be able to stand beside LazyFeel early enough, I don't think, as there's the flash forward. Diablo explodes and takes down the Ashes. There's the bowling ball, and we're getting a bit tired. Watch out, Eep is not even necessary as Sponge is running at Mark 10, looking for clear and for Kellen. Winter's Bite will connect beautifully, and there's the spin. It's going to be a triple most likely, as UCal, I think, is going to be gifted this one. Walks over, just needs a Tempest, does have to flash, as it was a lot of wandering here for the Lee Sin, but now he's online as well.
Okay, wild and wacky game here. They got a lot of gold into Diablo's pocket off of the play, but unfortunately lost more than that. And how do we have to quantify this? I mean, look, he has cleanse. He wants to go in for this play. I thought it was Raptor who was showing up, by the way. I misspoke. It was clear because I saw a glimpse of somebody was appearing there. It was, of course, the Aurora to come here and help set this up. But overextending here, and unfortunately the attempt to block the sleep is failed by Kellen and ends up being a double anyways. And now the Yuumi is just unlocked there. Now, she can still reattach, but with the roam coming up as well from UCal, this is just going to be a dead cat no matter what, as he can just press E. I love this. He's just like,
so funny.
Can't miss this one.
Takes 3 turret shots and has to flash.
Yeah, but worth.
Yeah, still gets the money.
I've been trying to make this point about Diablo for a little while, but every time I try to, some crazy action breaks up. Maybe we can finally talk about it. I think Zeri is the type of champion that suits him. He has a ton of experience on it. It's a very high skill stealing type of champion where if your team gives you some setup, you can make some incredible plays. Your late game carry potential is incredibly high. Your damage output is incredibly high. And if you can get to that late game scaling moment, your Corki gets to 2 items before disaster strikes and you find yourself too far behind in the game, you're feeling good. Right now he's 150 gold up on his lane opposition. The problem is that there's more than just the one matchup that we have to look at and consider. The fact that Sponge is so accelerated on a pick that already outfarms Sejuani so incredibly well is going to be making big waves in this game. The Rumble is doing fine in this one. And like somehow Lee Sin hasn't been punished at all and even got a kill early is a little bit concerning.
I feel like UCal has kind of just been like a passenger so far, and we'll see whether we're going to get some information as to how this Lee Sin's going to work as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's like, it's like that one-trick Lee Sin game that accidentally filled mid and then has to, like, play Lee Sin, and you're like, oh, God, but he he does okay, and you're like, oh.
And he's
okay,
also
that's
got a
fine.
really good attitude, like really positive. So the rest of the team sort of rallies around him. Yeah, I can feel that.
Except it's UCal has like a pretty good champion pool, especially in this meta. But anyway, he played Lee Sin.
He's playing this on purpose. We know that.
Flanking
And now Andal's going to miss the Winter's Bite. They do find the ulti as Lazy Feel is very dead. But can they get the rest of them out of there? That's the question. It's a double kill. That's a 4-1 Zeri.
Zeri moment.
We might be certifying it, Wolf.
I 100% am. 4 kills now. I mean, that's a gold lead you can really feel.
Yep, Sponge is going to be able to walk out with at least one of these, so not going to be giving away a feat of strength, but still, this is dangerous. Oh god, that equalizer placement pretty nice. Is now clear, trying to dance around. Rich finding some angles here as Vikla is almost dead, but he is not the main character. Arrow going to connect onto Raptor. And UCal going to be able to follow that one up really nicely. Sponge coming in, doesn't land the bowling ball, but it doesn't matter. He's going to spin around on top of the Piggy and take down Bristle and Sejuani as UCal now trying to find an opportunity, but not going to find too much. I still think this is probably good for B&K.
It is.
But DRX still have a gold lead.
They still have a gold lead, and it's spread around, you know, some of these lanes a little bit better. But like, it's really the Lilia that's the big problem, the big lead, and she's very squishy. You know, she's very easy to pick. So if she's just blown up before a team fight happens, that could be huge. But Clear is the one who's in danger first.
Yep, there's the kick, there's the watch out eat there as well. But Clear is going to survive with the help of Kel and Vikla, able to take down a big shutdown on this Lilia. And I feel like UCal isn't quite getting the value that he's looking for. And now he's taking the turret when he really doesn't want to. Extender beam coming on in there as DRX. They're not going to be distracted. They want to kill the Corki, and they will be able to do so. As Raptor going to be able to grab the second dragon here at the same time.
Yeah, this is, you know, B&K really getting back into this one piece by piece with some of these small mistakes here. And going in like this, I mean, Ando kind of messes up frankly, like almost all of this. And he had such a great game one, and I feel bad to slander him, but that was not the ideal engagement he was looking for. Zeri is just so mobile. You know, you think that she's weak early, but she actually skirmishes incredibly well, and so you have to be respectful here. This gets a little bit wild because the equalizer is really nice here from Rich. Vikla is incredibly low. And instead of chasing down kills, they really just want to secure this grub and get out of here, so they don't opt for the team fight. And so as a result, with this arrow coming through, Raptor is left on his lonesome. Luckily for him, Smite is allowed while you're stunned, so he's able to at least secure that one. But over here, things get crazy because this is really Kellen just being Yuumi and pressing a shield button. And, you know, Vikla saying, well, you know, Corki's Shred is pretty strong in the early game. And as a result, they do end up getting a shutdown on that Corki. Vikla is, you know, still going to ultimately perish, but, you know, it does end up being a big swing of gold over to B&K with that shutdown onto the Lilia. Still massively ahead over Raptor, but, you know, in terms of what these champions do, the Sejuani is okay being a little bit low eco. It's the Zeri that's very quickly becoming a problem, and it's Diablo who's been the big carry player who's had the best mechanical performances for this team so far this season of LCK Cup. So if he is given the tools to pop off, he just might. And this game is suddenly a lot more interesting.
Oh, well, Diablo's going in. They do find the final chapter as well as Andal gives them the door. That is going to say no to any more aggression. Diablo's still throwing a bunch of these zaps into him, but Andal will be fine. Now Sponge on this Lilia. We'll spot Raptor moving up.
Lazy
just
Feel
wants to get a crab.
Did have to flash there, so another big follow-up opportunity.
Yep.
Doesn't have cleanse because he opted for the lane barrier to have more lane dominance there into the Zeri Yuumi. So that means if he's caught by Raptor's ult, for example, with no flash, that is a big angle to just crush a team fight. Because UCal, remember, he's not playing a mage. Like if that Ashe is down and Lilia's not in position to do damage, the damage just falls off like a cliff for DRX once Lazy Feel dies. So that's a very valuable flash.
Really is. And I think that, like, a large reason why I think the Lee Sin is going to be valuable here is he can actually lock down this Zeri, right? Like, Kick Flash can put the Zeri in a position where she's unable to, you know, use all of that mobility, right? Because there's so much AoE on DRX, and if they do get her in range, then she dies very, very quickly. Just have to see whether UCal can execute it.
Yeah, I mean, he can follow a Zeri too if he hits a, you know, Sonic Wave, and then she slides over the wall. He's like, well, I'm still with you. I'm following you right over. So his mobility is incredibly useful, I do agree. And he went Stride Breaker, so, I mean, that's definitely the game plan here.
Just have to see how it's going to work. DRX just holding onto the mid wave. Sponge clearing out wave after wave. And Lazy Feel going to come down and collect this red buff that has been prepared earlier. And look, it's still a 2.5k gold lead. Like, it's decent. DRX have also been able to grab the feats of strength as well, as that first turret went down on that top side. And Yukal in a side lane is going to be frightening, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's hard to get away from him if he's able to Sonic Wave you, because then he gets on top of you and slows you, and you have to time your Valkyrie really well as Vikla if you're the one who's side laning into him, which was the case until you walked away from it, but will continue to be the lane assignment for now. Herald's up in 10 seconds here. Still no flash on Lazy Feel, and so they have to play this very carefully. I think the engage and the setup here for Sponge with flash available is going to be huge. He's sitting on 2 items. He's got his Rift Maker online. He's really the biggest one on the Rift right now, just in general. It's all or nothing for him. If he gets caught or if he's not able to set up that engage, then team fights won't happen the way that DRX would like them to. BNK with a late contest here, trying to kind of pinch Sponge and pull him off.
If they're able to steal this, could be a big deal. Although, I don't know whether Sponge is too worried. Pulling Shelly out at this point in time. Rich going to be moving over. That teleport is going to be invested. Clear, holding onto his for the moment. Immediate cleanse there from Diablo will make Captain Jack happy. But Yukal, he just comes over. That's going to help secure this Rift Herald. And Clear now with some time in the bottom lane. Might be able to get something done as well. As Ando on Lazy Field moving back over. Door value is big.
That was a really
that is going to save the turret.
Great way to set up on that objective by BNK, knowing that Sponge has to be the one to start it, but he's not a tank, he's very vulnerable, and he's also kind of the engage tool, so kind of force a fight there where Rich has to TP in and then grab a bottom side turret, because winning the fight was going to be pretty tricky, but trying to apply that pressure and just kind of say, we get a turret out of this, that's what you're going to get with the Rift Herald anyways. If they get mid-turret, that's more valuable than the bottom turret, or the outer there that BNK get, but still, I feel like taking a pretty risky situation and turning it into an optimal one very carefully there, very measured from BNK, the kind of plays we aren't always seeing from them in these really critical objective fights. Now they have more control over the bottom side where the dragon is spawning. Infernal Drake, its Infernal Soul would be soul point for them. Pretty massive. They have time to reset here. Really well played for BNK. Remember, their Zeri is scaling incredibly well. She's not there yet, even though she has 4 kills, and did finally take a CS lead. Doesn't have that second item just yet. Close to it, is going to back and get it. This fight is maybe the first time where BNK actually just kind of stand up and say, we're ready to actually go toe-and-toe with this team. Doesn't have a robust front line. A little bit late to the party, though, is Diablo. He does have his Runins, but he needs to get here very, very fast.
Yep. Just went back and got that Hurricane. As Clear is on a really long flank. I just don't know whether he's going to even possibly get here in time. Yeah, they're just going to trade for the turret. Raptor was thinking about a possible steal opportunity, and they're not even going to be able to get any meaningful damage onto this mid lane outer turret as well. Yukal turns up. He's going to try and push Clear away. And Thunder Sky almost done here for Yukal as well by the looks of things. So the Lee Sin going to be able to really duel.
My biggest concern is that there's so many eggs in, to be fair, it's in 2 baskets, but 2 fairly vulnerable baskets in Lazy Field and Sponge here for DRX.
Ooh, Vikla diving forward. Shelly gets amongst it. And Kellen bopping, blocking. And that's still a charge, so nicely done.
But no turret, so, traded a Herald for a turret and no Herald turret secured by DRX means BNK trading up on this one. The gold lead still there for DRX, but again, all of it on Lilia. And if she's caught, or can't set up the engage, there's just not a front line here, there's not a tank. Like, they have to win fights almost instantly, and then Ashe can clean up by, winning a 5v4. She still does a lot of damage, but going to have to get on top with Diablo. He's going to have Cleanse back up here momentarily. Lazyfield does not have that summoner, so his flash is always so valuable. It's a really close game here.
It is. Thing that I'm worried about for BNK is the fact that Sponge has a 2-level lead. He's ahead by like 12 camps or something absurd like that. And still doesn't have Boots 2 yet. And so the feats of strength value not quite there. And once he moves to strength of feet, as it were, this guy is going to be an absolute monster. You can see already has the most gold in the game. A little bit more than Diablo, who is the next thing that everyone needs to be worried about in this game. It's very clear who the protagonists are on both sides.
Absolutely. And I think with Lucid Showcase, and we'll probably might even have it during the break of the Mad movie, what he showcased in a kind of a closer game, a significantly closer game on Lilia. You can see what it could do when you're just doing okay in a game. That was when he really got the kills and popped off in his particular D+ game. From this far ahead, you have so much agency on the Lilia, and he may even be able to just opt into an early arm guard here with some of that additional gold he actually has picked up. He did buy the Merc Treads, now does have his upgraded boots. you were talking about just moments before. If he can get an arm guard before this next dragon, not sure if he'll be able to afford it, but if he can, that would be so huge for him because he has really all the power. Like I said, he is the main character here for DRX, and how this next fight goes may just be what kind of really tips the scales in one direction in this game. And Valdez has been doing such a great job. Every time we get host Valdez, he always does like a little summary of how the game went right before we introduce his co-host. I don't think clean will be a word he uses to describe this game for sure, but it has been interesting, and we're about to really, I think, find out where the scriptwriters are going with it.
Yeah. Sterix actually completed here for Yukao, a little bit more team fighting power for the Lee Sin. Really wants to be able to get into that backline to kick a Zeri. That's what he needs to do. We'll see whether he can actually nail it. And as Lazyfield holding onto the wave, going to be able to keep that mid-outer turret alive. Wave shoved in here on the top side of the map, though, does give DRX some space moving over towards Arakan, which is the currently focused objective. Handle moving in, does need to be careful warding, but with Sponge in the area, he is the best bodyguard that this guy could ever hope for.
It's so tense. Remember the stakes. People watching at home, BNK need this win so desperately. You know, this is basically their tournament life on the line.
Yeah. And now, I mean, it's all resting on this very young player's shoulders as well. Diablo is fresh into the LCK this season. He's been playing with BNK for his entire career, right? He was sort of their new prospect that they were leveling up in Challenger. And now Yukal's rotating over. He's going to get immediately collapsed on by Raptor, but not going to get stunned up or anything like that until now as the Glacial Prison comes in. But going to last for very long at all. Does have that tenacity, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 1 more minute until that dragon spawns.
No, he doesn't. Okay, just
Oh, I thought you were talking about Sponge.
No, no, I was talking about Yukao.
Yeah.
Just didn't seem to worry too much about the Glacial Prison whatsoever.
He will have them soon, but doesn't have them for this dragon fight. And also 2 amp tomes picked up for Sponge. Does not have enough money for the really expensive arm guard. You know, he has a huge lead, but it's still not enough to price that item in to this team fight, which is going to be, I think, the first step to whichever one of these teams is going to take victory here, depending on how this all shakes out. Diablo also backing once again right before this critical objective, picks up a BF sword, so that's a lot of additional stats for him in this fight. Keep talking about these 2 players specifically because they hold so much power.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Yukao looking for an opportunity here. Clear. That is not the face check you wanted. Not able to get to the wall in time, and that is just a barbecued Aurora. Lazyfield now fighting Vikla, and he's got Andil there in front of him. The door makes the Corki completely worthless, and they just get away with that pick on the top laner. 30 seconds until Clear can teleport back into a potential fight.
Now, I mean, Diablo's really doing a great job of zoning Lazyfield out. He's at half health, so DRX not able to necessarily comfortably take this dragon in that time, but I mean, if this Lilia was less fed, maybe she wouldn't be able to do it. They're just going to give it up, though. Vikla's not going to TP into a fight, and they're on a 2 Drake lead, but I think they really needed to hit this timing window specifically, and this is kind of what Wadid's been alluding to when we were talking about this team. Just, I mean, we're like, why face check that Tribe Rush anyways? Your AD carry is miles away, and this fight is so important. Everything else was so well set up, trying to come in and set up for this fight, just like the last one. They were very late. Remember, they had the 2-item spike for Diablo, but he's not able to get to the dragon fight in time. This time, Clear's way out in no man's land and gets picked. They didn't even get to have that said team fight. And BNK dropping the ball in terms of shot calling once again, and
thinking too far ahead, I think, is what it was for Clear. Like, trying to get into a good flanking position, thinking that they have a monopoly on the vision. And there was no ward in there, but unfortunately there was a rumble. And so Rich able to get that full combo off. Clear just a little bit late on the reaction. I think died with flash, and
yeah, he did.
It's just not what you want to see. So Diablo will be able to pick up this wave very comfortably. Static Shiv and Runans will be able to do that for you.
I mean, there's a world where, you know, Arakan, excuse me, is with the Runans and Aurora ult and Zeri ult, the circle area here for BNK and how powerful it is if DRX try to stick on Arakan, just not going to happen. I don't think they can actually start this, no way. They do have 2 Infernal Dragons of extra stats on top of what's still been, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead basically this entire game. Just need to be so careful, though, about anybody getting caught.
Yep. Sponge is keeping up with solo laners as far as farm is concerned as well. This Lilia is so big. Same items as Rich, which is kind of funny.
There's a lot of burn.
Yep. And there's a lot of bowling balls. things being thrown around that you have to avoid. And Rich able to move down towards his bottom lane if we would like to. Diablo certainly going to be the target here if they can find him.
I think the best way to play this out for DRX at this point is very carefully just maintain vision control. You know this area is scaling, which is a problem, but don't overthink.
Oh, God. Oh, no, not again, not again, not again. Oh, okay, well, he is going to be able to ult onto the wall, but the bowling ball in position. The arrow has to be flashed. This time he'll press the button. But man, that position from Lazyfield to throw that arrow, that was from mid lane, right? He had to predict. Beautifully done.
I think he might play Gradius. He was dodging everything. He was playing full hell. Maybe he plays Toho, I don't know. But either way, he's going to be able to get away here. These are the kind of things I'm talking about, though, for DRX. You have pick potential if there's no vision. Twice you've been able to punish Clear. Even though he didn't die this time, you get his flash, you push him out. You should have, by rights, died there. He played that really well. You got his ultimate, too. Play around vision, because team fights get really hard, but if you can constantly maintain the vision control, you have pick potential with your arrow. You have the angle of, Sponge comes from a flank angle really fast. He's super incredibly fast on this Lilia, and lock somebody down and win a 5v4 fight. I think that's the best way for DRX to play the long late game here. Just play around vision. Don't overextend. Look for picks instead. And that's kind of what they're doing here so far.
Well, Yukao going to get a kick onto Vikla here. Closes the gap. Vikla just sort of standing his ground as Yukao may need some help. There is going to be a flash out from Vikla. He thinks that he'll be able to survive, but the answer is no. And Clear, that's not the teleport you wanted to go for, my friend. That was not it.
Not even close. Unfortunately, Clear is really choking on this one, and that's Otacon, I think. That's just it. I mean, 0 for 3 on this one, unfortunately. Clear in huge moments, and they're going to give a teleport to come through to reinforce this. I mean, Diablo alone, I don't think can get this done in this fight.
Yeah, Bowling Ball moving over towards the Baron here as the door is given to Diablo. Fair bit of value, knock up onto Raptor as Lazyfield is just throwing as many arrows into him as possible, even the big one as Yukao gets stunned up for quite some time. And they're just buying time, right? Now Otacon is in, and now they're not really too worried about dying. Yukao with flash available, but still needs to wait a little while for that Dragon Rage kick to be up and available.
DRX are playing this game out so well. There's a Zeri that's such a problem. They've been able to maintain vision control, keep putting pressure on, constantly keeping BNK recalling at the worst possible times, never fighting them in a 5v5. The Zeri was accelerated. The Zeri got 4 kills, but has done very little meaningful damage in actual fights because DRX is just not letting them have said fights. And the tempo game here for DRX is absolutely insane. And once again, they're just shut down. Topside making that pull onto Vikla. Then, I mean, look, this is, up until this moment, it's kind of like, okay, this is a big problem. Vikla's going to get picked. But the teleport is so late. Like, he's guaranteed dead by the time you're there. Look at the mid lane. The 80 carry, your 80 carry and your jungler are not even close to this location. So you're just teleporting into your death, unfortunately, in this situation. Yeah, it was just not the right call.
Even without the teleport to come in from Rich at the same time, it would have been pretty doomed as there's a kick. And Diablo is able to get himself out of the way. Arrow going to sail by majestically as well. Lazyfield looking for the opportunity as Vikla will finally turn up. What?
That's a lot of big...
That's a lot of burnness.
Yes. With the Rumble and the Lilia, who already has kind of some burn built in, with the Leandries too.
I mean, Raptor was very low, but I thought he kind of flashed out.
Yeah, I thought he was okay too, but maybe we'll get a little closer look in the replay. No equalizer used by Rich in that situation either. Wasn't even really there, I guess. Anyway, that's going to be sole point here for DRX. 3 Infernal Dragons in a row for this insanely fed Lilia.
That is so much damage.
Like, click on her and let me see that AP.
Yeah, that's it's becoming a very large number. Diablo and Kellen, they're going to go back home. And there is an Infinity Edge on the Zeri. But we're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
Okay, now let's see.
So Raptor does go down exceptionally low.
Yeah, Rich, like, he's using his Flame Spitter, bowling ball hits. Rich with another harpoon, double harpoon.
And then Raptor flashes out of the way of that, so that the kick isn't going to be a problem.
Oh, the bowling ball! Oh, God!
No.
I didn't see that! Oh, man!
Sponge threading the needle, whether he meant it or not. That's very impressive.
Oh, God.
And that's, yeah, 7-1 and 2 now.
He has a full Zony as he just fought. Now he's got a blasting one on top of it.
Yeah, he's got more farm than Rich. He's very rich. 5,000 gold ahead. In fact, the majority of the gold lead is just Sponge.
What
this
a
game.
tragedy this game ended up being for BNK, just outrun on the map. And this Lilia pick, I was questioning it. The Lee Sin pick, I was questioning it, but they are playing to their win cons, and they're playing the tempo incredibly well. Now, looking to potentially start up a Baron.
Yeah, well, they definitely have. We'll see whether this ruse is cunning enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this.
As there's the bowling ball. The Baron's going down very slowly, as Lazyfield not going to get found by the prowling projectile, as Diablo wants an opportunity here, but Andal with the stand beside me is going to be absolutely fine. The rest of DRX all just moved back towards this Baron that wasn't released. Lazyfield gets over there for the DPS, and they're chasing Rich for some reason, as the arrow is going to sail down, nails the jungler, and the Baron just goes down. And he was nowhere near, but still managed to hit him with the arrow, which is kind of cute. It's like you're doing your homework when you don't even really need to. As the knock-up on Vikla comes in. They're looking for a little bit more, though. Final chapter does come down. There's the equalizer trying to split up this fight. My God, the amount of damage is absurd. And the last little bit to come on through there as Sponge goes golden.
Sleep.
There's some sleeps as, oh no, this is Lilia's territory now. And Yukal, he'll come on over. And yes, Diablo is pretty strong, but now he has no health and not a lot of opportunities, as Blastcone will be able to help him. Oh dear. Sponge runs a little bit quicker here than Diablo, and should be able to chaperone him to wherever he wants to go. It is still hard for him to get in range, especially without that Q being stacked up.
Diablo
Let's see.
Flash and the shield from the Yuumi.
Yeah, he's actually on the Gromp just to make sure that he can run as quickly as possible.
Hey, look at those little infernal shards on the ground. Speed him out of there. He lives. That's the end of the good news.
Yeah, because that has also bought enough time for Rich to take down an inhibitor turret on this top side of the map. He'll be able to take the inhib as well, as Raptor not going to be able to defend that, especially with the Baron. So BNK lose out on a big fight. They lose out on a free Baron that DRX just claimed for themselves, and it's all because of how massively huge Bambi is this game.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so sad that you mentioned that, because Sponge is my POM.
Yeah.
And my quote was going to be like, I wish I watched this version of Bambi growing up.
You still need to do it. You still need to do it.
Yeah, maybe I'll have a better quote, but that's kind of where I'm at right here. Closer trying to make a heroic play, but unfortunately, again, kind of it just isn't enough. You know, I don't want to say he really whiffed this one, because he had to make something like that happen in this case, but he's just unsuccessful again. This is going to be a really tough series to recover from for being.
Oh yeah, Arrow going to connect onto Diablo as Raptor has that flank angle. Final chapter connecting. As, all right, will they be able to survive? They take down both the jungler and the AD carry. Vikla manages to get a little bit of redemption for Corki, but it's not going to put a W in that column, unfortunately. It is 0 and 12 territory we're heading to, as Rich shows them the flamethrower, shows them the scrappy shield, and then just destroys cats and dogs next to the base. DRX gonna be able to take down the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. They'll take the inhib as well, and I don't think we're gonna get to an Infernal Soul, because I don't know whether the Nexus will last long enough for that one to be relevant.
I don't think so. Tragic end really here to BFX. BNK here in what was a very winnable series, but ultimately fell too short here.
We know they have it in them. That's the biggest issue, right?
I know.
Equalizer making sure they're all slowed up. They're never going to get over to this Nexus, and DRX will dispatch of BNK. The Corki win rate stays exactly where it is, and Lee Sin mid is now 100% win rate here in the LCK. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
I don't know whether it actually did anything, really, that game, to be honest, because Sponge was kind of just the main character. And you can see Yukal, having a bit of a chat with Sponge. He's like, yeah, man, we were great together. And they were.
DRX.
But it was mainly Lilia.
DRX's piloting of dealing with that Fed Zeri in this game as they hit 10 on Elder, which is another reason why this is bad for BNK, because they're in the group that is almost certainly losing now. Might be even mathematically eliminated. I don't think so yet, but we're very close. The last match for BNK of their season is the last match of LCK Cup against Nongshim. The best they can hope for is 1-4, as they will have played all 5 teams at that point, right? Every team plays 5 times. They need DNF or Bro, excuse me, to lose all of their remaining games. And yeah, Yukal.
Is that Yukal just relaxing, you know, just chilling out. LazyField, a phenomenal game one, not quite so much the last couple of games. But yeah, you're right. I think mathematically things are looking very rough.
I mean, DRX go up to 3-1+1, which is kind of an incredible result for this group. I mean, they're in a group of heavyweights, right? I mean,
yeah.
Plus we didn't necessarily know, but we knew was a strong roster, but is performing incredibly well. Gen G's in this group, and you know they have KT and a revitalized Nongshim in this group as well, and they've done this 3-1 scoreline without their main AD carry player, with a rookie player who doesn't even fluently speak the language of his teammates.
It's the first import into Korea that we've had. Like, it's just absolutely nuts.
It's a huge accomplishment, and there's still a lot of work to be done here for DRX, I think, especially in terms of the drafting. But, like, I think you, as DRX, you can't walk out of this group stage feeling anything but proud, I think.
Oh, 100%.
Their last match is against Honda Life Esports. That's going to be a tough one, but even if they lose that one, I think you're very happy with how this season of LCK Cup has gone.
100%. And I think that, like, I don't think many people put DRX, like, higher than 6th place, right, in their power rankings. Like, this is a team not expected to be one of our best. And to be fair, BNK also not necessarily up there. But I think especially game one, the way they piloted that game, this game number 2 was mainly just jungle diff, Sponge being an absolute monster, but that's impressive in its own right. Like, this is a fun team to watch. And I think they're joining Bro as another one of these dark horses that's going to be really fun to see whether they will be able to meet some of this potential they're demonstrating to us in these early LCK Cup matches.
Yeah, and I think for BNK, we've seen slivers of greatness out of this team. Remember, they almost beat Gen G in a single game. They weren't able to close it out. They brought D+ to 3.
Yeah.
You know, this team has basically gone to game 3 every time. And you can see in those wins what they're capable of. It's just the consistency isn't there yet. And I think there's a very high ceiling that this team has that we are very far from hitting so far. But you're really hoping that this team can turn it around. And I think if you're a BNK fan, you were really hoping today was going to be the day you get that first win. You feel a little bit luckier about maybe your chances of getting out of the group with Nongshim being the last opponent, but it just did not happen.
Oh, the burn is just ridiculous out of Sponge. Every time he hits a button, they are just taking damage over time for what feels like forever until they're dead. Having a listen here, LazyField not feeling as great at the end of game 3. His game 1 was fantastic, don't get us wrong. Last 2 a little bit slower. Thankfully he has his Sponge to pick him up when he falls down. And Yukal real psyched about his first mid-lease win of the season.
Yukal is definitely like the guy on the steps of like winning. He's like in 4th place in terms of impact this game with 6.6k damage, like screaming, popping champagne, and like Sponge is like at the top looking down, like, all right, whatever, man. Like, I guess so, dude. Yeah, sure.
Oh
You're on our team. You won. Yeah, Juhan's a world champion. Yeah, Reckless too.
Yep. Oh man. Yeah, but like honestly, they couldn't have done it without that energy, Wolf. They needed that. Yukal absolutely deserving of this. And after his game 1, after him trying to hold on in game 2 as well, I think we're definitely giving it to him. But POM, in my mind, it just has to go to Sponge because he just won game 3.
Yeah, I don't
even series.
Yeah, I don't even care about anything that happened in game 1 anymore. Like, it was a good start for Yukal and for Andil, but Yukal played Lee Sin in game 3 and did nothing. Andil had a pretty rough game 2 and game 3. Sponge,
I mean, he played middly as well, and it was absolutely fantastic. So Sponge is going to pick it up. Brilliant performance. I think his Vi almost managed to save them in the last game, in the second game, sorry, as well.
He was the one who almost brought it back from the brink by constantly finding picks.
Yep. There is a chronicler somewhere that's just extraordinarily proud of his boy right now, having watched him all throughout Challenger, and he's looking real good here today. I think finally kind of getting into the groove of the LCK, not feeling that pressure as much and really starting to style on some of these guys. So really, really impressive stuff out of Sponge.
Yeah, I think DRX, I mean, I can't even believe like how well they played some of these games. And game 1 actually was, like, Sponge had a great game 3, but game 1 was like really clean. Really clean League of Legends.
It was, and we saw that demonstrated, like the space showed us as well, like that level 1 plan, Yukal sort of helping out there, but getting that first blood really looking good. But now it is time for the interview, so let's throw it over and have a chat to Sponge.
DRX의 대결 플레이 오브 더
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the post-match interview translation with the POM on the side of DRX. Sponge, congratulations.
좋아하시던데 굉장히 또 침착해지셨네요. 승리 소감
You guys
먼저
sounded
들어볼게요.
so happy right after the game, but now you're very calm for the interview. How are you feeling right now? This week we had so many important matches. I'm so happy to be able to get these wins. And 3-1 scorelines looks amazing for us.
이렇게 우수한 성적을
Indeed, 3 wins so far. Although Teddy has to take a bit of a break due to the medical condition, DRX was able to still perform at a great level. What's the key to the recent success? I want to give a shout out to our coaching staff because they have been doing an amazing job preparing the best ref possible, which is a lot easier to execute with the given situation. Also, Lazyfield, he had to be called up to kind of fill in Teddy's shoes, but he's been doing a great job. So everything combined worked really well.
플레이가 굉장히 매서웠습니다. 특히 1세트.
Sponge, your performance was amazing, especially the game number 1. Your spears were doing so much damage, and Vi and Lilia, I think your kind of decision making has leveled up so much. Is there any specific play that you are happy the most? I think game 3 mostly, in game-wise, I did a great job. But also, looking at the drafting itself, I think I was very vocal about the situation that I have to have a lot of, kind of proactivity in order to support the laners. And I think I was able to kind of accomplish that. So I'm very happy with that. Also, we had Lee Sin on the mid lane, which we saw in the LPL recently as well. So what led to the Lee Sin pick on the mid lane? We tried it a lot of times in the scrims, and Yuka as well. He is very confident in Lee Sin in solo lane. I think Lee Sin is pretty good right now. However, Zeri was getting pretty fed early on. So how did you manage to see the angle to turn the game around one more time? I mean, Zeri was indeed pretty fed, but I was also scaling really well, so it didn't really matter much. I was very confident that in the end, my Lilia can also do a lot of work. It seems like you guys are having a great teamwork at Lazyfield. His Korean level was pretty decent as well. Were you guys teaching him some Koreans recently? I mean, he picks up a lot by himself, and also in-game terminology. We kind of give him a little mini lessons, but still there are some words that are really difficult to understand as a foreigner. But our head coach was doing a lot of work in order to have him pick up those kind of new in-game related words. But overall, he's been doing a great job adapting with the team, and I can't really tell you guys what Korean I taught him because it's not for the broadcast, but we've been having a great time together as a team. Next up is Hana Life. I know they are a very strong team, but based on our scrim result, our practices, there will be a way for us to, find the angle to get the win as well. So we will do our best in that match as well. And this will be the end of the interview with Sponge from DRX, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that amazing translation. Really wondering what the words that Sponge taught to Lazyfield were, but not safe for the broadcast, apparently. Always a fun time.
Maybe they're just very sincere words meant for friends between teammates, so
private matter.
Private matter. I think that's it.
So DRX won. They won in a 2-1 fashion. It took them a while to get there. We did have some stumbling along the way. There were some issues once again, but DRX, I think, as the casters were saying, do look like a better team than perhaps we were all expecting. Of course, this was up against BNK, who are unfortunately looking like one of our weakest teams here so far in the LCK, so I do wonder how far DRX can get.
I mean, we have the LCK Cup, which is a new format. Compared to like a normal season, you have so much more time to figure things out. Yes, it's messy, but DRX are keeping their hopes alive, keeping their chances of, because they're in the group that's going to be ahead, they're going to be a decent spot when it gets to seeding. They have time to figure things out. I think they don't have to be worried, whereas BFX on the other side, BNK FearX, time is running out. They have one series left. They're on 0 wins. They're the only team in their group with 0 wins. If they don't win their last series, they are out.
I mean, it was kind of unexpected from DRX side, especially when we saw their roster at first. We didn't expect them to perform good, but after like few games, I think we see Yukal back on his form and also Sponge popping up. I think all these kind of like players being good on themselves, like making teams look better.
Yeah, especially as Lee Sin, just immaculate. Let's take a look here at the votes, as we did have media going 1 vote for Yukal, which I think is fair just because of his game 1, which was strong, but it's not the right vote.
Yeah,
like, I think it's like, okay, whatever, but that wasn't the right
I mean, for me, it still does make sense because in Fearless, I think it's still the point that you pick the Lee Sin, and like picking a champion means you also ban the champion. So I think it does still make sense in the Fearless especially.
I don't think it's that bad of a vote, honestly. I mean, I think it's obvious Sponge is correct, but yeah, he had the secret formula.
Yes. I wanted you to put is mayonnaise an instrument, but this one is good too because it actually makes sense for SpongeBob or Sponge.
Yeah, you know.
Bob Le Pont.
And obviously everyone has seen SpongeBob. Everyone would know the reference, wouldn't they, Woodid? Because you've watched SpongeBob.
I'm
a
sorry,
lot, haven't you?
But I love Patrick. Like he's the guy. He's the chilling.
He's
one
the
of the
guy.
chill guy. He's
the
actually
chill guy.
original chill guy.
He's the original chill guy. He is.
True,
He is.
So Wadid, let's take a look at your comment here.
Yeah, this kind of game is so messy that you have to appreciate the player who is not losing their focus to end this game, you know? So you have to just say, thank you so much, Sponge. Like, thank you so much for ending this game. Thank you.
But it's like, thank you that we don't have to go home after midnight.
That is true also.
Yeah.
But anyways, it was really clean game by Sponge anyways.
Wolf says, I wish I watched this version of Bambi when I was growing up. I think that's actually a good comment because of his Lilia performance, obviously was the one that stood out, but also his Nidalee was very good. I kind of wanted one of you guys, when I'm doing like the host, to put in like, you know, in the parentheses like Chronicler did that one time, like in a Wolverine voice or like in a SpongeBob voice or something, you know.
This is why you wanted me to say mayonnaise an instrument, because you could have read it out. You
in
can
a
do it
Patrick
now.
voice.
You can do it now. Do the Patrick voice now. You can do it.
Mayonnaise an instrument?
There you go. No,
Yeah, I got to do it. Yes. Even though nobody made that comment. We do have some highlights which we should get into, but there actually are more quotes, of course, from the Korean side as well. Sponge ate up all of BNK BFX's hopes. Please spare mine. Anyone want to break it down?
A little bit traumatic. He's like, you know, he's like, please give me some mercy.
He's like, please, you know.
He's scarred.
Understandable.
There's a lot behind that comment, I feel.
Understandable. Sponge, I don't need any other jungler. I just need you.
You know, when we're talking about the words he taught to Lazyfield they couldn't say on broadcast, I feel like this is the sort of thing. Very sincere, very sweet. You know, Pony, very sentimental feelings towards Sponge. Very sweet.
I think he has the same feeling as me, you know. He just like appreciate his performance, you know.
Sponge bro. It's like some weird knockoff of SpongeBob. It's like Sponge Bro is chill guy.
I think it's a Sponge Hyung, you know.
I see. Yeah, probably. Sponge bops to the sandstorm.
Wow, that's actually a good one.
Like Darude sandstorm.
Yeah, is that
reference?
Is he talking about the song or?
The song?
I think it's because like the BFX is like kind of sand.
Oh,
the team.
Oh,
itself.
yeah.
So it's like.
Well, that's back when they were.
Yeah, exactly.
And then now they've come many different iterations. But you know,
it's a callback.
I think it's
callback. Bops to
Dedicated
the sandstorm.
viewers will get that reference. If you started watching LCK today, you wouldn't understand.
You just wouldn't get it. Let's take a look at what happened in this game, though, and how DRX was actually able to win it. Starting off with 3 kills early on in the top lane.
I mean, I think it's just really hard to set up with Yuumi, especially. When you're playing with Yuumi, you cannot really follow up the targets. So that's what happened after that. And also, Lazyfield forced out the cleans before Lilia comes, so it was really easy target for the Lilia.
Yeah, I think there's one of these situations where you have to kind of take into account who could be coming, who could be on their way. If you don't have the information, you could have just been happy with a single kill, right? You're playing Zeri Yuumi.
Yeah.
Getting a kill early is massive.
Yes.
And they just went too far.
Just happy with the small victories, you know?
Mucal didn't have a lot of damage, but at least he got that kill. You know, it was so low health that it really didn't add on to his damage numbers, so maybe that's part of why that happened. Let's take a look, though, at highlight number 2, which was this play in the top lane 20 minutes later, because not a lot happens in between those two.
Yeah, again, this connection happened on BNF side as well, because you don't really need to push side lane when your 4-man is getting mid lane prior, right? Like Corky, you really didn't have to push the side lane. If you waited for like 10 seconds, then they could have all the control on the mid lane, and also they get the vision control on the river side. So the side prior is kind of automatic. You know, you don't have to do anything. But I think this kind of things are missing from the lower tier teams.
I also think that this play, I mean, we didn't show the other ones, but there was a lot of time where Clear was really having a rough time in this matchup between top laners. He teleported in there to die, but we saw Rich kind of just melting him. So many engagements where he was just getting... There's that one bot lane where he baited him into the brush and just one-shot him, so not the best performance, having a bit of struggles into the Rumble.
Yeah, what I was talking about, you know, keeping focus, which is what Sponge did well. I think Clear kind of did the opposite, unfortunately for him. We know he's a good player, just didn't have it here at the end of Game 3. Let's take a look, though, at one very cool Sponge highlight as he perfectly played the Lilia at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think it was kind of flawless play from this series. He Zonia'd at the perfect timing, so he soaked all the damage, and then it was really clean at the end.
Yeah, dodged the Zeri ult damage, and I think as much as they were ahead at this point in the game, when you're playing against stuff like a Zeri Yuumi, you can easily misplay and just lose the game. Like, you're never safe, so even though it seems like one of these players was like, oh, well, they're winning anyway, it was good to secure the game and the series.
So why not you have the easier comp, you know? Like having Yuumi, you need to have the front line, but you played top AP damage dealer as well. So they're making it like harder and harder for themselves. So like I'm wondering why they're looking for this kind of team comp.
Not to mention the now 0-12 Corky. Still just cannot win, even though it had the most damage in this entire game, I believe, or at least on his team.
It was the most damage, and it was against a Lee Sin who did 6.6k damage, which was even less than Yuumi and less than Sejuani. Only Braum did less damage than Lee Sin, and yet still claims a victory. Lee Sin mid, 100% win rate so far in the LCK Cup. Corky, 0.
Just don't play Corky mid. Play Corky on AD carry, maybe. You know, just like LEC.
Just drop the pick. Just drop global ban. We're just dropping it.
I'd rather see MF even at this point. Let's take a look at the standings here after this win. As you guys were alluding to, BNK 0-4. If you are last place in the losing group between Group Baron and Group Elder, you don't get to play in play-ins. Your LCK Cup is done after the group stage. So BNK, they got to win and hope that DNF and Bro lose both of their matches, otherwise they're out.
I mean, it's all about their own group now, and I think most of the people actually expected Bro to get out of the cup, but I think at this point, after the win against the Genji, I think it's really rough moment for BFX right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bro had a tough schedule, and they faced the head-on. That Genji win was massive, but now it's a situation where you're hoping the teams in your group continue to lose, and not only lose, it's going to come down to game score, even if you get that one win for BNK FairX, so you're hoping they lose badly, which I feel like, you know, we started off, we're all in the same group together, we're trying to fight as a team, every man for themselves now.
It's not a team anymore. So.
Well, maybe they should have won as a team, but it did not happen. Guys, the next match, one that I'm sure you are all waiting for, T1 up against KT. The Telecom War does return here. Will be a fun one. Join us after the break.
Noctum's gonna have to ult. Yeah, they do get vision of Otacon, but look, here's the time. The Magnet Storm from Delight into the backline is gorgeous. BDD tries to get out of there, but Zeus just goes all out and looks to destroy him. Peanut is going to be the first one to go down though, but now Zeka, oh god, he just targets Noctum every time. Perfect lying on the floor as well, and look at HLE. They are just mowing them down. Zeka on about 100 health is still going to survive.
And that's just going to be free. As meanwhile, a couple of 80 carries going head to head. The barrier though available, and he jumps over Ruler just to die.
Let's see whether he can find a way in here to try and get something stolen away. Seismic shove going wide. Humbug in position, like, this could be a difficult Baron. As Sponge decides to turn it, he is able to lock that one down. Humbug gets in there, but doesn't get away with it. And that is Rich locking down that kill. They do manage to take down the Wukong, but the knockup are just gigantic. They take down Ondil, but Hype is still in so much trouble. Lazy Feel wants to flash in, and he will do so.
In the LCK, and he's got the talent to do it. Now Canyon is going to get isolated here once again. The Vi ult does come in, but look at that huge redemption heal, and they just don't have the damage. They're finally going to get onto that backline, but then Giant Rocket is going to hit Zeka as well, but he is going in. So is Viper. That's a couple of kills now. But Ruler.
Oh, the Galio ult
coming in, and now you've got a front line for Ruler to just go absolutely insane in this fight. Zeus, oh, he's looking for Peanut actually. He's got it, maybe one rocket, no, not quite, but he will absolutely take at least a triple kill in this one.
As the big one does rain down. Are they going to be able to get in here? Showmaker just running forward. There's the face breaker. It is going to be Lucid that locks down the Dragon, but can they win the fight? That's the question. Flash out here from Showmaker. Superplex to get life out of the fight. Very, very low. There's the double sleep. Lucid gets the watch out Eve, and they do need to watch out. Dudu trying to fight 3, but he still has to flash away. And Berserker's under the turret, but I don't know whether that safety is. There it is. The Q comes through. Watch out Eve yet again, and Lucid gets the triple.
The skin.
화이팅!
퍼펙트 DDD 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup here for 2025, and it is our very first Telecom War of the year. And of course, things have to be thrown out the window. You know, there needs to be some craziness, there needs to be some drama that happens whenever there's a Telecom War, Wolf. And what is it this time?
We will be having T1 sub Gumayusi out, really for the first time since he and Teddy swapped positions back in 2021 with the Dani roster for Smash, their Challengers player who played alongside Reckless all year last year in Challengers. So really exciting to see a big change up here for the roster. T1 have kind of made the statement to us that they're trying to get some additional data, find out what the best roster is going to be moving into the LCK. It's an opportunity. They're sitting at 1-1 in the weaker group here in Group Baron. Play-ins may be on the table for this team, and they can still win, of course, with Smash, but it feels like an opportunity to test something out here, and T1's going to take it.
Yep, and I still think that this is going to be a very difficult match for KT. Smash is a great player in his own right, and certainly a big prospect. I don't think anyone was expecting it, though. Gumayusi has been a very stable member of T1 throughout this year and the last, so very, very interesting. But 2025's first Telecom Derby. Improving performance is key. And yeah, KT have been a bit up and down with how they've played. Certainly showed some glimmers, but not necessarily finding exactly what they want this team to look like, right? This is a team that's gunning for top 5. They want to be in playoffs territory pretty deep, to be perfectly honest. Yes. So this is not quite what we want to see out of KT. And I think similar can be said here for T1. Both of these teams sitting on 1-1 right now. And Smash making his LCK Cup debut.
So this is not the LCK, and it is
Reckless approved AD carry. I love to see it.
Reckless approved for sure. So it's not his LCK debut, but it is his LCK Cup debut, and he is subbing in for Guma again, something we really haven't seen for the last 4 years, since Teddy left this roster and Guma became the main AD carry when Dani was fired, right? And they actually made that finalized roster, which has gotten legendary acclaim and fame, has won multiple world titles. Smash here, a great AD carry, as you said. Really similar playstyle to Gumayusi, but also has an incredible Caitlyn as well.
No, he's really, really good. Let's hear from the man himself.
저는 오늘 T1 1군 원딜로 데뷔하는 스매시 신금재라고 합니다. 옛날부터 하고 싶었는데 오늘 할 수 있어서 지금 좀 설레고 기분 좋습니다. 저는 좀 공격적이고 약간 근데 좀 머리도 쓰면서 약간 좀 영리하게 게임한다고 생각합니다. 지금 메타에선 징크스랑 카이사 정도인 것 같습니다. 두 챔피언이 좀 캐리력이 높고 약간 한타 페이지에서 좀 폭발력을 보여주기 쉽다고 생각해가지고 원래 뛰고 싶었는데 이렇게 기회를 받은 만큼 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다. 팀 화이팅!
Really great to hear from Smash here on his debut. Of course, supported by his teammates as well, which is really, really fun. Coming all the way from Challenger, and by all the way from Challenger, I mean like round the corner.
The poke out?
Yeah, is that the real man himself?
Yeah. And I want to say T1 has had some pretty tough emergency sub situations throughout the last few years. This is not one of those situations. This is a test run for a player who has earned his right to be here as well. And the T1 fans have always been incredibly supportive of these challenger players when they have been suddenly thrust into the spotlight. Yeah. And, you know, there was no announcement of this until it was, of course, leaked by the roster sheet that eventually got out to the press and stuff like that. But this was a move that T1, I think, had been planning for a while, right? That's my personal conjecture. But they want to give this a shot. It's a really exciting moment. It's a really exciting opportunity for a player who I really feel has earned his right to be here. And it's quite unique. We do not see T1 make substitutions very often unless it's an emergency. And we'll see what he's got today, because obviously this is a different roster than the World Championship roster with Doran taking Zeus' place. Now we have a new AD carry player in the bottom lane for today's match, at least for game one. And I am just, for one, excited to see a little bit of a shakeup for this roster that has been so legendary, right? So well acclaimed, so well known. Well, let's see what happens when there's some new changes, when there's some new players coming in. How flexible is this T1 roster? And maybe can they reach a higher ceiling? That's the questions we're looking to answer tonight a little bit.
Exactly, and that's what they're looking for as well. Like, is Smash just going to fit into this roster a little bit better, perhaps? You know, they've got Doran now on the top side of the map. He's a very different player to that of Zeus. I mean, that's been proven as they faced off against each other, because somehow Doran seems to get it together in that particular matchup. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. Whether or not, you know, having some of that young energy as well kind of brings out some added aggression, perhaps, from the rest of the T1 players. You never know. And I think, like, the way 5 players work together can really change based on even just one different change-up. So we'll just have to see how it does go. And I think up against KT, especially with their bottom lane in the way they are, this is a time to practice.
Doran, you know, playing against his former team as well, I started thinking about this as a point going into this. He's played on so many teams, Atlas. 6 of the teams in this tournament he's actually been on. And he's been performing well on them. He's gotten incredible results on all of these teams. Not yet on this one, obviously. We're still early days, but the fact that Doran has played for so many teams has found great success, despite being memed a lot, right? Despite being someone who's always arguably the most heavily criticized player on the teams he's done so well on. I think it speaks volumes to his resilience as a player who has had such a long career, found so much success, has always been heavily criticized, and yet still just stands up and gets it done every time. And you know, there wasn't a better player to pick in terms of who was available, right? There's a free agents when they lost Zeus, but let's see what he can get done on this roster. I feel like T1 have made some big moves, some of them out of necessity, right? But I am really looking forward to seeing how this team grows throughout this year. And today we have kind of the honor, the pleasure of having, for the first time, Smash on this LCK stage. And I think people will be surprised at what this guy's capable of.
Yeah, this guy is really, really good. I'm really glad that actually he did get a lot of extra attention, right? Playing alongside Reckless means that a lot of people in the West are certainly sitting up and paying attention to Smash. Reckless had a lot of fantastic things to say about the guy. And even the year prior to that, like, Smash was, like, even in his debut year in Challenger, he was looking absolutely ridiculous. Like, really, really good. And just brings a lot of that young player energy. We'll see how he does go as he matures into, you know, that professional league player that does play a little bit more cerebrally, as he did say he is already at, right? Like, in that interview, he was saying, like, he's aggressive, but he plays with his brain. Actually, it's exactly what Berserker said. And then Berserker did some crazy things in the series immediately following.
When I think about Smash, I think about Caitlyn and Varus more than anything else. 2 picks that obviously...
Jinx as well. Jinx. I got Jinx on my mind when I think of Smash.
You know, those are picks that Guma is also arguably most known for. His casting is also here to support his team.
Was, of course, sitting behind Perfect for a really long time, supporting Wei here at this point in time.
Don't act like a second seed player. Oh boy. That's great. Don't mess it up, or I'm in there, by the way.
Yeah, I really like that. You know, Perfect is like, they were actually like direct competitors for a role for so long, but he's like, I'm gonna target you, Wei. You're the new guy.
So
that's fantastic. Kyumiushi is here, looking cool, calm, and collected alongside Koma.
Yeah, it's so wild to see him back there. It's been such a long time since we've seen some of those Game 2 Teddy drafts back in 2021.
Yeah.
And he earned his way to be the main player for this roster and has now accomplished so much. Multiple Worlds titles, an incredible career. Before that, Teddy had accomplished way more than he had in terms of acclaim, you know, even though he hadn't won the same accolades. And now Smash is filling big shoes here. And well, we don't know if it's going to be long-term or not, but I'm excited to find out what it looks like right now.
It might only be one game.
Yeah.
You never know. But let's dive into the draft here and see what happens in game number 1. T1 on the blue side is theoretically an advantage, as they will ban away the Ashe. Callista going to leave the Rift as well. And I think it makes sense for KT to target the bottom lane just a little bit, as the Yone taken away from BDD and the Azir taken away from Faker. Kind of hilarious seeing the Azir banned away by the team that does have BDD on it. But of course, when they're red side, they want to deny it from Faker.
As BDD versus Faker, Azir priority is always going to be
oh, yes. The Shuriman Emperor is certainly a big one, as Ambessa also going to leave the Rift.
Interesting here. The Aurora and Skarner, I think it's going to have to be Skarner that you're going to ban in this final spot. But they did leave it to last, which can sometimes trap you a little bit. Because now you have to give the Aurora to Faker, or Doran, potentially.
I mean, I'm okay with seeing Aurora. That one's beatable. Skarner is not beatable.
Aurora
It's barely killable.
Aurora has been pretty tough to beat, though, at the same time. You know?
Please ban the Skarner, guys.
I think they will.
Oh, no, it's Lilia! Oh, KT. Oh, KT. What have we... KT.
Aurora, by the way, is sitting at a sub 50% win rate at the moment, and they're not going to get the Skarner, obviously. They're going to get the Aurora.
We wanted good data. We wanted good data on Smash and, like, what he's capable of. We're going to get no good data at all. It's a Skarner game.
Well,
oh, no.
Cassante can get locked here. The question is what comes with it.
Just for context, did you hear, like, I think it was Orcs that was talking about it this morning? Globally, Skarner has died once.
I did not know that.
Globally.
That's wild.
It's disgusting.
He hasn't been played a lot, to be fair, because he's banned all the time. But yeah, that's a pretty good stat. That's a good stat.
Yeah. Orcs can confirm that or deny it on the space, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said. And it feels good to say the stat, so I'm gonna stick to it.
Varus, like I said, a pick that I associate with Smash, and Guma, of course, will be taken away here. So it's a nice prio grab. The Ashe is banned, the Callista's banned, so we'll see what Smash ends up ultimately deciding on here. As Faker will get his iconic Victor, they'll opt into this over the Aurora, even though Aurora does have some good synergy with Skarner.
Yep.
And what comes next here is quite interesting because, you know, you have the Cassante face up here, so you could just counterpick there, or if you're afraid of what happens to Smash at Champion Pool, you could push something up here.
I think an Ezreal makes some sense.
Yeah.
You can somewhat match range, keep yourself safe, but instead, they're looking at the Gnar into Cassante matchup. Can go definitely either way. Doran is a very practiced Gnar player, but so far, Gnar is moving in the territory of a fellow Yordle. I know he's a little bit older than that of Corki, but neither of them have found very much success here in the LCK.
Vi is also up. So
wow, that's a lot of high priority picks for KT.
Yeah, it's pretty three pretty good ones. And it's going to really shut down a lot of immobile AD carries. They can ban the Ezreal that you were talking about now. Smash has a pretty wide champion pool. When you play next to Reckless, you kind of have to learn to do that, since he's a pretty eclectic support player himself. But, you know, he's played like Ashe Rumble lanes, and they'll ban the Xayah, which is another safe pick into the Vi. So maybe it'll be a Xayah plus Ezreal ban here for KT Rolster ultimately. And now for T1 on their side, we're looking at potentially locking down some of BDD's prio picks or some support picks for this Varus.
They need someone that can kill a tank. That is what they absolutely need. Doctor, he might be playing the lethal tempo variety of the Varus. That will allow him to maybe do a damage to the Skarner.
Talia's pretty good at doing a damage.
Yep, I think Talia was a good choice for KT. Really good ban away as well, because Talia Vi, very powerful. BDD, a fantastic Talia. That ban that's money right there.
Yeah, I almost wonder if, like, BD is going to be forced to play something pretty weird here, because he really needs to play... I love that ban.
Yeah, the Elise support ban.
I feel like he needs to play something like an AP carry, basically. And with Victor taken away, the Azir is banned, and the Talia is gone for, you know, some consistent damage there and some great follow-up for Vi. Playing Ahri into this doesn't feel great, you know? Target selection is going to be pretty tricky, even though they have the Vi already. I mean, you can play it, but it really leaves you very vulnerable to getting outscaled if you don't snowball the early mid-game. Yeah, I mean, something like a Rise almost would be okay here. Just don't know what he's going to end up opting for in this kind of unique position where they left Skarner up.
Yeah, I hope it's not an Ahri pickup here, because the Poppy is still up and available, something that Carrier could definitely play.
Now, this is great. The ults you have to steal are amazing, but it doesn't do a lot of consistent damage. So you really need to set up some big engages with those ultimates you're stealing, and it works great with Vi. Now, they banned the Elise over the Ezreal, so the Ezreal ends up being a pretty no-brainer picker, especially now that they've over-indexed into the Sylas. This, I like a little bit less.
I mean, it certainly is a lot of follow-up, but I think the Poppy is so valuable still, even into the Sylas that does want to be dashing around a lot. Vault Breaker can be cancelled, and Carrier will have a lot of control of these team fights. Cassante's whole kit's kind of eliminated by this champion. Very, very powerful, and I would have loved it if Wei had just picked it, right? Could have just locked that one away themselves. Instead, it's going to be Carrier and Smash playing the Poppy Kai'Sa towards the bottom side of the map. Don't know why I changed up the order, but there we go. Wei is thinking about just giving him the Braum, but instead I think a fair bit, like a bit of engage could be helping out here.
Trying to get access to that Victor is going to be a big part of what KT Rolster need to do. I mean, they already have a lot of great tools to do that.
That was kind of fun.
I like the Rel here just simply because you have some combo potential with this, and it also allows to set up for more of Silas's ult steals. Like, even if he steals the Chaos Storm, it works well with the Rel. Steal the Nara ultimate works well with the Rel. Steal the Silas or steal the Skarner ultimate with Silas, and Impale with the Rel ultimate. I feel like it empowers BDD in a really cool way, while also gives Duckdom a pretty stable laning phase. And the Kai'Sa, I think it's not a bad pick necessarily, but I think it's very risky. There's a lot of ways to lock up a single target. You know, if Gnar hits somebody, then the Gravity Well's dropped on top of them, the Skarner's impaling, and Smash can follow up on all that very well. It doesn't have the same sort of long-term damage output that I would personally be liking to see out of something like an Ezreal or maybe even a Jinx. Yeah, when you have that insane frontline, you've got a Poppy, you've got a Skarner, and it is very, very easy to just kind of front to back behind.
It felt like a hyper carry composition was coming together. I think you're right. Maybe it like feels like a cop out or something like that to have more of this explosive dive style champion that augments a lot more, I guess, damage towards the top side of the map. But I still think that they will be able to utilize it to get a lot done. There will be a lot of magic damage coming out of this team as well on T1's side. We'll see whether Smash is going to incorporate some of the AD elements into the Kai'Sa that, honestly, we've been pretty underwhelmed with thus far, but maybe he'll surprise us. On the other side, Duckdom has like the whole team on his shoulders. He is all of the range here for KT, and he has been under the most scrutiny so far for KT, mainly because hype has been so good for Bro, and KT just loaned him away. Which is starting to feel a little bit silly. A whole lot that we're going to find out here in this game number 1 of the Telecom War. Let's get into it. Oh man, fans very loud here in Lowell Park. It is a full house, as you would expect, for the Telecom War. And let's see who's going to be able to draw first blood, not only in the game, but also as far as this match is concerned. Getting this first game win, especially for KT, right? They have the red side, and so winning here in game 1 would be a big statement.
Yeah. The Silas into the Gnar always feels like one of those classic, you know, got him moves. And
that was the original.
And it was kind of one of those picks we'd seen in the past where Silas was so strong in so many matchups, and then if you picked Gnar and left it open, it was like, okay, well, Silas is strong anyways, and now also he has Gnar ultimate. It's a little bit more balanced. It feels a little bit more stable at the moment. But I do think BDD has a lot of great tools in this game. If they can have an explosive mid-game through him, you know, getting through the front line might not be their biggest issue, as we're going to see some vertical jungle potential start up here. Just going to pull this one away, but not actually heavily committing.
And Doran teleported to the bottom lane as well, which is kind of crazy. Was up towards the top side just to spot out whether there was going to be a lane swap, as BDD somehow threaded the needle on that chain. Faker is going to say, I have a ranged auto attack, so you're going to be in trouble. Way taking a fair bit of damage here, as Carrier getting so much value from that Q.
Grass.
T1 will match.
Yeah, Rel on a winning streak.
Yeah, massive one. 6 wins in a row. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, and a lot of these without, I mean, actually most of them without misfortune. That was kind of the old combo after Rel stopped being a jungler and was more of a niche support. Looking really good right now. Grasp, by the way, for Faker and Doran as we're having to gauge.
Crashdown does come in, but that is a heroic charge and a first blood for Smash. Way, not sure about that one. Maybe he should have listened to casting. As that is not going very well, and already Smash off to a pretty good start. Grabs himself a feat of strength prior to 3 minutes.
Yeah, that was less than ideal. That is a Poppy on the other side. And, you know, I'm not sure what else to say about it. Yeah, I get the idea of trying to get some Varus damage done early as lethal tempo, which you kind of expected considering the tanky front line that T1 does have in this game. And I liked,
yeah, Chain's going to connect here from BDD.
No electrocute since he went Conqueror, so that's not going to be the big whoosh that you're hoping for if you're a Silas enjoyer when you do get those chains.
It's Grasp Victor as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think it's wise though. This is weird because with the way this Crashdown goes, Carrier just gets the free shove into the wall and that's just it.
Yeah.
Like he basically, like, And Carrier stuck his foot out, and then like Ray just ran and tripped over.
Exactly. And did Wei not have his aftershock up? Because it looked like he just popped like a balloon.
I'm not actually. I didn't really check that. So
yeah, I don't know.
It didn't look
maybe
like
the
it did.
space can check it out. The space could potentially check it out, see what actually went down there, because that was certainly not what the doctor ordered on the KT side of things, but it certainly was on T1's side. As Fake is going to be pushing on up. And Cuz is going to like BDD, deal with it, buddy. I know it's a rough lane, but just try and cope as best you can.
Yeah, the grasp is really cool because it just makes it super annoying for BDD. Like he's constantly going to be trading down throughout this lane. Owner, nice try.
Yeah.
He's Scar though, so he cares very little.
Yep. Cuz able to come in here, probably just going to hold the wave for BDD, or at least make sure that BDD can get something done, as Owner is going to have his back denied. This could be a big deal as Vault Breaker does come in, flashes in front to make sure that Owner can't get out, as BDD's going to flash in, lands the chains, and picks up his first kill, but Fake is going to immediately answer. Now you've got a Rel coming over, another Vault Breaker going to land. There's the crash down, but it's going to get the flash out from Faker, and he will survive.
You can really see how experienced Cuz and BDD are in this moment, though, to make that type of a call. The flash buffer for the Vault Breaker is there for Cuz. It's really well played. Would have felt a lot better, though, if it was First Blood and grabbing feet strength.
I almost called First Blood because I felt like it should have been for that timing. As Carrier goes in, gets a bit aggressive towards Doctarm, who can't really do anything without his support up here with him.
Yeah, -1 cannon there as well.
Ooh, speaking of -1 cannon, another one in the mid lane.
Yeah. So this is really cool because BDD has this ward here, so he can stop Owner's back. Faker has very little mana, and there's no one here to really support, so it's Flash, Vault Breaker. BDD has the charge here as well for the stun, or knock-up, I should say. And Faker just comes over here and weaves that auto in. Does have to expend his flash in order to escape. Wait, almost able to come over here and lock him down. If he's just a little bit faster, it's different stories. Oh!
And Doran's going to solo kill Perfect under the turret.
All right.
Missing a little context, perhaps. But that's good for T1.
Looks like a level 6 advantage and a little bit of hyperproc setup to whittle him down. Maybe.
Yeah, and a little bit of no flash and being, I guess, dead. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll check that one out in the replay.
Yeah, we will get that information for you guys. I'm a bit perplexed as of right now.
There are some pretty gaping holes in gold around the map if you're a KT fan, though, and this is just one of them. It looks like he just whittled him down earlier. Well, it's level 6 off the last minion and has his Meganar. Does the Unstoppable get used?
He just gets not into the wall. Wallop.
It doesn't.
Crush him.
Yeah. Doesn't get to Unstoppable his way out of that one. Huh.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get chain CC'd. And yeah. All right, Cuz going to be looking for the first dragon. Perfect will be able to grab one of these grubs as well. So that is going to deny a feat of strength, but that dragon is not going to be committed to here by KT. Man, this game is kind of weird, Wolf.
Yeah, it's not great for KT in any regard, unfortunately.
No, none of it is positive for KT.
No, yeah, it's kind of losing everywhere. The
Except
lane swap,
kind of the jungle, but not really because it's Skarner.
The lane swap, answer in the top lane was kind of thrown to the wind by Wei, unfortunately just tripping over First Blood there and giving it to T1, giving it to a Kai'Sa. Faker picking up a kill for free, had to use his flash for it, but trades that. It's not First Blood for KT, so they don't get anything out of it. And then a solo kill for Doran as the counter pick Gnar for that R1 Cassante. Everything's coming up T1's way, and it may come up even more.
KT can't be playing too aggressively here as Doctarm isn't going to find the ulti. There's another heroic charge, and Wei, I mean, he did have the aftershock this time, but it wore off, and then he died. And so unfortunately, the Rel is dead for a second time here this game. Doctarm has thankfully been able to hold on and farm up after he loses his support, but this is continuing to be a bit of a tale of war.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of... They kind of have Skarner, and then they have Poppy, who can also follow up on Skarner pushing people into the wall. They like to push KT into a wall. That's kind of what's happening.
Yeah, Perfect is still fighting Doran here. The Narbar is in a pretty good spot, and so Perfect does need to be a little bit careful. Still moving up, though. This time does have his all-out available. Might actually have that a W to be able to mitigate Doran here a little bit, as Owner is going to make his way back, continue clearing his top side camps.
You mentioned it earlier. that with the Skarner going over, and also now with this early game, it feels like you're kind of not getting that data you were looking for on Smash.
We're getting a bit of it, though, because he's 2-0 already. He played the early game quite well.
Well, I mean, Keria stunned somebody into a wall, and then Skarner stunned somebody into a wall, then Keria stunned somebody into a wall, and he killed him.
Yeah.
Like, right now, Guma's watching this replay like, man, I could do that! I mean, come on!
I think Doctom's watching the game saying, man, I could do that, as he doesn't quite do that, unfortunately. Missing the ulti, of course, it was blind.
Smash is amazing, though. He followed up quite well.
He did. He hit them with buttons.
Look, this is the power of Skarner on display. Faker scaling up, 20 CS up on a Sylas, on a very damage scaling Victor that's going to be quite difficult to deal with later on. Dorn has already showcased his Gnar bar management across his career, but also in this first game is pretty good. So that's a pretty big boon for team fights when you can pair that with the Impale and stuff like that. I'm mostly concerned for T1. The one thing I'm worried about is what BDD can get done with the Sylas and his steals.
Well, there is a Chaos Storm available, and there is the cease and desist. Cuz not going to let him live this time, and BDD is able to finish that off. His flash came off cooldown like 2 seconds after he died there. So a bit unfortunate. I think Faker was going to be dead with or without it.
I think so. That's not really what I meant when I said I was concerned about BDD's ult steals, but that's another example of how you can utilize the Sylas pick quite well.
Ooh, Cuz is actually going to look for it again. Q just barely out of range on Perfect side, but they get a very early flash. T1 going to move over and look for this first dragon, though. That'll be the first quarter of their second feat of strength. Sandals being put together quite nicely.
Yeah, and this is utilizing their bot prio very well. Cuz went topside but didn't have flash or ult, so not really a play to be made there. The Grubs hadn't spawned yet or anything like that, so it was really nice for T1 to index into their bottom side prio, grab that dragon, and now they can go over to Grubs. What happened here before was really good wave management here by BDD, pulling Faker into an uncomfortable position, gets him in stun range here, and then it's a flash follow-up here by Cuz to get the ult. BDD gets the kill. Pretty self-explanatory there. Really nice usage of the wave by BDD to set that up.
Yep, and now has his dash cannon completed. Owner is up, taking this second round of Grubs. We'll give them 5 if they're able to get all of them. That's actually a big deal, and you can see that Vi is nowhere near.
Plus second feat of strength.
Yeah, and that means that they only need to get the next objective.
Yeah, second part of the second part, yeah.
Yeah. The second third of the second bit of the feat of strength. They're gonna be able to buy new shoes.
Sandals are incoming.
Incoming. That is gonna be 5. So there we go. And T1 have a lot more pushing power, as well as getting very, very close to having new shoes, which is pretty nice.
Trying to set up a dive here onto Faker is going to be quite challenging, since his flash is back up now, and he is Victor, so he has that gravity field, and they're not going to opt into it. Poppy was nearby. I think that was the wise choice, although KT really needs to find some picks like that in these neutral moments, in these lull states.
That was a really cute boomerang.
Yeah, it was very cute, very annoying. And fortunately, this won't be one of those finds for KT. And I still think there is, this is not a gold lead that's insurmountable. There is a lot of great ults to steal. There's a lot of team fighting power here for KT, especially because as Varus in a brawly composition that has a Sylas and a Vi like this.
Ooh, and he has gone lethal tempo.
Yeah, he has.
He's done the right thing.
Yeah, exactly. So with this Varus, like he's set up to actually follow up really well to this front line if the engages are good for BDD. And so far, he's had a pretty good time of it. Let's see what KT can get done in some of these upcoming Dragon fights, this Herald as well, where they really want to snowball this mid-game. They're behind, but they can certainly turn the game around.
Cuz going to steal away a Gromp. That is good news. His owner's coming in, and he's gone out. Impale now picked up for BDD. That's a high-value one for Faker with it, as BDD not wasting any time, wanting to make sure that that hijack is on cooldown and off cooldown as quickly as possible. Not that it actually really changes it too much.
It's almost never going to be useful in the side lane against Faker, so he was like, all right, I have it, you can't dive me. You're not diving me, I better go for something. Yep. He almost got it, but nice try there.
Maybe hasn't played a lot of Skarner as well, so the ranges are a little bit out of whack. As Doctor, I'm going to finish his Blade of the Ruin King as item number 1. The on-hit Varus well and truly confirmed. Yeah. Like to see. Items coming in. First one's done for basically everyone on the side of T1 except for Keria, who does have his Swifties now, which is certainly important. Faker still needing to go back home, but I think does have the cash money to collect that one. And the gold lead for BDD that he did have from all of those kills is not even really existent anymore. 20 CS up is Faker, and he did manage to get a kill earlier on as well. So 2,000 gold remains the lead here for T1. They just have so many tools here in this this mid game. Owner can just press this button over and over again, and Doctom, he had flash, guys, and he uses barrier and dies.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to not flash if you don't get hit by anything, and he thought he could, or he thought he could avoid, but he unfortunately did not. I think flashing in this situation is
dead. There's an impale.
Oh god.
And Wei's gonna have to flash. He does manage to do so, as at least they do manage to get some damage onto Carrier. Cease and assist, as another crash is gonna come through. Cuz is dead. You didn't ban Skarner, guys. As all right, let's see what BDD can do. Diving towards Smash here as best he can. Gets a killer instinct, but he's dead. Wei's dead. Faker's in there. They're gonna take down the turret. This is a catastrophe. What is going on?
See you in game 2. All I can say. That was almost really cool, right? Doctom almost got out without using his flash.
Well, Chains of Corruption here as Doctom is looking for the 1v1 against Faker. Death Ray almost kills him as the piercing arrow does a lot of damage, but not enough to kill him.
They almost turned that fight. They almost killed Faker.
Yeah.
But a lot of almost stacked together. Ends up being a whole lot of 0, actually. Only counts if you can succeed. And that's another turret down.
Yep, they got the strong shoes as well from that mid lane outer turret falling down. Then they would have got another one because Doran is winning this side lane ridiculously hard.
Doctom charges his Q. He's like, okay, I'm just out of range of this. And unfortunately, he's not, actually. And if he was, then it would have been cool. No flash. It's great. Probably should have just flashed up and said, okay, well, I lost my flash. You let him have Skarner, it's not my fault. You know, no one's going to judge you for that, for using your flash there. But not using it, we will judge you, unfortunately. Then, in this moment, Wei is able to pull Carrier back. But that means he doesn't have those key abilities for the follow-up that KT want to go for here when BDD shows up. BDD doesn't use the killer instinct that he steals.
I don't think he could.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah. So, yeah, he just dies. It was kind of a bizarre decision. The Wei also loses life, where Faker has to use, well, he doesn't have to, but he opts to use his TP, so that's like one small victory. And then you almost killed him afterwards, Doctom, but then you didn't. And
now it's a 5,000 gold lead. We are heading towards a Cloud Soul as well. You love to see it. T1 are the best at getting Cloud Souls, man. I swear to God, this team never lets me down. And so they're going to be running pretty quick if they're able to lock these up.
I mean, Faker has an arm guard because he has all that extra money, and I mean it's a fine choice. He's very safe.
Yeah.
And this next Herald fight, I think KT feel like they have to. Okay, this is.
Oh dear, Owner's coming in. Wei's going to stop him. They're going to see whether they can kill Doran. He gets the Mega Gnar. Don't know about the flash, but it's going to do its job as Wei is just dead once again. Perfect and Faker are fighting. The Cassante doing some work here as they take down the Silas. Owner is deciding where he wants to drive, and you can see up here, nothing going to come of that battle. Yeah, KT, I mean, it's just not working.
Smash has a perfect KDA Atlas.
Yeah?
It fits right in.
It's looking real good. As Doctom, all right, lying in wait, wanting to get the Chains of Corruption. He hits it on the Skarner, and then gets impaled, and now he's dead. And the Skarner, did he notice? I'm not entirely sure. Another heroic charge coming on through here onto Cuz. Decent crash down though as Carrier may be falling, but not before Wei goes down. It's a double kill for this Skarner. Look, I don't know whether the win rate of Skarner is going to be changing, but deaths did double.
Yeah, globally, apparently. Yeah. That's great. They could even triple. Probably not, actually.
No, I don't think so. No. Not anymore.
I'm saying it's possible, okay? Yeah, this is unfortunately KT, like, well, we have the numbers advantage here, but look at what's happening on the mini-map. Wei is just trying to buy time because they know this is a lost fight, it's a lost cause, and Smash shows up, he's able to hit his Void Seeker, and then Doctom hiding, like, you know in the movies where there's somebody next to you who goes, shh, when you're supposed to hide when like the soldiers are looking for you or something? He didn't have that, so I guess he just decided to make sounds and appear out of the brush, and so he died, like, because he also
wanted to hit Doran with that ulti, and unfortunately the hop came in.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to die no matter what. It doesn't matter, but I mean, maybe he could have just gotten out faster instead of waiting, and I don't know. Atlas,
I mean, I think if he was just quiet and stood there, maybe it would have been okay, but it was not.
Yeah, If you come at the king, you best not miss. I don't.
Yeah, something like that. It's one of those lines.
At this point, like the game is such a foregone conclusion that like KT have to try crazy things to come back, and well, they have been. They just haven't been working.
The best thing about this is what we used to have in the LCK was the issue of like they forgot to ban this thing and then they continue not banning it throughout the series. At least this time, it is banned throughout the series. And we're not going to have to worry about the Skarner problem again.
That's true. But I am kind of worrying about it right now.
Oh, yeah. No, but I mean, you mentioned the foregone conclusion situation here, and I'm starting to believe you. Let's see. Maybe KT can surprise us. They definitely surprised Smash right there. Chains of Corruption connect, and Dr. Arm going to be able to grab the kill. That is a shutdown, and that is a fair bit of money going into the right hands here.
First death ever on the LCK stage.
Oh my goodness. He has a definable KDA to start us off. It's great to see. Speaking of great to see, actually looking for an opportunity towards his bottom side as All Out going to be used. Doran actually still getting a lot of work done as the Vault Breaker is avoided. Faker teleports in. Perfect in a little bit of trouble. Chains connect though from BDD. They do take down the Gnar, and now T1 with a few on the floor. This is the best way to beat Skarner. It's fight them when the Skarner isn't there.
That's true. Now they're only 6,000 gold down.
Let's try to add some hype to it, Wolf.
All right, so like, why Vi is such a sought-after, incredibly high-prio champion is showcased here once again. We saw it with Sponge in that loss in Game 2 earlier today as well. It gives you so many opportunities to actually get picks when you're super far behind because he has really long engage range, really easy setup CC for your team. Similar story here, even without the ultimate, to help lock down Zoran, win this fight. T1, eyes a little bit big for their stomach on this one, hoping they can turn things to that Victor damage. They're unable to do so. And so this ends up being a big win for KT that I didn't think that we were ever going to see them get.
There's that goal, the goal graph moving back down.
It's a drop in the bucket, but it's still a drop.
I mean, it looks a little bit like a roller coaster, so maybe KT are kind of okay with it, because at that point, generally the roller coaster does go back down again, unless it hasn't reached its zenith just yet, which could be the other situation. Doran back towards the top side, his natural habitat, as Voracious Otacon once again.
Voracious Otacon really does not hit the skill shots this season, though.
Really?
Look at this.
Oh,
I mean,
finally
come
hit
on.
carry with one of them, but then he didn't even get his eye in? That was weird.
Let's just say he's not getting player of the match.
No, I don't think so.
Right now, I'm kind of leaning towards Owner. You know, if I had to be honest with you, Atlas.
I'm probably leaning towards Smash because he got first blood. And he couldn't do anything about the only time that he died.
Yeah, no, I mean, he just got jumped on, you know?
Yeah, just got vied.
Anyone can get vied. It could happen to you right now.
Exactly.
Don't look behind you. Just focus on the cast.
I know, like anyone here in Lolpark could just cease and desist me at any point.
Especially G-Sun.
I'm always actually wary of it. I'm always on edge. I'm glad that we've now vocalized it. It might help me deal. As G-Sun did just tell me that I'm good, at least for this game.
I mean, it's fearless, so you won't have to worry about it after this.
All right, T1 going to utilize the Rift Herald to try and take down this inner turret. And by try to take down, as the Rift Herald is going to try and get some value because it was almost dead before Shelly's charge even came through. Carrier actually going to save Shelly's life, at least for a moment.
We've
and
come
pull her away.
so far in terms of our Herald driving here at the LCK.
I know, it's so much better.
Let's see what the next objective to fight for here for KT, where maybe BD gets it done. 4 minutes until the Cloud Soul for T1 if they secure it. Yeah. Otacon is up, but I think T1 have their eyes on Baron potentially, you know, being the thing they go for before that Dragon spawns, because it is T1 and they are kind of 6,000 gold ahead, you know, give or take. So I think they're going to be pretty happy to do Baron on spawn, because they do Baron on spawn sometimes when they're behind on gold.
They also used to do Baron when it spawned at 20 minutes. 25 minutes seems almost too easy.
Yeah, it's like not even, they're like, what? They're trying to change the code in the game to get it to come out faster. I look at, Cuz has Flash, right? If you can hold on to that before Baron, I mean, maybe a miracle could happen. I'm thinking it's like about a 0.7% chance that KT wins a decisive team fight and gets themselves back in the game to get Baron and Otacon somehow.
I mean, any sort of insane fight for Otacon when you can then follow up with the Baron afterwards. Like, that's always a thing that you can possibly do, but there's teleport on Doran.
Okay.
Has just hit Mega Gnar now.
Yeah, Mega Gnar's down, but I don't think there's really a window where they can capitalize on that, especially because Cuz just back to buy his cleaver.
KT are really not interested in starting anything themselves.
No.
They are making sure that they have vision in the areas that they need it.
Continuing to party push might be the best way for KT to get kills in this game and kind of trying to surprise side laners, right? Play around this Vi. But it isn't going to be a long-term success story if that continues to happen. They will eventually need to win a decisive team fight. The only fight they won decisively was when, you know, Doran overextended and T1 opted in to try to save him. Like, they're not even here for Otacon.
Yeah.
They are trying to slowly come towards it, but look at the lack of vision. They just can't get there. It's just...
I mean, BDD does have a Scryer, so he could potentially get some vision over there, but Carrier is just playing Bouncer really hard to get them into this area. And Otacon, not long for the world. They do manage to scry it, but is it too late? And I think the answer is yes, because if you commit to this and it doesn't work out, it's a disaster, as the Keeper's Verdict is going to be stolen here by BDD. And that's all they really managed to do. But now the teleport is coming in. Faker, that is a flank angle if ever I've seen one. The all-out means he goes even further. Cuz going to join in, but he goes golden. He breaks the arm guard and he will be sent back home. Of course, not really punished all that much. Wei is likely to die here as Owner is going to crash him into the wall. And yeah, he'll crash down, but he is certainly still out. And KT, they lose one. Could have been worse, perhaps. But
yeah.
It's still looking like T1 are moving up to the right.
I mean, Faker lost his wings, but that's okay, because he just doesn't really care. He's just going to come back and...
Gods don't need wings to fly, Wolf.
Oh, exactly. This has been proven.
Nor do they need arm guards.
The JRPG Bible, it already explained it. Anime also agrees with JRPGs on this sort of sentiment, but...
It's really nice when they agree.
Leandri's is picked up for Faker, just barely had enough money to buy that before heading over to this Baron. That damage plus his torch will be very nice at rushing this one down. Now, Cuz still has Flash. He didn't use it, like I said. I mean, maybe there's a Miracle Angler. BDD has Hijack back. Where's Doran's position? He's got the Gnar.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh dear.
Maybe.
Intercorruption is going to stop Owner for now. They're focusing the Skarner and actually doing a fair bit of damage here as Dr. We're going to try and still get these autos in. Carrier dives forward, playing pretty good defense, but so is Perfect. Able to knock him back. KT surviving for what feels like such a long time, and Cease and Desist is still up and available. Smash. Is he going to do it? That Killer Instinct, he dives into the backline, the Magnustorm, the immediate reaction, and BDD smashes him into the wall. It is still Otacon buff that's available, so T1 can pretty happily do this, as Carrier managing to survive for way too long. They take the 100 gold from him, but they lose their Varus and their Vi. BDD, the Chain Lash comes in, he dodges the boulder, and the chains are not quite long enough. Oh, T1 can now move back towards the Baron and get to work on it. It felt like a hype situation from yesterday, but it wasn't, because Smash had Otacon buff, so now he's back. He's here to help assist with this Baron, and Cuz is dead. That is going to be a guarantee on that one. They've got a Cloud Soul if they'd like it to immediately follow up, and it will be a 10,000 gold lead.
You know how we've had these kind of graphics come up sometimes to talk about, like, oh, it's one of the first time we've seen this champion. Well, sometimes LCK gives some information that the people who might not be aware, or like, oh, Unending Despair is disabled right now because there's something going on with it. There should probably be like someone that comes up after during the replay. It's like, oh, by the way, they do have Skarner, so like, textualize this moment. Because like, KT played that fight really well. BDD got the Gnar steal, and he had like 2 opportunities to maybe flash in and go for the play, but the follow-up wasn't going to be there necessarily, so he waits and waits and waits, and when he finally uses it, it's just too late, unfortunately. And even if he gets a big one, they'll have wings, right? They're going to res, they're going to respawn. It doesn't necessarily matter, and that was their one chance, their one fighting chance, and now it feels like there's just nothing left.
Yep, and now they're even not able to sweep this ward in the Tri-Brush, which is giving T1 all the information that they will ever need. And Keeper's Verdict going to miss this time around, as Cuz will find Faker in the backline, but then he will be found by Owner as well. So Cuz is very dead. That's going to be the first one to go down, as Doctom's trying to get some autos in, but he's just dead. Not a lot of opportunity to do anything. The flash doesn't quite work. He wanted to get over that wall, and Perfect is going to acquiesce to his request. And then that might just be all the positive news here for KT, as Perfect will be knocked down. And T1, with most of KT now on the floor, they should be able to walk up and finish this one off. Already the teleport's coming in. Faker, he is done with this game.
He really is. And I think you and I have been for about 15 minutes.
Oh, wait, sorry, 28 minutes and 17 seconds, Wolf, that's about it. Wait, when was Skarner locked in?
Probably about 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, 30 minutes ago, something like that. Yeah, this champion is very, very strong, but T1 also playing exceptionally well. KT not quite able to make this composition work. They will throw some buttons down now, but their Nexus will not be saved. And T1 move up to 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, a textbook game here from Owner. How to snowball lanes with Skarner. There were some big mistakes from KT in this one, especially at level 1, unfortunately for KT's bottom duo. Way going in there at the worst possible time, at the worst possible angle, giving Smash a huge lead, and then Skarner just runs the map after that. The one real good thing that happened for KT in the early game was trying to lock Faker down on the mechanical plays we saw from Cousin BDD there, but it wasn't even really that much of a trade up, you know, it wasn't first blood, and there were so many great ults to steal, but it didn't matter because KT were so behind on the tempo. They were able to punish T1 in the bottom lane that one time, but we've all learned you just don't give Skarner
to anyone!
Pro teams. And Owner, you know what? He's known to be quite a good jungle player. Maybe has a few world championships under his belt. Maybe don't let him have it. I thought we learned that already.
The hilarious thing is, for me, like, Doran was the biggest standout in this game. The solo kill onto Perfect. Remember, like, we were doubting this Gnar pick. This is the first time that it's won here in the LCK Cup. Doran just really rolled over the top of Perfect. There was no lane that KT really had any options in. That was a doozy of a first game here. But let's see whether KT can turn it around. Telecom Wars often go the distance, so maybe if we don't believe in KT, they're going to do a good job. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break it down. We'll have game 2.
Rockdum's gonna have to ult.
Yeah, they do get vision of Arakan, but look, here's the time. The Magnet Storm from Delight into the backline is gorgeous. BDD tries to get out of there, but Zeus just goes all out and looks to destroy him. Peanut is going to be the first one to go down though, but now Zeka, oh god, he just targets Doctum every time. Perfect lying on the floor as well, and look at HLE. They are just mowing them down. Zeka on about 100 health is still going to survive.
And that's just going to be free. As meanwhile, a couple of 80 carries going head to head. The barriers are available, and he jumps over Ruler just to die.
try and get something stolen away. Seismic shove going wide. Humbug in position, like, this could be a difficult Baron. As Sponge decides to turn it, he is able to lock that one down. Humbug gets in there, but doesn't get away with it. And that is Rich locking down that kill. They do manage to take down the Wukong, but the knockup are just gigantic. They take down Ondil, but Hype is still in so much trouble. Lazy Feel wants to flash in, and he will do so.
In the LCK, and he's got the talent to do it. Now Canyon is going to get isolated here once again. The Vi ult does come in, but look at that huge redemption heal, and they just don't have the damage. They're finally going to get onto that backline, but then Giant Rocket is going to hit Zeka as well, but he is going in. So is Viper. That's a couple of kills now. The Ruler.
Oh, the Galio ult
coming in, and now you've got a front line for Ruler to just go absolutely insane in this fight. Zeus, oh, he's looking for Peanut actually. He's got it, maybe one rocket, no, not quite, but he will absolutely take at least a triple kill in this one.
As the big one does rain down. Are they going to be able to get in here? Showmaker just running forward. There's the face breaker. It is going to be Lucid that locks down the Dragon, but can they win the fight? That's the question. Flash out here from Showmaker. Superplex to get life out of the fight. Very, very low. There's the double sleep. Lucid gets the watch out Eve, and they do need to watch out. Dudu trying to fight 3, but he still has to flash away. And Berserker's under the turret, but I don't know whether that safety is. There it is. The Q comes through. Watch out Eve yet again as Lucid gets the triple.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of T1 up against KT with a very interesting sub that everyone is talking about at the moment. But the game wasn't really about that. It was about T1 really just taking down KT in pretty nonchalant fashion and a very strong game from them. I'm still Valdez, joined by Ox and Wadid. What do you guys think about that game 1?
Well, I feel like we have to start by talking about the draft because there was a certain issue. You know what?
Can you spot it?
I'll leave it to you viewers. Can you spot the issue?
What's the issue?
There's something
I
here.
can't see it.
You gotta give them a moment.
on your screen?
Like Dora the Explorer. You gotta give them a moment. Can you spot the issue?
Oh my God! That's the scanner.
It's Skarner!
What happened?
I don't know.
What just happened?
Yeah, and you may think, well, they got Cassante. It's not worth it. We actually have some stats. If you're wondering, is Skarner just OP in the LCK? The answer is no. This is combined stats, including the game we just had from LCK Cup, LPL, and LEC. 100% win rate. The 5 teams let it through, regret it immediately, and Ona was the second time it ever died in those 5 games. So pretty good, I think. The general consensus, pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, T1's experimenting a little bit, so KT are like, we can experiment too. and let's just leave Skarner up and see if we could beat it. The answer is absolutely not. You talked about getting Cassante for it. The answer we saw there is that it's just not as good, and it actually got solo killed as well by Gnar, which it seems like Doran was very well prepared for that. And of course, we do want to talk about the little experiment that is going on the side of T1. Smash, who is filling in today for Guma. This guy is quite a strong player.
Yeah, he's one of the player you might think of Ruler, Jackalove, those kind of playstyle. He's one of the aggressive AD carry. Crony mentioned, thanks, shout out to Crony. Yeah, anyways, I really like to see Smash playing in LCK. T1 has struggled on like champion pool on AD carry especially. When you had Guma is such a great AD carry with playmaking champions, but he had always issue with the Kai'Sa and Zeri, those kind of hyper carry champions. But now you have Smash, so they instantly playing Kai'Sa, which is really interesting to see that.
Yeah, a different style. Obviously, we've seen from him, you know, Guma's been phenomenal for T1, but it just shows kind of that T1 are still investing in the young talent. You know, they've had players on their current roster who've come from their academy system, and seeing the next generation always really cool. And they got off to a good start. Some missteps, I would say, from Wei. Going in very aggressively on the level 1, loses a lot of HP, loses that potion, gets a little bit worse, but also credit to T1 for punishing.
Well, I really want to be harsh on this because I feel like Wei is not really putting attention and focusing enough to like use his abilities, you know, like from level 1, he's just going in for no reason, you know, so that's why they gave up free kill into Kai'Sa, which is really having a weak time in laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was one of these situations where you see the rookie, like, let's target them, but ultimately it ends up backfiring. You're already low HP from the level 1, then you get slammed into the wall a bit too close there, and it's just big blunder.
Yeah, probably that was pretty good play by Smash. He was kind of walking close to the wall as well, so I think maybe he kind of forced him to use W on him as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rel already struggles into the Poppy, and Wei just made it worse, and we can take a look at what happened a little bit later on in the game as well, which really just accelerated the lead. I think that T1 had a lot of moments like this, and we just got this one to really showcase how far ahead T1 was.
I mean, it's not only Smash, but also Doran solo killed Perfect, as you mentioned, and also Owner. Skarner himself is just smashing all time with his ganks, and those all kind of setup is really good because you have Kai'Sa in the map.
Yeah, and this didn't really feel like a game where there were a lot of team fights, a lot of big fights. You know, often that's what we like to focus on, but this really felt like a lot more of T1 finding numbers advantages, finding picks, finding advantages on the map, and using the tools that they'd been drafted excellently.
Yeah, Koma is gonna say why they use Smash after this series, so I'm wondering what's the issue. But I feel like bringing in Smash in LCK for the T1 definitely means a lot for them.
I mean, they've done this many times in the past. You know, Faker's been subbed out for EasyHoon. Yeah. We've had Bengi and Blank, right? There's always been experimentation on the side of T1. I don't think anyone needs to freak out, even though it is happening a little bit. Smash, he's playing well. We'll see what else he has in the tank. Let's throw it back to our casters for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Valdez, for that one. And yeah, I mean, an example of a sub that they used to have in the jungle was Tom, who is now coaching. The one making those decisions. So it's certainly not unprecedented as well. I mean, there are so many names. Closer, who just had that phenomenal series on Bro, is also another example of that. Pyrian back in the day. Poby, who's in the audience here, although that was for different circumstances.
Yeah, I feel like recently, though, we haven't really seen, since Teddy Guma, like it's been 4 years since we've seen a substitution really that's like, okay, we're experimenting. Like the Dany time, everyone kind of considered, okay, that was wrong. Like T1 ultimately decided, like, let's not do this, let's settle on a roster. And since then, we haven't really seen very much movement or adjustments outside of emergency subs. And this is, you know, again, if you look at the extended, very long history of SK Telecom in League of Legends, yes, sure, it's happened a lot. And every team has years where they have some subs and stuff, but I think it's quite a unique scenario that we have here. Unfortunately, because KT gave Skarner, we didn't learn too much just yet. But hopefully in Game 2, we'll have a better draft from KT Rolster. Maybe the Telecom War will deliver, like you and I were hoping so much that it would before today started.
Yep, and the only reason, by the way, guys, that Skarner is 96% presence, it's because it's fearless, and so it cannot be seen in the next couple of games. So it is still 100% presence absolutely everywhere. That stat was just a little bit confusing to me, and then I recalled it. So if you guys were also a little bit worried about it.
Yeah, like this game, for example. No presence in this one.
See? No presence. Apart from there on the top right, poking his head in, reminding us all of the mistakes that KT made in game number 1. Let's see whether they can remedy them as Mbessa and the Azir. We're sticking with the A's on the side of KT, and the Yone and Ashe going to be removed here on T1 side.
The Azir ban, you know, considering how good BDD is at it and how well he can play through Cuz when he has the pick, I feels like it's hindering more than helping.
Yeah, but they don't want to first pick it. So
yeah.
I think anything that you can't really first pick is what you need to be banning on blue. And the Kalista going to be the final ban here makes a lot of sense. Jace sneaking through. That will be the first pick. A flex between Perfect and BDD, but I expect it going to Perfect.
BDD has so many, and I don't want to harp on this too much, but he has so many answers to the Azir. Like his Sylas he played last time when there wasn't an Azir. He's also great at Talia, which, you know, was not banned in the first banning phase here. So I find it puzzling, especially when you're going to be fishing for first pick Jace here, which BDD is very experienced on. The Ezreal we were kind of clamoring for before is going to get locked away for Smash this time around very early in the draft, but Ezreal priority has been pretty high this tournament in general, especially in Game 2s where the AD carry pool gets whittled down a little bit. So I'm not surprised to see this. You don't have to lock the Leona necessarily here, but it's definitely the one that he's likely looking to grab as his pair.
Ooh, Nidalee going to be coming through here for Ona. Feels a little bit like a pick away as well, as Cuz would have liked to play that. Of course, we saw it work out so well for DRX paired alongside the Jace that was actually piloted by Yukal in that instance.
Do they just lock Zyra? I really hope not. Okay, I'm much more on the page with this. Locking the Xin Zhao away.
Yeah, it means that we might see, like, I wouldn't mind a Talia on that one as well. Oh, okay. Doctor, I'm just thinking about jinxing. There it is. Okay.
Has been known to play a very good jinx.
Arcane composition, everyone? Batches?
Victor's banned.
Well, not
But Echo's up!
Echo's up! Let's go! Hey, BDD could, like, play that, or Cuz could play it's a flex pick. There we go. It's mid or jungle.
All right, they're going to try to deny the Leona.
Which actually, spoilers for the next one.
But like Leona is, you know, very strong with Ezreal, obviously, and can work well with Jinx. Helps set up picks for her to get excited. The rest of the draft, though, pretty open-ended in that regard, so we don't really know how this is going to turn into more of a pick front-to-back composition just yet. It also could be that we see BDD play the Jace and they end up getting a tank in the top lane, like a Scion or an Ornn or something like that, and that could be the way. Less likely with the Jax to be locked in here, though, for Doran.
Yeah, I don't mind Jax as far as setup for Nidalee is concerned. It's not quite the same level of CC that you can get from something like a Renekton.
It's not guaranteed.
Yeah, but does kind of work out if they can start bullying Perfect. And Perfect is not exactly having the greatest day so far. So we'll see whether Doran can continue that. Still, next round of bans to come in here. And mid lane might be targeted. Jungle could be targeted on the other side. You can see the Zyra already taken away from Cuz just to try and eliminate some of these AP options. I imagine Lilia probably to be removed immediately afterwards.
That's my expectation as well, because I think most people are thinking in this draft with the Jinx here that the Jace is probably not going top lane into the Jax. Braum makes a lot of sense here. A lot of power in the lane swap setup, and you know, just in general, a very strong pick right now. Sejuani banned away. Can help you set up picks for this Jinx. You know, Sejuani hits, then Shock Blast hits, then Jinx hits a Zap and hits an ultimate, and then boom, she's excited. She's popping off in the team fight. So strong there. See what this final support ban is?
Is it going to be Galio Denial from Faker here? Because I think Galio fits this KT draft so well, and KT have now protected themselves from picking Corki, which is a great look for them.
I thought
this
maybe
is cute from Carrier.
Bard would be a potential angle. The Pantheon support has been the flavor of the month, you could say.
It did not go so well. Gave me a lot of channel points, though, when DK did that.
I like the Pyke a little bit more than the Karma here. The Karma is safer
It's so much lane pressure as well.
Yeah, and no matter what, like the cool thing about Karma, and we haven't seen that much Karma despite lane swaps, is if you're laning into a top laner, you're like, oh man, good luck. If you're laning into just any normal bottom dude, you're like, oh, good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty effective either way, and can help set up Nidalee. It's a little bit tough, but it can work. Wukong here.
This is interesting.
It can really help the Jinx front to back quite effectively and can be an extra peel tool. So I think this is a pretty safe choice. The problem is that, because it didn't look like he wanted to play it, the problem is that like it's just going to get completely out farmed by Nidalee in most cases and isn't going to have the same poke impact.
Ooh,
okay, this
double
is,
resets.
This is wild.
That's a bit of fun. Maybe go even further and lock in Katarina instead, BDD. Nah, it's going to be Ahri. Okay. So that'll be where the magic damage is coming from, and that will mean that BDD is going to be pretty deadly this game because a lot of armor is going to be necessary. It does feel to me like Jinx is a little bit out of place in this draft, personally, because I think the only real peel you're seeing is a bit of a Zed hover there from Carrier. We'll see what Faker is actually going to be playing, as Nefiri would be fun.
You know, if he plays Zed, it's just a throwaway because it's not.
Yeah, I think the Galio makes so much sense.
Yeah. I mean, Galio into Ahri is already incredibly strong. Because especially like when Ahri thinks she's like, oh, I'm just going to go proc electrocute. Be careful. You watch out. You end up getting caught by that Galio. He combos you at level 3. He has that magic resistance built up into his kit, and it's very annoying to deal with his shield. And if you're trying to go in as Ahri and you get caught and get taunted, then it's just a disaster. Has great setup for the Nidalee too. If you can set up for a punch or a taunt, the Nidalee Spear always connects. So I'm going to be honest, I feel like some parts of this draft for KT Rolster I could get behind, like the Jinx plus Leon. I'm like, cool, we build around a pick comp. Now you have the Ahri, but just remember what you're playing into. The shields from this Karma, the mobile Ezreal. Who are you picking? Who are you finding in T1's composition? Who's the one who's going to die to set it up? A Jax? Probably not, you know? And that's where I feel like T1, or rather KT Rolster should have pivoted based on what we saw there in the draft, and they did not, so they're hyper-indexing on this. Now, there's synergy in this draft for sure. I just wonder what they hit, what their grab to set up for the Jinx when we actually get down to brass tacks in these team fights.
The one issue that I'm looking at on T1's side of things is their lack of any sort of engage option outside of just Galio dropping. And you need someone to already be in there. I think if a Jax does it, if he gets a really good flank angle, then there's your option, I guess. But outside of that, there's no real way to get in. So much of this hinges on Doran is what it kind of feels like to me. Playing well so far. See how he goes right here. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the Telecom War, the first of the LCK Cup ever. In the history of everything ever, no LCK Cup has ever had a Telecom War like they're having one today.
We could have the record of most Telecom Wars ever this year.
Oh my
God. If they're both in the same group in LCK and we get the triple round robin of that, and then they meet in playoffs multiple times, I mean,
we could break the record for the amount of Telecom Wars in an LCK Cup, like every single time they face off.
Sure,
I just absolutely insane.
In the year though, like
that is
year
true.
2025, like this additional one, you know, they could play against each other in playoffs potentially, and then you have, you know, first 2 round robins at LCK,
True.
and the triple if they're in the same group.
And they
Road
could
to
face
MSI,
off
playoffs
twice as well in like in like lower bracket and upper bracket and things like this.
Now, what if they're in play-ins too? I mean, consider that.
Man.
So I'm just saying.
It's pretty exciting. For Telecom War lovers, it is a great thing. And hopefully we just never see Skarner ever again in the Telecom War also, on top of all of that.
Now, let's talk about these drafts again, because you mentioned something that's a really good point, is the lack of engage for T1 outside of, you know, Galio and the Jax, which is perfect. Spaces really well here with his acceleration gate.
Yeah, acceleration gate actually giving him the extra movement speed, so the walk at you and do stun with Counter-Strike just doesn't work.
Kind of unusual to see that at level 1, but in this matchup works out really well in this particular case. But yeah, it can lead to a kind of a weird game state later on if the game is pretty even, where it's kind of this unstoppable force, which is KT Rolster in this case, versus immovable object. The anti-dive for T1 is pretty insane. Like, they have the shielding from Carrier, they have the Counter-Strike, they have Galio taunt and ult, and, you know, the mobility of the Ezreal, and the mobility of everyone because they have a Karma, makes it really weird how these team fights can
Where did Dum go?
Yeah, he took it back, it looks like, and
I guess they took a fair bit of damage. That
Yes.
may have been the outcome here, as Dum is now standing in the brush because Carrier is in between the turrets, and he knows exactly where he is.
Remember last time when Dum hid? It didn't work out this time either.
Yeah, and now he's getting no experience. He's still level 1. Smash is level 3 because Carrier actually gave up a fair bit of it, and Arcane Shift has to be buffed. Very nicely done there from Smash. That one last pesky minion meant that he didn't take any of the turret damage.
Yeah.
And now Dum can barely do anything in this lane. Oh god, already down to half health.
Smash has cleanse still too, by the way, so he's like not scared of Wei even a little bit.
Yep. Oh man, he doesn't even get that melee minion experience? Oh, it's an absolute disaster.
I told you guys.
Cuz was clearing on the top side of the map, so he does manage to get at least that, but still.
Smash is really good at doing what Guma does, which is winning lanes with Reckless, or in this case, Carrier. You know, first time, but he's showing some success with it. When they have a winning bottom lane, he excels at it, actually. He's very good at it.
Yeah.
He's a master of it, I would say.
I also think, I mean, now finally, Dum might hit level 2, but it's like the damage is being done. This is already doomed. He can't even kill the minions. The minions are too strong.
Yeah,
he's still on 1 CS.
Yeah, he's 24 behind.
God, okay, there's the second one. Doubled his CS in that one moment. Absolutely gorgeous. Owner's going to come on over, and they are just free pickings underneath this turret right now.
Wait, hold on. Wukong pre-6, maybe he can bail him out.
Well, he is going to move over here. He's level 4, has the double buffs. As Dum gets that 10 gold. That's more gold than he's got from most of these minions, to be honest with you. Okay, now they're going to make their way in. Carrier misses the Q. No spear going to connect there either. As Dum, gets a few of them. So he's sitting on 9 now, but he's still so incredibly far behind. He's going to have to go for a back once again.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows that feeling when you're trying to dodge like a Zareth ult and you're like, ooh, you know, I hope this goes well. I mean, that's Dum's whole experience here, as he's not getting minions and is 25 CS behind. And yeah, he's 600 gold behind without any kills going over.
Yeah.
And he's not having a good time. He's still level 2.
Doran is also not having a very good time in this matchup against Perfect. Perfect actually changing up his playstyle quite nicely moving into this game. Playing very aggressively, finding the angles that he needs. And Faker also, I mean, he's doing phenomenally well as far as farm is concerned. They'll be very even by the time this minion wave does fall down. And yeah, no notes really on the T1 side, but KT, they would really like to have an AD carry. He managed to buy some brown bags. Smash is going to come up and just triage this lane for Doran. And the Jax moving into the lane with the Jinx is going to mean that he's going to have free farm in that scenario as well.
Yeah. TP to come through here is perfect. He's going to come up here and try to put some pressure onto Smash. Level 6 doesn't matter that much for Jace, but does have a level lead, and that's some additional stats here. But it's not a true 1v1 because Carrier shows up. He has to leave, and until Cuz hits level 6, he doesn't really want to get too involved. BDD, on the other hand, is going to come up here. They have a really nice setup here for Grubs now. Wade also on the flank, and T1 need to be really respectful here. Faker can ult in, but it's a risky call.
Yeah, Honeyfruit going to be eaten here by BDD, as Cuz will be able to take down the first Grub. Can actually just back away now if they would like to, but instead they're going to pull it out. Perfect going to just shock blast the wave. See what he can get done here, as the Grandmaster's Might now available here for Doran.
Perfect is keeping KT in this game, man. His control of the top lane, his pushback on Smash there, the group that they have with Cuz coming up there super fast to the Grubs means it's really difficult for T1 to enter. And even with Jinx, not having a ton of money, KT are able to get the first objective on lock here. And, First Blood's still on the table for them potentially. It's probably not going to happen anywhere around Dum at the moment, but certainly could still be a window into getting that first Feats of Strength set up. And, that's, I think, about as good as it could be here for KT is actually getting all 3. And he gets all that CS too.
Yeah, that's better than getting all 3, man. That's the feeling that they're looking for. Only down 600 gold, despite how, doom and gloom we've been about how this bottom lane has gone. The fact that Dum didn't exist until only a few minutes ago. And you can see Smash already with his Sheen completed, has his tier stacking up now as well. Cuz going to be moving on over. Carrier turns up at the same time. We'll just have to see whether the lack of engage from T1 is going to rear its head, right? Because not having the ability to sort of turn on a dime and just try to start a fight when you want to is difficult. And unless Doran is just going to be diving into the middle of them and trust falling alongside Faker, it's going to be a difficult time. However, if T1 just have full control of the area, they have a lot of range, they have a lot of poke, and that could be their avenue to success.
That's what I'm really thinking is going to be what this game looks like, based on what we've seen so far. But being 30 CS behind, as anyone who's played solo queue with a support that's trolling you as an AD carry, as long as you don't die, though, and you keep farming, that 30 CS gap means less and less the longer the game goes on. And if you're set up for success in a team fight, which isn't the case usually when your support's trolling, but in a pro game like this, DuckDumb still has some angles back into relevance. It's not so big of a gap that it's unwinnable. And Perfect, man, he is crushing it.
BDD's committed to the ulti in. Doran, Grandmaster's Might does come down. Teleport from Faker gets him there very, very slowly. It's a bit of a turtle port, unfortunately, at this stage of the game.
Did you just make that right now? I haven't heard that.
No, I've been wanting to say it all season. I'm not gonna lie.
God,
I'm not gonna lie.
So good.
It's all right. Good. T1 still, I mean, they've taken a couple of plates down. If Wei had been hit by that, he would be immediately trying to go home. And I think DuckDumb is right there with him. Oh my God, the damage. It's kind of absurd.
Well, I mean, they didn't get the kill topside, but they got Faker's teleport. You know, so now, right now, BD has a pretty big advantage in mid lane. Doran's going to be able to get, I think, probably all of that farm there, it looks like, but still taking a bit of a tempo lead. And we've seen DuckDumb constantly try to get whatever minions he can. He's going topside now. He's like, maybe I can get those. He's really just not farming very well. Given the circumstances, I think it's fine, and he has had some great CS under turret. But it's the first few team fights we have to see KT set him up to where he can get back into this game. If they lose a team fight or two, then it's like, well, now it's doomed. I mean, now you just can't do anything. You're just a paperweight in this game.
Yeah, DuckDumb does make it up to grab this cannon minion. That is huge news.
It is.
And getting towards the weird item that has a name that I find difficult to pronounce. It starts with Y.
The Yuntal's arrows?
Yeah, that's the one. I used to be so confident with it, and I'm just not anymore.
He can also, like, make a slight, like, global impact with his ultimate. You know, what if he steals a kill that way? I mean, that's half the gold lead that Smash has just washed away. I mean, there are ways.
Yeah, that's, in theory, a possibility. Okay, Turtle Port is gone. It is regular teleport again now. And Doran is not having the same game as he was last time around. I don't think it's going to matter too much unless he starts dying in these side lanes. And no one's done that just yet. Remember, the time to beat is 20 minutes approximately for the latest First Blood.
That is true. Now, Doran is still very relevant even behind in CS as a side lane threat. Wei does have flash, should be okay here. He's not even going to take that much damage to the clips. But
oh my God, that's so much poke. True Shot Barrage kills him.
All right. Well, I thought I cast her.
That's what happens when you get hit by everything, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
And when Eclipse is down, it hurts a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, well that should be an equalization of grubs.
Okay, well.
And that's also First Blood, so it's a lot of extra money going over to T1, and the fact that Smash picks it up, oh God.
Great True Shot Barrage from him. The thing about this situation, I was going to mention going to the Jax and all that before Wei really overextended there is, you know, if they get 4-5, the Jax is significantly weaker as a side lane threat because he doesn't have those grubs in his pocket. He's down on CS, but now they're even in grubs.
Oh dear.
And, I mean, DuckDumb is not in a safe place.
Well, in goes Wei. He's trying to get revenge as BDD is dashing forward. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't do anything, but that does not matter. They still answer the death of Wei with a kill on carrier. Support for support.
Yeah.
No First Blood for KT.
DuckDumb doesn't get any of the gold, unfortunately, but he's going to feel a little bit less pressured here as he continues to try to CS in this game. DuckDumb's just playing a different game from everybody else right now.
He's playing Triage Simulator. He's just doing his very best to try and keep himself alive as much as possible.
You guys remember that old DS game Trauma Center? So, I mean, Wei is like so out of bounds here. Avoids the spear, and then watch this True Shot Barrage. Spear also hit.
Yeah, the spear also hit. That's so crazy.
He had
so
to
much
flash.
damage.
He had to flash to live, and he didn't. And then Carry here, this actually looked initially like it was a really nice dive setup for DuckDumb, but KT actually matched the play really well. A bit of an overextension there from the Karma, and Carry is taken out. 1,000 gold, the advantage here for T1, but there is still that team fight power in this KT draft.
I think we're not quite going to be writing the obituary just yet. It's not looking good if you're a KT fan, but there's still a few more opportunities.
Yeah, we were calling the game over in draft in the last game. I'm happy to say that we're not calling the game over yet at all. Although it is looking a little rough, especially for the Jinx. Still, you do have a fair bit of longevity. And as we mentioned before, these engage issues might start rearing their head on T1 side. Unless they can just hit all the poke like they just did last time, right? They do have somewhat of a range advantage. Not necessarily consistently, with the fact that Dr. does have a very long range with his rockets. As Cuz looking to deny this feat of strength.
Okay, this is a really, really scary position, though, for KT Rolster. If they lose this fight decisively, I mean, they might not have a way back in this game.
Yeah, Vegas Teleport just about to come back up again as Wei goes in, finds the Solar Flare. Super Mega Death Rocket landing his carrier so incredibly low. Doran, no option, cannot do anything, and there goes the Drake as well. It's beautifully played here for KT to make sure that they deny those feats of strength and get even more. And now the Jace able to teleport back to the top side so that first turret blood not going to go over as well. BDD with some spare time in the bot lane will be answered by T1 trying to push in mid here. Yeah, like there will be an opportunity here for KT to be able to remove these minions.
Only a plate goes over, it's very split. BD is going to get one though solo, and the bottom lane much stronger. We'll see if Doran teleports to the bottom lane, because he's going to trade with Faker, who will get interrupted but then punches his way away. You can see that on the minimap. He's going to teleport bottom instead here, but BD at the last possible second grabbing that plate is pretty huge. Now this is kind of a protect the president type of composition when you are going to front to back like this. Wei goes in and engages the rocket here from Dukdom, and the target selection on the carrier is fantastic. Doran unfortunately is left out to dry. The Cyclone locks him in place. Really well played there from KT. Just divide and conquer. They didn't even have to really do that front to back. They didn't really even have to protect Dukdom in this case because they split the team fight instantly. Wei's engage initially looked a little bit suspect, but the way they all followed up on it, the way they were able to collapse on the carrier was really well played, and the Doran's just kind of unfortunately alone to die, and that's a small dent in the 80 carry gold difference.
Well, now Doran going to get comboed here as Perfect just boops him away. Fair bit of value. Cinders all over the ground as we are gifted a Infernal Soul this game.
Second of the day.
Yeah. And the gold, man, it's so even. This game feels playable this time around. KT, they've done a pretty good job trying to even it out. Next objective will be feats of strength for either team, or if this next turret is going to go down, Ona going to be able to steal away that Rift Scuttler. Very, very nice. As a bit of a change in position here between Doran and Perfect. Doesn't work out so well for Doran, though, as he does lose his counter-strike. True Shot Barrage to get rid of the minion wave, as this could be a solo kill unless Wei decides to come over and steal it. But the lead strike going to be there, and Doran will survive for the moment.
Jinx Rocket, though.
Mega Death Rocket is sailing by majestically.
Well, that's a turret still here.
Yeah,
for KT.
oh, it's going to be a race, though. Let's see how quickly Perfect can take this down. Smash just needs another one, and it's not going to win. That was the first turret going over to KT, so once again, it's just whoever gets the next objective is going to get those feats of strength.
Yeah. 3 seconds till the Herald spawns here. Having that topside turret, though, feels very valuable if you can control that topside leading into the Herald fight, but mid-turret, similar story. Very, very close game here. Suddenly, KT only 300 gold behind. And yes, there's a big gap in the bottom lane, but there's an almost equally big gap in the top lane as Doran is finding himself victim to Perfect, who's basically decided that Jace is like Gragas with a hammer. He's like, oh, Counter-Strike, I've got a little Gragas belly hammer for you on that one. And he just keeps pushing him away, keeps taking these good trades. I mean, look at the build here for Doran as well. It's quite bizarre.
Yeah.
He's trying to tank
the good old
Jace,
tank Jace. Tank Jax, understanding that he is like the one guy that is going to be frontlining this game. Dukdom, tagged by a spear, is exactly the person you do not want tagged by a spear or by the True Shot Barrage. As now Doran looking for that angle. They poke Shelly in the eye. Let's see whether they do manage to lock this one down. That's the steal from Ona. That gets them the feats of strength, but can they win the team fight? Doran already going to go down. Dukdom getting excited, and the essence is picked up by BDD. Throws the Orb of Deception through, and it looks like KT just wanted to get out of there, but Faker says no! Dukdom goes down, and BDD has to flash to get out of the way. Spirit Fire going to give him that extra movement speed. He gets himself out of there. Dukdom not so lucky. Wei was already dead, and T1 getting the feats of strength and getting themselves the Rift Herald to continue pushing forward.
This is so massive for T1 and KT Rolster. They got the initial pick on the Doran. They do not, however, get the Herald, like you say, and are unable to win the subsequent fight. The Super Mega Death Rocket actually does a lot of AoE damage to the team, but doesn't help them isolate a single target here as Faker goes in on Doran's engage. You can see the game plan here for T1, but Doran is actually pulled back obviously way out in the middle of nowhere here. Faker would have been maybe an ideal target here, but BDD's not able to close the gap. The Rocket doesn't hit Faker, and he just goes in for the re-engage. Duckdom has nothing, no way to get out. BDD, of course, will be more fortunate because he's a little bit more mobile, but it was almost so good for KT there, but it's a huge win for T1. And, I mean, it's still a playable game here, but that's a big deficit. This Doran may be
yeah, I've
isolated.
seen this movie before, but the Zenith Blade not going to connect. And that turret is still up. Owner also in the area. Carrier going to turn up as well. And Shock Blast going to be traded for a Mist Spear. That is going to be the Dragon spawning, though. Faker is on the top side that has Teleport up and available. And T1 looking to grab this first Infernal. Cuz I don't think wants to give this one away without a fight. Control Ward going over the wall. They are going to try and clear out whatever vision they can find. As Faker still waiting. Knows the BDD's up here as well, so has some opportunity to stick around on the top side of the map.
Yeah, this is a really, really awkward spot here for KT. Last time I said that, though, they were able to fight their way through with Wei going for a crazy engage. Faker can both show up with his ult and his teleport, so
yeah,
being even generally close to the objective is a big problem for KT Rolster. And they just can't really have that same Wei set. This time he's isolated.
Oh god, and he's by himself. Like, why are we doing this? He does manage to get some CC onto Smash, who may not have wanted to go this far forward, but Faker is there to protect him. Owner in the backline, Cuz almost kills him, finally does. Managed to take him, that's a solo kill? That's kind of insane. Where is Smash going? This fight is all over the place, but Duckdom is the one that's truly isolated, and Perfect does not find the Shock Blast. Yeah, okay, it almost looked okay for KT, but T1 really turned that one around, and it should be a free dragon for them.
Yeah, close but no cigar. A story of many almosts for KT Rolster in this series, and this is just another example. As Wei is dead, so he has to commit. Now, Cuz is looking for the flank here with the Blast Cone. He can still use Warrior's Trickster if he actually has that Blast Cone to close the gap. So he basically has an insane gap close. Goes on to the Nidalee here. Smash takes a ton of damage, and then Duckdom here unfortunately tries to link up with the top side of the team fight instead of chasing Smash with Perfect, and ends up just kind of running into 3 angry T1 members. So not the right call there, I think, but it was a tough situation either way. I don't know if he lives, but going that direction certainly helped Smash get out of dodge, who's sitting on 3 kills now, and kind of miraculously survives there with the help of his teammates. And it was a cool idea, like, and they salvaged Wei so well there with that flank from Cuz, but it's just too little too late. It just keeps being 1 step forward, 2 or 3 steps backwards for KT in this series. Just like when they almost killed Faker last game. And, you know, it's just these kind of small things that are starting to really pile up here.
Yeah, although there's no Skarner on the opposing side, so I think it's infinitely better here for KT. I think KT fans can feel like it's not just completely over right now, as Faker gets a cute little taunt and stops Perfect from pushing this one up. Looks like Cuz is going to be able to get this Infernal Drake without too much hassle. And it's Arakan towards the top side of the map that might be the option here as far as a trade for T1. Or maybe catching Duckdom in transition.
Top turret is an opportunity for
Oh, BDD dives on top of Owner. Solar Flare is going to stun him up there as well. He gets heals, but it's not going to be enough. And now Cuz, Warrior Trickster over, looks for the Cyclone, gets the knock up. Super Mega Death Rocket connects. Smash gets over the wall though, and that Shock Blast does not land. They may need to take a Consolation Carrier, and there it is. Cuz going to be able to knock down that kill, and with 2 dead, one of them being the jungler, it may be time to grab themselves another Khan, as this True Shot Barrage is going to soften them up momentarily, teleport in to stop Doran from just destroying their house. BDD wants to remove the minion wave, but it's not going to be enough, actually. That turret is going to die.
The True Shot Barrage from Smash is actually super valuable here. I mean, these health bars are so low. Doran wants to come in and contest. They may have an angle. Faker has TP as well.
Yeah, the heroic entrance going to be there, but without Smite, it could be a dangerous one. Duckdom with the DPS. And Cuz almost just dead to Arakan, but nope, they're going to be able to take it down. Now with that buff, it's going to be difficult for Doran to really do too much, and he is just going to catch the wave. The rest of KT going to back away. And so that is a big objective now picked up here on the KT side of things, but they need to make it work for them.
Yeah, now, I mean, this is the first almost that's a KT
yeah, I mean,
almost.
they're trading it for inner turret, mid, and top. I don't know whether that's worth, because Shelly's going to come through and make things very, very difficult here.
We'll see what they can get, because Perfect is going in.
Yeah, he's going in, and he may as well. He does have the Otacon buff, and they're going to take down Carrier, so it's already worth it, I guess. BDD dashing around, gets a bit of extra essence by helping take down the support. Let's have a look at this fight one more time, though, as Ona, he stayed alive for a lot longer than I was expecting.
Yeah, he's just so squishy, and it's a really nice follow-up here from Wei. And with his heal, like you say, he survives a little bit longer here, but this is a huge win. Smash's ultimate, though, as he is able to escape here narrowly, is actually really massive. It's almost enough to give Doran the opportunity to stop them from doing Otacon, as really want to watch live because this is really important.
So with that, getting the double cyclone here as Doran with that counter strike just standing vigil, but he's not going to save Ona. Perfect going down very low. Cuz as well is in trouble. And wait, never mind. He's actually going to be okay. Warrior Trickster comes through, and remember they have the Otacon buff, so he's playing with reckless abandon. Wei going in. Dom is probably pretty dead at this point in time. Yeah, it's going to be Doran help blocking that one down.
Pretty rezzed.
Hey, there we go. But also still gives away a little bit of gold as BDD, I mean, cue the yakety sax. As he's underneath the enemy turret, looking to see whether he can take down Smash. He's not going to be able to.
It seems like nobody
charm
can kill
from
this
beyond the grave comes on through there.
Seems like nobody can kill Smash in this game. He has been so close to death many times, but again, it's been a game of almost. But KT almost getting wiped on Otacon, but not actually dying and actually successfully taking that objective. Looked like it might have been a big opportunity for them, but it wasn't that huge. Okay, Cuz, can he get the interrupt? Not without his ultimate.
Yeah, not without any ability to really know what's going on in there, and so doesn't actually do so. So teleport is going to be utilized there from Doran. I think they know that that happened.
So this is where things start to get, it starts off really well for KT. Cuz's angle is really nice here. Taunt goes on the way.
As well, really good angle.
Perfect is playing such a good game here on this Jax. Once again, just going super deep here to look for some additional damage. Unfortunately, with this Jace, you're very vulnerable, very squishy, so he will, of course, just go back to the fountain. And they try to turn this into a big set of kills plus inner turret. They're just not quite able to finish and land fully on the mark, I guess, cross the finish line on that play. Nice try, though, with this dive. You can see, though, how difficult it is to fully commit into T1, especially when there's a turret standing in your way.
Yeah. I mean, it was Otacon, so maybe we can say that, they're redeemed a little bit on that front. I'm going to be able to pick up the red buff for the team, and now going to defend this inner turret. So Faker here on this bottom side, outers and inners is going to be just free money here for T1, who have really rid the map of these structures. And Smash has done so much damage. Yeah, he's really making things work for him. Dom, not so much himself.
Yeah, I feel like
we'll have to see whether the late game is going to be where Dom can actually thrive.
This game for Smash is definitely a little bit better showcase of what he individually is capable of. Because his positioning has been great. He's gotten out of so many sticky situations in this one. He's gotten high value out of his ultimates. He got the snipe onto Wei earlier. His True Shot Barrage was very, very strong earlier on. This one clears most of the minion wave. I mean, the guy is just, he can do no wrong. But no one's ever ulted a mid-wave with an Israel before this guy's actually onto something.
He is. He is able to clear it out majoritively. It's nuts.
It's
crazy. That outer turret in the mid lane still stands. That's the ridiculous part. Is Wei is always so far up. Yeah, it's making me nervous.
He's the guy who wants to set up these traps, though, for T1. Yep. And this is really... again, KT walking a fine line here on this dragon.
Yeah, Cuz already getting it so incredibly low as Ona out of vision right now. Faker actually engaging onto Wei. He's not really the priority target. There's the Cyclone into the back line. Faker gets interrupted. No heroic charge for him. As now Smash might have his first death of the series, but no! He arcane shifts away! Keeps himself alive. It is going to be soul point for KT. They kill Ona. It is probably still a great trade for them. But the fact that Smash survives, that's sick. And Doran trying to get on in here as Dom able to get the Flame Chompers down. Leap Strike to avoid them. Dom gets taunted, but he does have the barrier. Can he keep himself alive? The answer's no. And there is the knock-up onto Cuz as well. Warrior Trickster comes in. He gets, oh my goodness, the Cinders to keep him alive. As, oh, Doran, you didn't want to take that one as the turret is going to finish him off. And BDD is going to be able to pick up that extra money. Smash, he's just taken away the enemy jungle, living life to the fullest.
This is such a wild
This is the
game.
Telecom War we were looking for.
No, exactly. Okay, so the strategy here for KT starts to seem intentionally Waze sacrifices himself to get cooldowns to set up an engage where DuckDom then gets excited. And it's been working out sort of well. The problem is they're a little bit split this time around. It's Launch Smash, you called it out, barely able to get over the wall there, has the shield from Keria, gets True Shot Barrage value once again. And then Faker is the one who helps clean up the end of this fight.
Okay. Yeah, that's the world's smallest teleport, but it's actually kind of perfect.
Because it's the only way you can close the gap here to get in here. Gets a flash as well, taunts DuckDom, puts him out of the fight. That's all the damage gone. Because if DuckDom is able to somehow live there and BD is hitting these charms, the chase has to end. Otherwise, this is just a disaster for T1. Really well played here by Faker. A risky call, but it absolutely paid off. Doran's not too happy about how that ended, though.
Yeah, we're glad he didn't finish that word as well. So that is a little bit of a mistake on Doran's side, but as you can see with his build, this guy is playing support Jax this game, as he does amplify Faker's damage in this one with his Abyssal Mask. Kind of cute. I'm still not sure who's going to win this game, Wolf. I actually don't know. It is KT. They are behind about 2.5K as Perfect and Doran once again fighting.
You know, I feel like the winner of this game is Smash, no matter who wins. Whoever explodes.
Maybe the winner of the game is actually us.
Yeah, because he's just playing so well. BDD, I think, is his counterpart on the other side. Like, he's had a phenomenal game. Perfect, too, to be fair.
Yep.
And DuckDom, it's not like he's playing badly. He just was handicapped from the beginning.
Aw, and it's like 404, cuz not found in Wolf's version of the.
All right, look, I just didn't want to say Way's having a bit of a struggle.
He's got his fours in the wrong position.
Yeah, I'm like, everybody except Way is having a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Way is sacrificing himself, right? So that's why.
Yeah, I mean, all of KT can never perform at the same time. That would not be KT at all.
Yeah, somebody has to be Barrel in this case.
Exactly.
He's cosplaying.
Yeah. Oh, the zap. Oh, even gets the cat. Does he die, though? Dead. Yeah, because Smash just chases him down, has the extra movement speed from the Inspire, and it is so doomed. Like, this should be just Baron.
This time, Way, you're not supposed to go in. Nobody's there. You're not supposed to just go back in.
But DuckDom, you're not allowed to be there because Smash just chases you down.
Dude, everybody knows exactly, like literally every person who's played more than 10 games of League of Legends knows exactly that feeling where you're like, I zapped that and I think it'll be okay. Like, I think I can get that. Like, hold on, let me zap that cannon and I need this money. I'm so desperate. I haven't been able to farm all game. It's not fair. They took my minions away. Look at DuckDom. He's like, hold on, let me zap this. God,
he was tunneling.
And then the speed up from Keria, maybe something he didn't calculate for, but Faker was also there.
Smash also hit every button, absolutely nailing it. Really nicely played. And now, there's just a casual Baron on T1. All just because DuckDom was a little bit too far up in the lane.
He did zap that minion, though.
He did get the cannon.
Yeah.
That is very true.
So, are we thinking, because Owner, I mean, it's not like he's had a bad game. He was definitely palmed for game one, but it was Skarner, so like, are we really weighing that highly? Or is it the narrative Smash vote, am I right?
100% it's a narrative Smash vote. There is no way it could be any other vote.
I feel like it just has to be the narrative Smash vote. I mean, he's perfect KDA.
Yeah.
He died, one time in game one?
He got first blood in game one?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It was all Smash the whole time.
Mind-controlled Way. Like, he has superpowers.
I mean, Faker also had a really good series, but let's see whether, I mean, maybe we're being hasty. No, I don't think we're being too hasty having this discussion, as Faker is going to get caught out momentarily, going to get stopped by those flame chompers as Way is dead, but can they kill Faker? The Cyclone comes in, and yes, they can! Keria to go down as well, and the resets are starting to come through. BDD does need to be careful because Smash, he gets charmed, and he immediately just Arcane Shift, cleanses, gets out. DuckDom almost just dies to that True Shot Barrage. And remember, there's a man advantage for KT, but it doesn't feel like it because Smash is here. And he's looking to just take matters into his own hands. Doran going golden at about 0 health. The zaps are connecting. You have to kill Smash, KT. You have to kill him, otherwise he will kill all of you as Perfect gets on top of him. There's the shutdown. And KT, they lose no one. Maybe it's an ace. And that's Infernal Soul.
Maybe we were hasty, Atlas. Every time you doubt KT, every time it's a unanimous prediction against him. I see that fan sign out in the crowd every now and then. They show the shot where the girl's got all the KT preds for the home stand or the home ground or whatever it was called, and the KT wins, right? Like, this is just how it goes sometimes, but this is a big overextension from T1. And you're like, okay, man advantage, but Smash disadvantage. KT don't have that guy, but still, even he can't get it done.
Faker teleported in as well. That tower is not long for the world, and they lose the GOAT at the same time. Perfect is dealing with this, but what is going on? They're 1-3-1, and they're taking everything on the map. They have a gold lead out of nowhere. They have a Dragon Soul. I'm excited too, Doctom. I don't blame you.
Blink and suddenly KT Roaster bringing you the game.
But also, like,
feels like, but we're not there yet. But I mean, what?
It was Blink, and then T1 had Baron out of nowhere as well.
Yeah.
Like, this is like it's not actually League of Legends anymore. We're playing tennis or badminton or something like that.
Yeah. Oops.
Flame choppers.
Yeah.
Doctom, where are we going, buddy?
Doctom, I think
he just doesn't walk very fast. You know.
He doesn't have flash either.
Yeah, he's now really not walking very fast. He's got barrier. Does manage to break those chains as Doran doesn't find the counter-strike. Keep walking. Flame Chompers! And Doctom will live. He even did the fear barrier, and I love it.
Perfect drop in the acceleration gate for him.
Oh, there we go!
He was not walking fast, but he walked a few percentages faster for a second.
He looked so slow, man.
Oh, man, this is Faker teleporting to die. We've had a few of those this season. Yeah, that one wasn't his most ideal moment.
Oh, Smash! Oh dear, heroic entrance. That's fantastic. So Faker keeps the AD carry alive, and now maybe they'll be able to get a turn. As Cuz down to 50%. If Smash ever gets a few moments to throw out some abilities, it's so scary. He's one of those Ezreals that just gets more damage, right?
Doctom is like, please true shot that. I need some minions, man. He's like, oh, for me? He immediately walked towards it and he was like, oh, I'm so sorry, Doctom, you can have it.
I need him to sell his Berserker's Greaves and just buy Swifties. Like, I need him to go faster than this. It's making me so anxious.
Well, maybe they'll get a kill and then he'll get excited and he'll run a little bit faster.
We've got Elder Drake up in 4 minutes time. Maybe that's where this game will be decided, Wolf. I don't know.
I just think that like the lack of engage for T1 from behind, you can feel it a lot more. And now that the Jinx is actually relevant in this game, still 2,000 gold behind, by the way, but still is going to have a huge amount of damage output with the pick setups that KT have here. And someone has to go in. It's Tank Doran going in, but he doesn't have his arm guard anymore, you know? And yes, Owner has Zhonya's, but he's not the engage. It's really Faker who has to maybe try to set something up here. And it gets kind of scary. And getting caught, as Wei has for a lot of this game, isn't necessarily going to happen anymore. And it's not necessarily going to be the game-changing pick if you do get it, especially because KT can turn off of Wei's death so well, and they have so many times already, especially because on this Wukong, his angles he's found have been so good this game. So much of the reason that KT swing back in gold as heavily as they did is because they didn't have that many turrets killed. They suddenly got a lot of turrets.
They got all of them. So they equalized, and actually they took an extra inner because T1 hadn't quite managed to get the bottom lane inner turret as Doctom realizing that Smash still does have a lot of items.
Baron is up in 30 seconds. Owner doesn't have flash. He is Nidalee, so, you know, steals are possible, so they're going to have to do their due diligence about vision, which they haven't quite been able to do just yet.
I was going to say, do they have to? It's KT. Maybe the rules don't apply.
They should.
Yes, should is definitely, that's the operative word.
Instead, they're going to go buy items, and now T1 is going to have full vision control. They had vision on the right side of the pit where they were looking for a potential opportunity to make a play around a Baron start, and now they just have full prio entirely. So now that Engage Palm lets them initiate, especially because
they're running at Doctom, who is once again taking too much damage. That is another true shot barrage. He just walks too slow, ladies and gentlemen. Now KT trying to make up for it. Carrier gonna go down. Owner goes golden, but it does not save him. And everyone's just in the KT blender. Cuz looking for it. Taking matters into his own hands. Gets the extended range on the Q, and Smash goes down. Doran is tank jacks. I don't know what he's supposed to really do here. He goes golden a little bit, and then BDD takes him down. And Faker is running for the hills. The Brambleback will be able to block some of the damage, but KT, after using Doctom as bait, are going to be able to win the fight, and it's only the GOAT that is left alive.
Well, for now.
Oh, let's see. He is now on vision. Still getting hunted down. I think he's gets some Cinders. Yeah, he should be all right.
Cinders are unfair. That's cheating.
Yeah. Now KT going to get the Baron. They can now use the Baron. Maybe wait 4 seconds. But now they can use the Baron to take an Elder. And so KT are really in favor.
Carrie is like, I'm Shireliusing, and everyone's like, I'm walking fast. We're getting on Duck Dom, and Duck Dom is just like, they can't play the game. The problem is Cuz is like, wow, man, they all walked right into my Cyclone.
So much Cyclone value.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you guys are all walking all on top of each other towards my AD carry, and it really makes me upset. He presses R, they all get knocked into the air, and then BDD comes over here to help clean up the kills. Man, if Duck Dom somehow miraculously survives there, imagine the Jinx value too in the fight like that. And it was all just based on Carry being like, I think we run on him. He pressed 2, or whatever he's got his Shirley's on, probably 2, and ran at him, and yes, Operation Kill Duck Dom was a
and honestly,
but
I don't think it was the worst call. It was the fact that Cuz was able to find that perfect angle as Carrier, bit of a Captain Jack there on the Curials. Sorry, the Kales. The Kales, Curials, Scimitar, Crucible.
Michaels, find it right next to Ross.
Yeah, there we go.
Buy some crafts and some used clothing. Perfect. He does a decent amount of damage here.
He also is so tanky, and he's got a locket for some reason, which is cool, because it means that maybe when the next True Shot Barrage comes around, he'll be able to shield it.
Elder is going to be Faker on the flank.
Flank angle. Oh, this is kind of absurd.
Perfect is like, I don't know, something's not right.
And if they kill Cuz here, that is actually kind of huge. They spot Faker here for a moment. Doran dives in on top of Perfect, but he taxis himself out using the Galio. And Doran is now going to pay the price. Oh, T1! That may have been a game-losing play because the Elder Dragon just came up. Faker's able to get out, but it's a 4 versus 5.
All right, KT gonna have to make the call. They still have Baron. I think this pushing rather than Elder is definitely the way.
Yep, not wanting to take the risk here, but it does give them an opportunity. Oh, BDD makes the play, catches Carrier, and the zap almost lands. Smash able to create the distance over Faker is dead, and Wei is now pushing forward. KT not risking this Elder buff at all, and it is only Smash left alive. I don't think he's gonna be able to do it. He takes down Wei, at least he gets that one, but it is 3 games. It was always gonna be 3 games in this Telecom War.
I just cannot believe KT were able to come back and win this one. And there were definitely some big flubs from T1 in this game, some overextensions, but Cuz just said no on his Wukong. Wei's dying, it's okay, I'm turning it into a positive. Oh, we lost Duck Dom, I found the Cyclone angle. Oh, Faker thinks he can flank, I don't think so. Cuz completely plugged into this game, looking really, really comfortable on the Wukong.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, the call there from Faker on the flank could have been massive, and you're thinking, oh, I can catch this Jace. But Doran already had his Rocky Jace game. Like, they should have known, like, you can't kill Jace. Like, he's just not gonna die. It's the tank build. He's got a locket. You just pointed it out.
I know, why does he have a locket? It was very fun. I think Perfect actually really was MVP of that particular game for me. You can see he did the most damage for him. Smash, my God. His back was just not quite strong enough.
I was informed that with these new buffs and feats of strength, that comebacks just weren't going to be possible, Atlas. And I tell you what, I think I've seen more than 3 in these 2 weeks.
And honestly, but this was a comeback, and then another comeback, and then a counter comeback, and then the comeback happened again. Like, it was completely ridiculous. But it's a Telecom War. This is how it's supposed to go. You can never stop the Telecom War from being a banger. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to have the pleasure of breaking that down. Then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you there.
선물할게. 천천히 해봐. 나 거리 좀 있어. 노플 체크 좀.
달려볼게.
나 신나 터졌다.
라인.
앞으로 밀어봐. 나 갈게.
됐다. 와도.
야봐. 일단 흔들어가자.
널치한다. 가보자. 이거 니달리 빼고 단어풀이야. 창 조심해. 니달리 왼쪽.
나 매혹 한번 볼게.
할 수 있어. 미칼도 없다.
봐줘.
오케이.
나 앞에 없다.
달려갈래? 높을.
오케이.
살려줘.
오케이, 힘드네.
와, 커디지. 나는
Well, there's our Telecom War. We do have game number 2 going the way of KT Rolster as they were able to take down a very long game up against T1. And Smash looked incredible. The rest of T1 felt a little bit slow. And KT, man, BDD and Cuz really pumping up the numbers and carrying the team in a big way. We're going to take a look at the draft. Thoughts on this, guys?
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely see the reason why they picked up Smash. The whole draft plan was built up around him, and I think that kind of changed the whole plan for T1.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well. I mean, this shows how long it has been since we've seen Ezreal Karma, which is especially kind of surprising because you think of like Kerry and Guma, and you think of things like Kate Lux. This is the style of play that's been in the wheelhouse, but you know, not really something that we've seen Guma play as much as the Ezreal. So it's cool to see that they bring Smash in immediately. Like they have the Kai'Sa, they have the Ezreal. Not really picks we've seen Guma on as much, but they're instantly willing to lean into them and make the most out of their player who's come up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're going to experiment, do it right? Have prepared drafts, have stuff that you can play with Smash that you don't necessarily feel comfortable with Guma, or maybe you know Guma's going to practice it and we'll see him in the future on it. As we're taking a look here at some of the highlights, the 31-minute fight that did go the way of KT.
Yeah, and I feel like often the start of the fights were going pretty well for T1, getting a lot of damage down, and Smash just doing so much work. But it feels like as soon as you lose a member for T1, it becomes so difficult because you're into a Jinx, you're into an Ahri. It was more so the Ahri than the Jinx, I'll be honest, in this one. But the momentum you get from those resetting ults is big. And here Smash really tries to make the hero play, but there's just too many threats to deal with.
Yeah, outside of the team fight, when you have Ezreal Karma, you snowball the lane, and that's way how you win the game out of it. But I think they made such a messy mistakes after laning phase, and I think after that, their picks kind of fall off.
Yeah, it definitely did end up that way. And there was a fight in the mid lane that we also had, which was kind of crazy because it looked like, okay, Smash made the hero play. He's going to go in, get the kill. And then it eventually just goes the way of KT. It happens when you're overextending into those resetting ults and into a Wukong.
I mean, just look at BDD's position. He's looking for the timing, and then whenever he jumps in, like he's always aiming for the damage dealers, and that's the reason why KT actually picked up the win against T1 right here.
You know, the T1 composition, there's a lot of speed from the Karma, a lot of mobility, a lot of dashes, but they committed so much to get in to the fight that when they got flanked by this Ahri with this Wukong, they just didn't have the tools to get out again. And Smash, again, tried everything he could to make the most of it, but it really felt like a one-man army situation.
I mean, even though T1 was snowballing the early game really hard, the reason why KT could pick up the win is because BDD and Cuz were looking for the plays like so many times together, and then it was kind of flawless. They didn't have that like until like 30 minutes so I feel like BDD and Cuz were just such a great synergy on that game especially.
And honestly, you know, obviously a lot of this series has been focused on Smash and his move in, you know, it's a big talking point, but I feel like when I saw Cuz coming on a KT with BDD after BDD's summer performance, that was something I was really hyped for, to see how they work together. I feel like as much as they've had good performances in some of our previous series, this is an example of those two just having phenomenal power working together and really taking over a game. So the more of this we see, the more confidence I'm going to have in KT.
And also I really like Ahri Wukong more than Ahri Vi nowadays, because it's just such a better pick, and also you could see more flexibility from Wukong as well.
It's a really good question now that we have a very new player here to the LCK, which is we're here in Fearless, we're here at the LCK Cup. What does it mean when we start to get deeper and deeper into these champion pools? Because we've already had 20 champs played. He has played the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal, and the Jinx is also gone, which you mentioned. What's he going to play, and what are the rest of the players going to play?
Yeah, I think a thing to be said is that if you followed his time with Reckless in challenges, he played like everything. Like they would pair up stuff where Reckless was playing the Senna and he'd play things like Lee Sin bot. So that is one thing I have like complete faith in, is that if we go deep in Fearless, he's going to have something. It might be a bit zany, but he'll definitely have more picks in the pocket.
And it's really low chance in BO3, but I think if it was BO5, it's like a real sport, you know? Like you use 180 carry who plays really aggressive champions, and after like 2 games, you can actually sub in the players who can play the playmaker, like Guma, Yushi, and Smash. So I feel like there is more chance to see if we keep up this Fearless draft.
Yeah, best of fives would be fun to watch. You know, if they really desperately wanted to play Jin, maybe they're like, okay, we got to get Guma in now.
Sub in!
Yeah, the sub comes in. That's a really cool idea. You know, maybe we'll get there eventually, but for now, just here at the LCK Cup. But has been very interesting so far. Let's see what the conclusion of this series will look like as we will hop back to the casters here for game number 3.
Oh, man, what an incredible game number 2 that we had. We're going to forget about game number 1 and look to go into game number 3. Just expecting more of that level of action. This time around, though, T1 are going to be moving back to the blue side. I think that is going to be a really big thing for them. And KT are going to have to dig deep and actually figure out how to get this draft working when they're on the red side of the map. Maybe utilize some of this momentum to get themselves there.
It was a really big identity gap between those two teams compositionally, and you know, you can see some of the issues of engaging, how heavily you have to commit multiple members, and how well Cuz could punish with Wukong and stuff like that for T1. But still, its early game was so strong and Smash played so well that you know, you wanted to believe for most of that game that they were going to just 2-0. And now this fan here hoping for the 2-1 reverse sweep.
Yep. Well, it's sort of a reverse sweep. It's like we had a hiccup sweep, I guess. If you win game 1, lose game 2, I don't know. Anyway, T1 on the blue side, no unexpected situations there, and Smash is going to be playing all the way through to game number 3. Gomiushi, we know he was sitting in the coach's booth alongside Koma, but not going to be coming in, and I think that makes perfect sense. Smash, no notes as far as how he performed in the last game. And let's have a look to see what's going to happen this time around. Still a lot of things that have been banned throughout the entire series. Things like the Azir that's been permabanned. It's going to continue being so. Ambessa also taken away every single game. The Rumble actually just escaped the first game, but then was banned in the second one. Could be a big thing to look at here moving into game number 3.
And KT keep banning the Azir. It'll be the 3rd time in a row in this series. With Faker not enjoying the Yone as much as a lot of our mid laners, and no Zeus on this roster anymore, they've been banning that pretty consistently through the LCK Cup, and that's going to be a continuation here. The Ashe is taken away, the Kalista is gone. I think a lot of people with questions about what Smash is going to play. He's known for his Caitlyn, but they're actually going to ban it, which makes you wonder what sort of pick he's looking for here that could be punished by Caitlyn, because locking it in at this point as a ban face up is a little bit strange.
Yeah,
the Rumble also is a consideration, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it could be a Zyra Khan angle, perhaps.
Could be.
As Zyra is going to be banned away. Not quite Zyra, but is going to be Zyra. And there was a Vi used in the first game, so that is not something that can be first pickable here.
Aurora,
Rumble. Yeah, that's what we mentioned earlier on.
I wonder if, like, Cuz BD are going to be considering playing that Aurora Nocturne into a Rumble here to really make it difficult to play out, because you have a lot of power with that combo. It makes playing Rumble so difficult and can be a big threat to the Rumble in side lanes. Just so crazy that that combo hasn't been utilized yet, and we haven't seen Aurora at all the way into game 3, and it's open. Jin Zhao first.
Yeah, Xin going to be the option. And so that Aurora that you're talking about, up and available, a possibility for BDD or Perfect to go towards. And that's Rek'Sai, but that's just because he's referencing his debut champion, in fact. Got a quadra kill in that game. It was very cool back in 2018, 2017?
18, I think.
Yeah. Ambessa, she's the one that snuck through as well. And so Cuz looking likely to lock that one in, and there it goes. That is going to be top lane though, no ambiguity there given the fact that we do have a Xin Zhao. So BDD going to be needed to play some AP.
Yeah, very
and
like
Zyra Khan, this is what I was expecting. With the Caitlyn ban, it just felt like Zyra Khan.
If there's a Zyra in the game and you need magic damage, you could play Kennen in the top lane.
Ooh, that'd be weird.
It would be weird. We haven't really seen it this year at all. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. Ziggs could also be a little bit of magic damage. You could poke a Zyra Rakan out of lane with a little bit too and start to get some turret value.
Yeah.
Pretty good value for Zyra's ultimate into the Ziggs ultimate if you can time it well, but there are other problems you're going to have to deal with if that's what you're ulting. I like the Ziggs here.
I don't mind it. And also works out in the lane as well. You sort of just bypass it and you're not too worried. And so that is going to be the lock-in here BDD could also theoretically be playing it. It is somewhat flexible, but it's likely that that one's heading towards the bottom side of the map. No Leona to pair with it. Alistair stock going up a whole lot, you could imagine.
Also, Nautilus, pretty good here too. Nocturne's going to get banned by KT Rolster after not locking it in themselves.
Yeah, there's the Alistair.
Yeah, Owner known for his Nocturne. The Alistair you mentioned is super obvious here. This last jungle ban, assuming it is going to be a jungle ban, will end up being here as... I mean, Maokai could be a strong consideration. I think Maokai's pretty strong here for T1.
Kind of
sets up the Rumble pretty well.
See what they do decide to take away. Has Sejuani even been looked at yet? I don't think so. So Lee Sin going to be the ban though. Of course, that is one of Owner's best champions ever. It's got a certain skin on it that Yukao was using earlier in the day. There's the Talia that we were talking about before.
Yeah, I think Talia makes a lot of sense as a ban here.
Orianna is also another option.
Nautilus was...
Nautilus, okay.
This is the other pick they could have just banned away instead. Going to give us some additional safety to BD. It works out pretty well into Xayah because if she uses her ultimate, you know, you can lock her down, or you can get her ultimate out with it. And it's also somewhat difficult to time, but I think Smash will be able to work that out. But that gets locked in, leaving the Ziggs flex still as a possibility, but again, unlikely, as Viego is looking like Owner wants to opt into here. Viego and Rumble has been a tried and true setup for so long, just simply because Rumble's ult damage is so high that you could just blow somebody up and then transform into...
Oh, it's Pantheon!
Okay. Flavor of the month, man.
Yeah, Lucid debuting this one a little bit earlier, and Aurora makes it to 5th pick, game 3 on blue side.
I really like this draft here for T1. It's going to take a lot to convince me that KT Rolster end up with a better one.
Ziggs made me, Fizz made me so excited. Fizz and Ziggs in the same game, that confused the heck out of me. Swain's also fun.
Don't like Swain. I do like BDD on Syndra. I don't like Swain.
I love Swain. Swain's great and it's Noxian themed. That's what we're about. And Bessa and Swain? We are getting all the way to the top of Noxus right now.
Swain is so incredibly vulnerable, though, I find, in a lot of these team fights. And the Rumble ultimate, as well as Aurora's gap, like, not gap closer, whatever the opposite is, her weirding is going to give her some distance, right? Where she can play around him really well. And in team fights and in side lanes, the Swain is constantly going to be a potential collapse target. He doesn't offer a ton of side lane power to empower the Ziggs and set up getting turrets off the map. Now, what he is going to offer, though, is a lot of power into Xayah, because he's very sticky. If he can actually continue to build his ult up and stay on top of her, yeah, she can ult, but he's just still there. You know, he's still threatening you.
Yeah.
And in longer fights, if he can actually get online, he is strong there, but it's so difficult to pull off. He can set up some really nice never moves and maybe snowball some early team fights. KT fans praying for the victory, but I'm going to have to lean very heavily towards the both incredibly robust and incredibly meta, strong champions that T1 have on their side. Even like these days, I'm not as big of a Xayah anti as I used to be in Fearless. One of the best options I think T1 could have gone for here.
Yeah, no, and it was seen a mile off, right?
Yeah.
You see that Caitlyn ban, and you're like, well, they probably want Xayah Rakan. And they're going to get it. The only thing that's a bit of a question mark, I guess, is the Pantheon, but we've seen that's already worked pretty impressively well by Lucid, not by Beryl, but Lucid definitely did find some success. Here on the side of KT, looking a bit more experimental. We'll see how it does go as we jump onto the Rift for the final game of the first Telecom War of the LCK Cup 2025.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, KT fans pretty loud here. Xin Zhao actually really like that Xin Zhao skin because it matches Ambessa and her theme, so the top jungle synergy working out well here for KT. T1 on the other side, like you mentioned, I mean, these are just some really good champions.
Tried and true, you know, very safe, very, you know, easy to set up compositionally. Like, Owner stuns somebody, you've got feathers for that, you've got an equalizer for that.
You do have a Nautilus to, you know, at least get a Featherstorm out from Smash, things like this. We've seen Lahens make it work very well into Xayah's. As T1.
Big ward here.
Yeah, this is Owner face checking, and the bomb does come on through as he gets pulled back by the Never Move. There is the hook landing as well. The rest of T1 will turn up. See who's going to win out as far as summoner spells are concerned. No one actually blowing any just yet. As Carrier diving forward, the flash out from Cuz is going to be that first one. Never Move on to 2. No one's dead just yet though. Smash laying down all of these feathers. Owner so close to dead. This battle for the Raptors is nutty. As Carrier's going to get hooked, but unable to get pulled through, and BDD doesn't find that Never Move.
We're 2 minutes in. I mean, minions are clashing in mid, so some of these low health bars are really going to hurt. The fact that Owner has to back here and took his shield at level 1 is really going to slow down his clear massively. I mean, you can't really even overstate how bad of a position this is. And also a Never Move's going to land here onto Faker as well. Level 1 is Wei.
Oh yeah, Wei going to have to flash that one. Oh no, it's game 1 all over again.
Unacceptable.
Absolute disaster.
Man. Like, that's a facepalm.
Well, we'll have to see what led up to it, but I imagine the news is still not going to be good. As thankfully Dr. Arm can farm from a really long way away. Man, maybe it's something about the top lane start for Wei that really doesn't work out.
It's into turret range. It's just that simple. Could have just continued to zone and threaten hooks. You know, you don't always have to hook. You can just stand menacingly, and when they come out of turret range, then hook them or make them lose experience.
Yeah.
Instead, you made him lose or made him gain 400 gold
and a feat of strength, and giving it over to the AD carry, which didn't work out so well in game number 1 either. So a little bit of a disaster here for KT to start things off. Not as bad as it was last time because Dr. Arm is still there and still able to farm from a really long way away. You can see using these bouncing bombs quite nicely. He's elected to go for the pool party skin, which is by far the best, so he knows what he's doing. Perfect trying to go aggressive here onto Doran, who's about to overheat, but doesn't actually. And Perfect not going to be able to get that last minion, but that is absolutely fine. And so Wei needs to chill just a little bit here. You can see, yeah, a little bit of a crying bee. So he knows what he's done. See whether he can redeem himself as this game goes on.
This is not as bad of a situation as it is from game 1 because, like you said, Ziggs can farm pretty comfortably. It's just not the start to the lane that you wanted. Like, they had a good start where it's like, aha, we have nice prio, we're going to zone you out of... Oh, okay, everything we were trying to do with this early lane is now gone. But it's not like the Ziggs is out of the game, but you lost part of your really big win in the draft where, okay, they went Xayah Rakan, we go Ziggs, we get a nice edge here, follow the lane swap, everything's great, oops. And now we are like, okay, well, Ziggs will still be relevant. And they got first blood, but it's okay.
Ooh, Perfect. Dashing around, doing some Ambessa things. But it's just both of them staying on pretty similar health totals. Both of them beaten through both their potions, but Perfect does have a biscuit still available.
It's crazy to watch an actual like top lane matchup though. Like, we don't see those too often.
I know. And it's in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Same with the 2v2 top side. We almost got to watch it, but not really.
No.
Teleport here from Doran. BDD's laning really well against the Aurora. I thought this was going to be a matchup that, not that he was going to struggle in, but it was going to be tough to really have any sort of control in. But the level 1 gave him a little bit of extra edge.
Yep.
Stacking.
The power of the Sith Lightning, as Faker does land that combo, and that is going to make BDD's life a little bit more difficult. Should be able to hit that Demonic Ascension relatively soon, though. As, man, like, Swain is so cool now. Since, like, the visual update.
Yeah.
Just looks rad. It's got so many birds and animals all over the place. Vision of Empire landing, actually pretty nice, but the answering damage from Faker is also very nice.
Skin is just so, I don't know, like regal. It's Ned Stark-esque.
Yeah, right?
If Ned Stark had like lightning hands and like could use magic.
It's what I imagine like, what's her name from Frozen, Elsa?
Yeah.
It's what I imagine her dad would look like.
Oh, I'm behind you on that one. I don't know if her dad is like in the second movie or anything, like in a flashback, because I don't actually know. I only saw the first one.
Yeah,
sorry.
I think I don't remember the second one, but
it's
I imagine.
Like, I've been burned by so many sequels, Atlas, across the last few years that like, as much as I loved Frozen, I thought it was one of the coolest movies I'd seen at the time when it came out. I was like, wow, like, you know, they still got it. I was like, nah, I'm not watching 2, man. There's no way.
you never should. I think
we all saw Lion King 2, and we were like, well.
Yeah, Toy Story is the exception, not the rule.
Yes.
As is Austin Powers, I think also to a certain extent, but It's a little bit different as, okay, Smash diving on forward. Carrier is going to look for Doctor, doesn't quite get it. Good flash out, but they do manage to get the Summoner Spell in trade for just Carrier's 2 Summoner Spells. Cuz going to be taking down this Dragon, though, as the Grubs are collected on the top side.
Yeah, so it's a trade of Grubs for Dragon, but also they have this dive set up here potentially with Owner. No wave, though, just yet, so that's going to be enough time to crash, or before this crashes for them to get away, but it means they're going to lose farm. BDD wants to come over here and make an impact.
Oh, okay. Well, Wei is going to get back to the turret because Doctor, he can teleport in. They do manage to claim themselves a plate. As Wei now wanting to create some space here. Vision of Empire gets some information about where Smash isn't. Teleport will get the Ziggs over.
Really nice pressure relieve there from BDD. Just kind of roams up and then goes back down. He doesn't have to get a kill to get them out of there. And that was pretty huge because, you know, Duckdom lost some farm from that, but it could have been much worse. Could have been dove. Good play from Owner to come up there and threaten that. Pulls BDD out of the lane, relieves some pressure from Faker, but I think it was the right call from BDD. Just good League of Legends all around here in that moment.
Actually just a much slower start than what we've seen. I mean, the chaos does tend to happen a little bit later on between these two squads. So we'll just have to see. Right now, it is First Blood going over to T1 very early as Wei had his little moment. See who manages to get that first turret blood and who gets these objectives. So far, it's a trade 1-for-1. Dragons being the priority for KT. T1 being able to get towards those grubs. I wonder whether KT will put a little bit more priority on denying 6 grubs. Because
I think so.
We've seen, like, some teams just don't care. Other teams put a lot of priority on it. I feel like it has been very valuable, though, especially if you do have this Ambessa that wants to be in side lanes, things like this.
What I'm concerned about with KT for objectives is, sure, they got the first Dragon, but this Ziggs is really behind the 8 ball. He's significantly behind on farm. Obviously, the first blood going over to Smash isn't going to help his gold deficit either. And unlike Xin Zhao, Owner can be kind of anywhere with his Starfall. So, you know, T1 can threaten to trade an objective and then actually collapse really quickly. They can look like they're outnumbered. They can find any sort of flank angle they want to. If Duckdom thinks he's safe in the back line, he's really not. You know, so much flexibility in T1's composition. Even Smash can play aggressively because he's Xayah, and he can get out of dodge if he needs to, and then Owner can ult in, peel for him. There's a lot of really cool ways that T1 can teamfight around these early objectives. And the Ziggs isn't going to be as relevant in those fights early as the Xayah is. And Keria maybe set something up here. Now, Cuz is nearby.
They've got a control ward. And Cuz being close means that we might not see that grand Starfall like you were talking about. The man drop from Owner, which of course has just come online. Range isn't exactly that massive, but I think he would have been close enough, quickly enough. But with Cuz in the area, not going to be happening. Faker going to be able to grab his first plate as Wei comes in and isn't able to secure that minion, unfortunately. As now we've got Drake spawning in 1.5 minutes, but it is the grubs that are on people's minds, or at least hopefully they are, as we might get our first skirmish of the game with multiple people outside of that level 1, which was crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that one was really the first, but yeah, nobody really ended up getting a huge advantage out of that. Small advantage for KT, but it didn't lead to anything, especially with what happened with Wei moments later. As we see a group towards the top side. Cuz, on the other hand, looking like he maybe wanted to try to punish this Rumble, but Doran does have teleport, will be able to join. Perfect can say the same thing. Owner can come in at kind of any angle now that he's post 6 for the second grub fight, so this is a very, very tricky fight to play out for KT. Swain is strong in these early skirmishes as long as he can run his ult, but that's always the question, isn't it, with Swain?
Perfect is really having to play defensively. You can see the amount of vision that T1 has in this bottom lane is kind of nutty. Doran going to cancel his back as the grubs do spawn. Means he won't be able to reset in time to get over here if they do want to fight this. Equalizer could be important as Wind becomes lightning, not going to connect. Neither does the Never Move, but the hook is going to be there. They do get on top of Carrier, who does get the quickness off. Smash taking a lot of damage. Grand Starfall does bring him in. The Demon Flare available for BDD is Cuz staying alive for so long. Doesn't have flash though, so he is going to die. BDD just trying to do his best to get a kill anywhere, and it straight up doesn't work. That was A complete collapse from KT, and T1 should be able to grab themselves some extra grubs.
I mean, Keria just totally baited them as well. Like, he's just standing there making it look like he's made a mistake, and he actually sets up with the fake out into the re-engage there from Owner. So beautifully, pops his ult as well. Even going to get a Demolish proc on the mid turret and then go with his Lover's Duel back to base.
Oh,
Areas, you know, he's definitely feeling very good about himself here in this third and final game. It's a 4-0 now. As look at this, Keria dodges the hook, but he's just still standing here like, oh yeah, engage on me. I might be vulnerable. I'm definitely not a slippery Rakan. They can get out of almost any situation. Oh, they hook him, and he sets up the charm, gets the knock up, goes back to smash, sets up the feathers, and then boom, in goes Pantheon with the man drop, and then Faker drops his ultimate on everyone. The problem with Swain too in these types of skirmishes is if you're not winning it, you're not getting out either. You know, a lot of mid laners can go, well, nope, I guess we lost this one, but I'm peacing. Not Swain. 2 kills go to the Pantheon there in this exchange. Keria, great positioning there, great punish, Smash following up well, Owner following up well, and KT, 5 grubs given over to T1.
Oh, they were able to actually... No, they weren't. That's 6. Should be 6. But T1...
The last one up still?
I think they may have just left one in the pit, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess... I think that's actually the case.
Well, Mountain Drake going to be up and available. Earth, Wind, and Fire. An opportunity here if we get another Infernal Soul. Kind of nuts. T1 should be able to get this.
I think they got 6, by the way. I think that's just bugged because they have 2 feats of strength, right, on the objectives.
All right, yeah, so they have to have got all.
Yeah, they had to get all 6.
That's the 2 that they managed to get. This is going to be feats of strength if they do manage to secure this. KT have information. Mega Inferno Bomb could actually just be thrown in to see whether he can steal it away, but they don't have the information. There it goes. Doctarm was waiting for it, but waiting a little bit too much.
He's just juggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see the grubs on any of the T1 players when they're clicked on either on the bottom left where they normally show, so bizarre what's going on. I'm pretty sure they have 6 though.
Yeah.
If you're watching at home.
That's what I'm assuming, because otherwise the feats of strength just would not be there. And you can see now that the boots are looking a little bit cooler than the other way.
There's just too much evidence to suggest that they have all 6 grubs, I would say, at this point. It's elementary, my dear Atlas.
Yeah. We don't actually need Sherlock, by the way, Sherlock. So it's fine. We've confirmed it. Everything's a-okay. And BFX now level 9. Just gonna have to go back home, and you can see the money is just all T1 favored, and I feel like I saw what KT were angling for, right, with this draft. I just don't know whether now it's ever going to be able to get off the ground, you know?
Yeah, no, I to be honest, I kind of didn't really see it.
Smash really wants his red buff, and he will be able to get it.
He will get it. He's just got to stick his hand like kind of over the pit real quick, and then he'll absorb it. I don't really like the Swain pick here. Now, the other option he was looking at potentially was the Syndra, which has similar problems.
What about the Fizz?
The Fizz?
Fizz would have been sick.
It would have been exciting. I don't know if it would have been good. It would have been another threat for the Xayah.
Shark!
Sharks are cool.
They are so cool. Maybe it's because I'm Australian. I just like sharks more. I don't know.
Yeah, Shark Week probably isn't as special for you guys, is it?
I think that's just a week.
Yeah, but you know, like in America, there's this thing where it's like, it's Shark Week. It's definitely not a marketing scheme to get people to watch more Discovery Channel. But like in Australia, you guys are like, it's Shark Week every week.
Are you in a coastal city? And in fact, most of them tend to be, as it turns out.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was like sharks in the desert in the center. With laser beams on their heads like Austin Powers.
I thought it was like Dune, you know, where they're just swimming around in the sand, kind of like Rek'Sai.
I
very
think
cool.
The Syndra, the pick that he considered, would have had similar problems. It, like, great for engagement, doesn't really set up the Ziggs incredibly well, and you know, you don't have consistent damage. The Swain fixes the damage problem, but is a fairly risky pick and isn't going to be great into the Aurora. And then, you know, the Ambessa is fine in isolation, but can be kind of tricky into a Rumble who's, you know, knows how to play Rumble really well into a melee matchup, and Doran kind of, he's done that quite a bit. He's found a lot of success with that, so you can find some threat there maybe in the side lane if Cuz plays through you, but he's got to patch some holes elsewhere, if you know what I mean, especially with how level 1 went. Now, I mean, it's still a playable game here for KT. Like, the deficit was there in game 2, and they were able to come back. This isn't that same style of game, though, where you can set up a pick. It's just not really, I mean, only BDD can maybe pull somebody in with a never move, and then you have a big bomb dropped on their head. That could work. There's just a lot of get-out-of-jail-free cards. Even the Pantheon could just put up a shield and be like, I'm fine.
Yeah, the Pantheon kind of works very similar to Braum, which is a little bit scary because Braum has found a lot of success so far in the LCK Cup. Doran now by himself here in this bottom lane. Perfect does have his Eclipse done, also a cheeky Hex Drinker to keep him alive in the lane, especially when there's double AP. That makes a lot of sense. And maybe this is the time, right? Like a Rylai's is complete, like BDD has got some utility. Really does need Leandries and a bit of extra damage before he's really a threat. But he's in the top lane. Faker is moving down. T1 just have so much damage if they do decide to turn, and they have decided to turn. In comes Doran, looking for that equalizer angle as public execution as they dive in on top of Faker. Can they actually kill him though? The answer is yes, but they'll lose their Nautilus for it. Cuz has that Crescent Guard. BDD just trying to get this Demon Flare to do some more damage. It does do a fair bit off the back end as Cuz locks down the Rift Herald, and that was a better fight for KT.
Yeah, that was, you could start to see some of the Swain value in those types of extended exchanges there for BDD. Everyone for T1 just has to kind of disengage and get away. The equalizer was pretty good for Doran. It's not leading to any big kills or anything like that, but the damage alone makes it really difficult for KT to stick around and continue the fight. We'll be able to stop this back as well. Oh,
maybe not. Flashing on top of BDD. The Never Move does connect, but he doesn't want to bring him closer. There's the Sith Lightning! And BDD grabs the solo. Or Doran dies. I don't know what you really want to call it, but now we've got Shelly making her way out, and she'll get a charge into this outer turret as well, and maybe they'll be able to get themselves a turret.
Yeah, maybe we'll call that the curtain of Otacon, the little wall there that he has that obscures vision. He didn't know, and he was like, I've got the element of surprise, and BD was like, I'm Swain though, and you don't quite have enough damage there, and the Never Move connects, so he's just waiting for a little bit more Spirit Fingers, and
the Spirit Fingers were deadly in that one.
All right, so watch Faker get engaged on here. The Pantheon ult actually puts Owner in a really awkward spot. He's like, I want to get dunked on, I can't quite get access. By the time he comes in, a lot of damage has been done. The equalizer, like I mentioned, really makes it tough for KT to continue to further chase in because everyone took a lot of damage from it. A little bit of a disjointed fight for for T1. Remember here, BDD's first person.
Yeah.
Got him.
Not too bad. Self-healing of the Swain certainly working out here, and that was through Oblivion Orb as well. This is kind of nutty. Now he's got himself a Lost Chapter. We'll see what BDD is going to be building here on this Swain. I do love Leandries. I hope he does collect it. But wanting to have a bit of added mana, I guess.
These small victories for KT add up a little bit. Getting this next Dragon fight would be a large victory, which would help propel them potentially back into this game. BDD does have teleport, so he can be here at a moment's notice. Needs to catch some critical targets here in order to win this game, or win this fight rather. And Duckdom's got Flash, so a little bit safer. He's going to clear this wave out.
Yeah, Owner does get some shoes together as well. His Merc Treads are allowing him to book it down towards this Dragon fight. Duckdom and Wei in the Banana Brush. We know Banana Brush control is so incredibly powerful.
Owner wants to ult the backline, but he also wants to stay close to the Dragon so he can secure that smite.
Yep, there's the Never Move as Faker takes the turret on the top side, immediately teleports in, is now perfect. He's going to spot the Grand Starfall. That means that Owner going to be moved out of the way of the equalizer as well, not in position. As KT, they regroup perfect on that flank angle, wants that public execution. And T1, they do not want to risk it. I think that's smart. Vision of Empire does give vision. As Cuz almost just blows up. Mega Inferno Bomb avoided by everyone.
Yeah, that was kind of the saddest Zigzald I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was not a great one.
But that's just another turret here for T1. So yeah, T1 made the right call. Don't take a bad fight there. Just simply back away. It's only second Dragon here for KT Rolster. It's not Soul Point. It's some useful stats for the Ziggs and for the Swain, but ultimately getting a second turret instead is probably for the best. And Owner's ult there, got him into the backline, but he was like, I can't actually isolate a target here. KT will trade a turret back, which is nice.
Yeah, it was perfect, like being able to spot the Grand Starfall before the icon actually happened on the ground, right? Because otherwise, I think the combo would have been good enough.
Yeah, and KT, because of that spot, because of the rotation, they just are able to kind of warp the fight away from T1's strong points, the Aurora engage that Faker was hoping for, and just grab Dragon and play safe and sit behind the Dragon and let Duckdom's poke kind of do the work there. And I thought that was a really nice reaction there from KT, and
despite, again, a huge deficit for them in this game, they're really keeping their cool, which is really nice to see.
Controlling an area is something that they're pretty good at with this composition. It's, of course, what Swain is sort of built for, but you also have the Ziggs that has this minefield. You know, you can be very frustrating. And also farming from a large distance, so not having that outer turret in mid lane is less of a detriment, I guess.
And the Xayah that's on 2 items, if she can't actually get into range because of all those threats, because of the Swain, because of the minefield, because of the threat of, you know, potentially getting caught by Wei, it doesn't matter how much gold he has and how many items he has if he can't really get into range to auto. And if KT have prio on these objectives like they have been able to try to manage to have in these last 2 dragons they've taken, then it's still winnable for them despite a gold deficit. So let's see what else they can get done here, because KT is really surprising me today.
Yeah, perfect as well. I think his spidey senses are tingling as he wants to get something in this brush. Yeah, face checks, and unfortunately the spidey senses weren't tingling in the right direction as Cuz is going to move on over. He is running so fast. Mega Inferno Bomb will save the top laner of KT. Nicely done by Dr. Pretty defensive though, won't have that tool as he is also trying to do some face checking. Please don't. Is what I would say to that, as Wei looks for the hook, does not connect it.
It's crazy we have another Infernal Soul, by the way, just, I mean, statistically, that's pretty unlikely.
It is actually Earth, Wind, and Fire, though. I love that.
Doran's going to get another turret here. I don't think there's any way to answer. Perfect has TP, but isn't going to opt into it, and so that's just going to be more gold in the Rumble's pocket, which is pushing him closer to that Void Staff. Likely could be a Crypt Bloom, but make Mooney upset, so I hope it's a Void Staff in this situation, especially considering the MR that's been built up here by his opposition. Perfect having that Maw online now for the side lane matchup. BDD, you can see, is, you know, slowly but surely starting to be a threat in terms of getting his items online. His Rylai's makes him kind of this big bruiser in team fights. The slows make it so difficult to get away from him. It's exactly what he wants. He wants everyone to be kind of stuck in his ultimate, and it makes it easier for him to never moves and stuff like that as well. We'll see if this next fight here on this next dragon, KT can maintain that same prio. Could be on Otacon, but it'll likely be on this dragon, given the, you know, fairly even game state, even though T1 have a big gold lead. Like, KT are still winning fights, where they're still able to set this up. So I'd say T1 aren't going to throw it all away on an early Otacon. It is on the opposite side of the map of the dragon, so KT also have the opportunity to potentially try to trade. But I want to see if they can maintain prio, because that is the whole name of the game for these team fights, working down gold like they did that last time.
Yeah. I'm wondering. So, Keria able to dash its way out of the never move that BDD did throw at him. I feel like Keria has been so good this game as well.
It's been so clean.
He's found some amazing quickness angles, and the fact that KT were able to actually come out ahead in the last fight, it's kind of a huge deal, just because he did get so much value. Still, KT just holding on, and they've got a Ziggs composition. That's kind of what they want to do. I don't know whether necessarily you'd say that KT like outscale, and it's like, it's if you don't manage to do this, then you're doomed. But BDD now has his 2 items complete, and it's going to get scarier and scarier.
I do feel
Malignance is really good for Swain as well, so this 2-item spike is actually pretty good.
The lack of range for, you know, Xayah, and like the fact that Faker needs to kind of be in the thick of things to set up his ultimate means that there's almost a Phalanx-esque type of scenario that KT can set up if they have prio. And so I think that down 4,000 gold, they have like 4,000 gold worth of positional advantages and team fight advantages if they can get that prio like they did on the last dragon, and T1 are just not going to mess with that. You know, they're not going to take a bad fight, so they'll try to find gold elsewhere like they did with those turrets last time around. If it's KT having to get to the fight second and show up, their engages aren't necessarily as robust. They're more strong defensively.
Oh, Wei is going to find Owner here. Just puts up the door, or the shield. And Cuz is going to go in. Doran not going to overcommit to this one, or is he? Equalizer goes down. It's onto BDD and Cuz, and now Keria looks for the opportunity, gets into that backline. The Ziggs explodes. The entire bottom lane is just already dead. BDD doing a fair bit of work, but it is not enough. Cuz trying to stay alive. The flash does not work. And T1 will wipe the floor with KT.
Yeah, you know, there's very rarely when you make a color point where you're like, I don't know if they should ever really be the ones to attack when they don't know what's going on. It's very rarely a more picturesque example of something and then it happens right afterwards, because Owner looks like he's getting caught here. Look at how difficult it is to even kill him with this composition for KT. Unfortunately, there's a wraparound happening, right? They've now put themselves in no man's land. They're now not able to set up that Phalanx because they're being attacked from all angles, and it's a really nice fall from Owner and Keria. Otacon is being taken in live by T1 after this wipe. And like I mentioned before, yeah, BDD, he stays in the thick of things for a long time. He's very difficult to kill, but as they kind of front to back this, as the rest of the team gets peeled apart, he can't get out. You know, he's opted in, he's locked into the fight, he cannot escape, he cannot get away. And now it's a 9,000 gold lead, plus Otacon, plus Baron.
Yeah, this game is all but over here as BDD does find a nice never move. Doran's teleported back though. BDD's going to have to try and hold on to this inner turret, and I just think that it is not going to work. Doctor, I'm going to turn up with Baroned up minions. They do survive for a whole lot longer than they have any right to, as now BDD is just going to get ulted by Faker. Doesn't quite find the combo, as the equalizer is also a little bit weird when there is a flash up and available. Carrier just going in because he can.
I mean, Carrier is teaching KT Rolster a lesson.
Yeah.
Like with some of these baits he's set up, some of these moments where it looks like he's caught, and he's like, no, you're locked in here with me.
And it was so face up as well. They managed to get it, you know, second round on blue side. Oh man, I do think that this draft, it's beautiful from T1, not gonna lie, but it is pretty telegraphed. And KT thought they had an answer, but it's just looking like it really is not.
They're going to hold on here. If they can hold on for 90 more seconds without losing an inhibitor, maybe they'll get another fight. The problem is that this Dragon is up too, and T1 just have so many different options. And there's no risk really because they have wings, you know? They're sitting here going, well,
yeah.
You know, if you want to try to collapse on us, if you kill someone in the side, like that doesn't matter. Can you win a Dragon fight against us? We have, you know, the ability to just rejoin. Like, you can't win a Dragon fight because we have Baron buff also. Like, there's just no losing.
There's another equalizer that comes down as Doctom is going to flash into Faker and just pop like a balloon. Faker just bouncing around his ultimate, looking absolutely cool while he does so. And T1, they just kill 3. And they're able to move even further forward. Perfect has decided that he just wants to try and take whatever they can. But I think he's going to be required back home because there is an invasion as T1 look to take down their first inhibitor of the game and look for even more. Maybe they're just done with this game as Doran is just flashing on top of BDD, who just dies. Oh my god, Perfect. Maybe he shouldn't have come home. Maybe he should have actually stayed in the top lane because this game is over. Nexus Turret 1 is going to go down. Nexus Turret 2 is surely to follow. And Wei, yeah, he spent a little bit of time outside of the fountain, but I think he wants back in. Please end his misery, and T1 will acquiesce. That is the Game 3 victory. T1 looking way better than they did in game number 2. And Smash, man, what a debut.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive play. I'm putting in my comment for him right now.
Oh, he's the vote for POM?
Yeah.
Can that make some sense here? Even his Zai game, his Ezreal game, absolutely fantastic, despite the fact that they lost. And KT, certainly some things to look at here as far as how they're going to go about picking up some wins. But I think some identification of some draft issues could be coming in for the squad. But I don't want to take anything away. I think KT's game 2 was absolutely fantastic and just weren't able to really get off the ground there in game number 3. Doran also making up for an awkward Tank Jax performance in game 2.
I think there were some moments of overconfidence from T1 in this series, but I think the core, the macro, the shot calling from Faker, it's all still there. Smash just felt like a different cog in the wheel, but accomplished a whole lot. I think very impressive debut from him. His Ezreal game was phenomenal. His Xayah was set up well. Game 1, you know, obviously was set up for success too, and then ran with it, you know? And his Kai'Sa was the one champion that he first mentioned, really, alongside the Jinx, that he feels really comfortable on. He showcased that he absolutely is. And it was just a different look from T1 today. We don't know what the future is going to hold, but I think one thing we can all confidently say is this roster has a little bit more depth than we thought coming into this season.
Yeah, I would agree. Actually, it was a lot of fun in the end. After we got rid of the Skarner mishap in game number 1, this series actually delivered a whole lot. You can see Smash, I think, feeling the pressure from this one. Very relieved that this is over, but honestly, job well done, my friend. Absolutely fantastically done in his first game here in the LCK. And it's so difficult. Like, this is the hardest team to sub in for in the league, like, in the world. Because you are under so much scrutiny, you know, so many people, their favorite player is Gumayushi.
That man,
right? Yeah, that guy on the left certainly knows.
He did it, you know, and he had the love and support of the fans. I don't want to watch this anymore.
I really don't want to watch this anymore.
He had 2 of those this series. I think he's probably going to get a stern talking to by Score about his performance. And I think, honestly, Wei's performance in this series, uncharacteristic of the player that he is. I think a lot of nerves, a lot of tension coming to this one. It's Smash's debut. It's the Telecom War, his first one on the stage. And it's tough, right? You got to play well. He wants to push those advantages. Both times he made an aggressive play to try to get KT further ahead. It backfired. I think he probably walks away from the series learning a lot, but he's not going to feel good about it on the team bus ride home.
No, I would agree. And this was one of the fights that looked okay for KT, I think largely because Dokdam actually survived. And in every other fight, Dokdam was targeted immediately. This was very comical, as BDD waits for his Vision of Empire to do damage before just ending him with the Sith Lightning. But Keria, man, every single one of these quicknesses, almost all of them, charming up 4 people, 5 people, and making sure that all of the damage was able to land. The target selection also so much better here for T1.
I think, you know, Owner had a fantastic game 1, but he played Skarner, so it's like, eh.
No, that's not real.
Keria, I feel like, was probably the second vote for POM this series, though. He was the one who set up the Poppy punish in game 1, had some really nice ults there, and in this game, like, fantastic recon play, baited KT several times. But I was always going to vote for Smash unless he totally botched it in this one, and guess what, he didn't. So.
I mean, you just have to obey the YouTube rule, you know, smash that like button, and we absolutely did. Because his performance really, really good in this game, and don't expect that those puns are going to slow down as well if he does keep playing. And it's like a sorry, not sorry type situation here as, yeah, T1 finished that one off. The amount of damage they did way higher than that of KT. Bit surprising that BDD was able to do so much because in those fights, really didn't look like he was really able to do anything. And I want to shout out, like, hats off to Cuz. I think Cuz actually had a pretty good performance today.
His Wukong game especially.
Yeah, that one was very, very good. But I think that there are certain things to look at here. And Smash is going to pick it up. And there is a lot of oohs from the Korean broadcast, but I don't think we're very surprised at all.
Look at his KDAs. He's 8-2-2 in a loss on an Ezreal where he looked so phenomenal throughout the game. It looked like he was going to save the game at times as well. Took the gold from a mistake from Wei in the Kai'Sa game. Had a great performance there in game 1.
Yep.
Under a lot of pressure, under a lot of scrutiny, as you said. Still has the support of most of the fans here, but, you know, I feel like a lot of players choke under that pressure. He absolutely did not.
He was thriving, and Smash looking really, really good, and I love it. You know, after, you know, Reckless is singing all of his praises, we now get to hear from him in a POM interview. So let's throw it over to Ji-Sun for some translation.
매치에 선정된 스매시 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the post-match interview translation, joined by Smash and the T1, the player of the match today.
LCK 1군 팀
Congratulations, Smash. This is your debut match here on the T1's main roster. Please give it up for Smash one more time, everyone.
네, 소감 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
First off, how are you feeling?
일단 사실 그냥 이겼으면 좋겠다.
I mean, today,
이기기만 했으면 좋겠다 생각했는데.
you know, walking to the arena, all I was thinking was, I wish I can get a win. But I ended up even getting a POM as well, thanks to a great performance and plays coming from my teammates. So I'm very grateful and happy.
그게 대단하다라는 생각을 했었는데요. 첫 무대 긴장도 많이 됐을 것 같은데 말씀하신 대로 편안한
playing here at Low Park for the first time, weren't you nervous today?
오늘 경기장에 왔는데
when I arrived here at Low Park, I was not nervous at all. So I was like, maybe if I start setting up on the stage computer, I would be feeling nervous, and then I didn't feel anything special. So I was like, maybe I'm like born this way, you know. I don't get the nerves, you know. I was able to do a great job today thanks to that. And today Goma also told me, just, you know, don't get nervous, you know. Believe in yourself, do whatever you want to do. As long as you don't make mistakes, you know, just play it your way. And thanks to that advice, I was able to, you know, play how I normally play.
함께 뛰어보고 싶다 이런 이야기를 하셨잖아요.
And you said many times that one of your dreams is actually playing together with Faker. How was it? You finally accomplished your dream. I cannot even put it in words, you know. It's unbelievable because I, as a younger player like myself, you know, I've been growing up watching Faker pop off and dominating the entire LoL sport. So it was a big honor for me to play together with him as a teammate. What about playing together with Keria on the bottom lane?
치면서 약간 친해지고
Me and Kyria actually got really close. You know, he really helped me out a lot, you know, trying to kind of have a lot of fun together. He was making a lot of jokes to make me feel comfortable. So thanks to that, I was able to, you know, not get too nervous. I want to ask you about the drafting as well. How did you end up with those cards? Well, I didn't really get to play a lot of scrims together. But we had a very long kind of meeting about our today's pick and ban. So we had a lot of communications on like I want to play this, I want to play that, and we ended up with the drafting that we played today. Overall, you were very aggressive in a good way. You know, you were very proactive as an AD carry. How was today? I'm very happy with my performance in Game 3 because in both Game 1 and 2 I made a mistake. So not the best play that I want to showcase, but overall it was a very decent day for me.
자, 오늘 첫 데뷔 무대에서 강한 인상을 심어준 스매시 선수인데요. 앞으로
Today you were able to make a huge debut with amazing performance today. What kind of a player do you want to become in the future? I wish I can become a player that everyone can remember as one of the best AD carries in history. I wish I could win a lot of trophies as well.
오늘 승리와 함께 플레이 오브 더 매치로 선정된 스매시 선수에게 다시
And
한번
this
큰
will
박수
be the end of the
부탁드립니다.
interview with Smash, the POM on the side of T1, and back to the
네,
space.
그리고 오늘 이렇게
And
경기장에
one more
응원으로,
time,
네,
before we
같은
go, we have
동료들에게
the
한마디
T1CL
부탁드릴게요.
players supporting you here at live and Low Park. Anything you want to say to them? I actually told them not to come because it's so pressuring, but they insisted still coming. But it did actually really help, you know, having their support in the back. So I want to say thank you to my CL bros that they actually made it here and supported
좋습니다.
me.
오늘 또 큰 힘이 되었으리라고 생각합니다.
Thank you,
다시 한번
everyone.
승리 축하드립니다.
And that was the end of the POM interview with Smash and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, as always, G-Sun, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Smash. He comes in, he's subbing in, he's doing a perfect POM interview. He's just feeling very comfortable. He's like, nah, I wasn't nervous.
You know, it's crazy he was talking about how, you know, his dream was to play with Faker. When Faker first won Worlds, he was 7 years old.
No way.
It's
No way.
so crazy. It's so crazy.
Holy.
I mean, this is the next generation, literally.
It literally is. It's kind of insane. You guys had some thoughts on the POM, and we'll get to see who did pick up the votes. We did have a couple of jungle votes, actually, going over to Owner, which I don't really get.
After the Nidalee game?
The Nidalee game really...
Yeah. After the Nidalee game,
You can cut that off. I mean, it's really sad for T1 fans that probably it's the last game of Owner's Nidalee.
Yeah.
But
you know, what I will say is that sometimes you've had this habit when, you know, like when Yukal won the other day, when it's like you ignore the bad game. Maybe they went in with that mindset. Still, I think Smash takes it, but...
He was also gifted Skarner in Game 1. He played well.
Yeah.
He played a good Skarner. It's difficult to play a bad Skarner. Unkillable Demon Prince.
Whoa.
Any,
you know what he had?
Explanation?
You know what he had in that series? He had aura. That's all I need to say. He had aura, and you could see that. You could see that from how he played. Especially in the Ezreal game. I feel like this came to me in the Ezreal game when there was just so many situations he was escaping from on low HP. And you think back to when Faker debuted and got that solo kill on Nidalee, and
That's true.
Yeah, that's the sort of aura you see in your debut when you're an all-timer.
Yeah, for me personally, Koma doesn't need to explain why he brought up in LCK, because we could definitely see that, you know. From the draft, the whole draft plan got changed just by him, you know. They are picking up the Kai'Sa, they're first picking Ezreal, so so many things got changed, so, and also the performance as well. So we don't need any explanation.
The play spoke for itself.
Yep.
It really did. He had aura. You know, as you guys are both kind of saying, we got to see. His debut was a smashing success. He didn't put Nigel Thornberry voice there. I'm very sad about that, but I did a little tribute.
Yeah, he's not
anyway.
as diligent as Chronicler is with the stage direction.
I know. Come on. Dodging everything. Slow.
It's like a Korean meme.
It kind of feels like an anime.
It's like an anime Korean meme.
Yeah, when you dodge everything, you like, you know, trash talk, and you're like, you're so slow, you know?
Yeah. like the Matrix where he like dodges the bullets. Smash the hearts of the fans in the best way.
What if you're a KT fan?
Yeah, maybe crush the hearts could have been better there. Owner, do whatever you want to do.
He did in that Italy game.
I don't think
We
so.
don't need you.
I don't think he's allowed to do that anymore.
Hey, he had 2 good games. He had 2 good games. You know, he had 2. We just forget the Italy.
That is true. That is true.
Forget it's out of mind.
Mhm. All right, we do have, I don't know which Hyunjun to choose. This is about both Doran and Owner are named Hyunjun, and he wanted to choose one of those and not Smash. For some reason, Pony's on the cast. He was one of the guys that went for Owner.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm gonna flame him after this.
Understandably so because, yeah, that was all Smash all the way from our side. But let's talk about the game a little bit and how this all started off.
So this invade, no one actually ends up going down in it. But what's really important is both Carrier and Smash bin all of the health potions, and Smash is still half HP. And normally when you play into Ziggs, it's a really rough matchup to be in later in the game. But like in the early lane, you can have some pressure level 1. But being low already is so bad. And then this critical error way going under the tower, it turns what was a winning bot lane situation for KT to a completely losing one. And it was such a disaster because everything was so good for Ziggs until that moment.
All you need to do is just standing by and do nothing, you know? But he ruined everything, literally, you know?
They have no potions, half HP, you land a couple more Ziggs Qs, and the lane is just over. They have to recall.
It was rough. I mean, that was one of the mistakes that unfortunately we kind of had to highlight or lowlight in this case, but it really did get T1 off on a great footing as we move into the second highlight here.
I mean, just look the moves and look the jukes, you know? Like, after he dodges all the skill shots, he still stays in. And after that, I mean, he's tankier enough to tank the damage, and look at the jumps from the Pantheon as well. Like, everything kind of started from the carrier.
Yeah, and you know, you have the Pantheon who can come in and follow up, but also the charm that Carrier was able to get allowed Smash to line up a big root. He gets another big blade caller there, and it just feels like everyone on T1 on the same page, which, you know, it's what we typically expect from this team, but when you put a new piece to the equation, didn't catch them off guard at all. They really felt like they slotted together beautifully.
I mean, you know what's surprising at this point is because, like, we see Smash playing, and it doesn't feel like the rookie players actually coming into the LCK, like, being nervous. It's just, I'm just seeing Smash just smashing someone, you know, like, just like a veteran player. So it's quite surprising that he's not nervous at all.
The only time he looked slightly nervous was in the interview. At no point in the games did he look nervous in his gameplay.
And also on the red buff, when he tried to pick that up.
What was that?
Don't do him like that.
But anyways, he's such a nice guy, and also they got a new plan, new draft plan as well. So everything looks really good with him.
Imagine, you know, how strong they can be when they have Guma back in and they have Smash in one game, another game, you know, when Fearless goes best of 5. You're going to need a lot of choices and maybe a lot of players. As we will take a look at the final highlight, this was really the nail in the coffin on this one, but it was just such a beautiful team fight. We had to highlight it.
Yeah, Carrier didn't got a vote, but look at his positioning and also the plays. I think he made all the plays for the Smash, and that's why Smash could land all the skill shots for the enemy team. I think it was really great and clean.
I think you get so many games of things like, you know, Kalista support and stuff from Carrier. You kind of think of him as being that player who can bring out those picks, or like Lux support, and then you see him on a Rakan and you just like, yeah, he can do that too. You know, I think his Rakan was super clean in this game, and obviously I think Smash deserved the POM, but Carrier definitely showing up in that match.
Well, for KT side, I think they really need to fix something on their top and support, especially because at game 1, you gave him Cassante, giving up Ascana, right, for the better matchup on the top side, but he got solo killed by Doran. And also, in the bot lane, we cannot really say bad things towards Duckdown because his support is not playing the game properly. So I feel like they really need to fix this critical issue, and then we can see something from the KT side, because we saw at game 2, like, they were playing so good together on the mid jungle as well.
And it's kind of sad because we've seen the members who've come from KT Challenges play well, and Wei has played better than this in Challenges.
Yes.
But it just feels like maybe the nerves are getting to him, and it just feels like just blunders. It's not like he's just actively constantly doing bad things, but like he just makes these mistakes where he's like, oh, I see a window, oversteps. It felt like with both the Nautilus and the Rel game, it was in lane, it was trying to step too far, and I think he just needs to calm down and not put such high expectations on himself. It's like, I need to win the lane level 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference between Smash and Wei, because Wei was really good at Champions League, but Smash was not that in that level, you know? When he was in T2, he was not really playing good, but I think he's kind of built different, I guess.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of high hopes for KT, and they're not really delivering so far here at the LCK Cup, so we'll have to see if they can actually do that as time comes along. But let's take a look at the standings, because for now they're at the bottom of Group Elder. Thankfully for them, they're in a group with a lot of teams that are winning, so at least they're not going to get knocked out just for being 5th place in a winning group. But this is a win for Group Baron, and it's not over yet. There is still a chance for Group Baron to actually catch up, in which case that KT would potentially actually be in some danger. Tomorrow's matchups, Life Esports up against D plus Kia. That one is going to be an Omega banger, and then we'll have to wait and see if the DN Freaks can take down Genji, who have been looking pretty shaky nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Bro managed to take them down, and Bro did obviously perform really well, but also it does kind of make you question the form they're in. I think that first matchup, though, should be an absolute banger. I mean, D+ have looked so good, but HLE, that roster is just stacked.
Yeah, after week 1, I literally said Genji's gonna win the LCK Cup, but I think now there are so many good underdogs, and you never know what's gonna happen in Fearless Draft. So it's still the 4 points difference between those teams, but you gotta go. Like there are so many matches still left.
The eternal battle of the underdogs against the overdogs.
That is true.
Generally, the overdogs come out on top unless you're Ox and you see the lines and you just know that it's going to be Life Esports that one time, unlike everybody else. He definitely wanted to get that mention in, so when he was talking about it, had to mention it for him. But guys, we're done here on today's day of the LCK Cup. We will be starting 2 hours earlier tomorrow for the weekend matches, and we'll see you then. Have a good night.